fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got everything outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up top!
Oh my god! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys are going to want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, here we go! Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
It's time. It's the big one. It is the biggest race in Australian sim racing here on the iRacing platform. This Sunday, September the 13th, 2020, it is the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS, presented by Too Easy Finance, Oceanic Sim Racing and Modem Simulation, the Bathurst 1000, right here on the iRacing Esports Network with us here at SimSpeed TV. I'm Reese Gardner. Joining me in the commentary box for this one is Ryan Jones. Ryan, my goodness, what a Scops season we have had. It's been an incredibly exciting year of racing so far, and we still don't know who is going to take the title. There hasn't been a clear domination like in previous seasons, and the Bathurst 1000 is always going to throw a spanner into the works.
Yeah, good evening, Reese. Good evening, everyone. I'm so excited for this race, but you talk about the championship, and yeah, they're all gunning for that championship, but you put that alongside the Bathurst 1000, and there's some genuinely tough decisions to be made. If you're in the fight towards the end, do you go for the 1000 victory, or do you go for the championship points? It's a phenomenal event, the Bathurst 1000, and it is one of the biggest crown jewels of the year on iRacing to get a victory, and to do it in V8SCOPS as well. One of the most competitive series you'll find here in Australia. It is going to be an all-out brawl for 161 laps, 100 drivers, 50 teams. Man, I'm excited.
Yeah, so am I, and these are the guys currently on top in the practice session, the number 77 of Madison Down and Dane Warren. And of course, we've got driver pairings down there at the bottom of the screen so you can tell who is driving in what car. Because, yes, being 161 laps, it is an endurance race with driver swaps. And there's going to be mandatory 2 driver changes in this race. So you're going to be seeing at least 2 of those throughout the course of this race. And driver's share is a minimum of 57 laps. But the track itself is one of the centerpieces of this event. It's an old circuit, one of the oldest in Australia, built in the 1930s and has been hosting racing ever since. And it is absolute hallowed ground when it comes to Australian motorsport. Let's check out what the elements of this track are and how drivers are going to tackle them. Here's the fact file. It's time, the big one. The Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 takes place at a track that almost needs no introduction, the Mount Panorama Circuit, a temporary racetrack that is a scenic drive most other days of the year. Of course, to leave it at that would be a disservice to this place. It's hallowed ground, and many of Aussie motorsport's myths, legends and icons were made here. 6.2 kilometres, 23 turns, and 174 metres of elevation change. Mount Panorama combines flat-out blasts between vineyards and paddocks with a roller coaster of corners in a concrete canyon across the top. Its first races were held in 1938, and the track debuted on the iRacing service in 2013. The first turn, Hell Corner, seems easy enough from the air, a 90-degree left-hander, but behind the wheel it's difficult to pick the right line. If you hook up the apex too early, you will overshoot the exit, and the wide curb won't help you very much. It's important to nail traction on the exit, as Mountain Straight awaits. Over the crest is another heavy braking zone into Griffin's Bend, a third gear right. Named after Bathurst's mayor at the time of the track's construction, Griffin's is heavily cambered and clearly favours the inside line. You have to turn in early to fall into the banking and maintain momentum, and any car on the outside through here stands little chance of keeping their position. You can't dawdle on the accelerator either, you're going uphill all the way to the cutting. Speaking of which, the cutting is an incredibly difficult corner. Applying the brakes through the fast entry kink, you once again have to take advantage of the camber in the road, controlling any wheel spin in second gear. An incident into this corner spells disaster, as there's not much room for other cars to avoid you up here. In fact, that can be said for the whole section at the top of the mountain. Concrete barriers surround the circuit, making every corner blind. Up at McPhillamy Park, it feels a bit less claustrophobic, but that's only because there's a gravel trap here. In fourth gear, the drivers must tip it in over the red and white curb, lift off, maybe brush the brakes, and then straight back on the power, taking care not to use too much of the exit curb. It's quite rough and can pitch you into the wall if you're not careful. The S's, the most iconic section and the most difficult. As you start braking and turning, you're completely unsighted. The track falls away like a cliff. Managing the load of the tyres is essential. Not many other tracks require you to navigate S-bends like this while slowing and shifting down through the gears. And as always, the walls are there to catch you out if you dip a wheel into the grass or misjudge your line. Out of the second gear dipper, the car drops into its biggest compression around the lap, and before you know it, you're approaching Forrest's elbow. I said the track falls away at the S's, but it really falls away here. An extreme downhill approach into a tight left-hander. Some drivers take a wide entry, some stick to the inside, whatever they find comfortable. A lot of drivers in the sim, and some in real life, go all the way down to first gear for this corner, which gives the car more turn on entry and more traction on exit. As long as you don't tag the wall at the site of Dick Johnson's famous shootout crash, you now have a moment to rest down Conrod Straight. This is the fastest part of the circuit, where top speeds from 285 to 300 kilometers an hour are reached, and it's right at that point that you need to set up for the chase. The addition of this chicane in 1987 is the only change made to Mount Panorama's layout over the years. It's a popular spot to pass, and to make mistakes too. The right-hand kink is flat out at top speed, and you barely have any time to line up the heaviest braking zone on the whole lap. Smash down into second gear for this uphill left, avoid the curb to keep the car settled, and keep the rear tyres from losing grip as you power out through another right under the bridge. Finally, at the end of the lap, we've got two potential pitfalls. The first is the entry to the pits, a racetrack in and of itself, with a double chicane you need to navigate before the speed limit kicks in. Expect a few wheels dipped into the runoff here, maybe a crash once fatigue sets in. If you're staying out though, Murray's Corner is your last challenge before starting another lap. 90-degree left, once again, seems simple, but that curb on the inside is prominent and will cost you a lot of time if hit. If you survived this far, congratulations, you get to do it all over again. We'll be doing that 161 times on Sunday, and at the Checkered Flag, we'll have not only 2 more names to etch into the records, but new Endurance Cup champions as well. So join us as 100 hopefuls fight for the crown. Well, that's it. That is Bathurst, Mount Panorama. How you tackle this circuit in an Australian touring car with 650 horsepower under your right foot coming out of a 5-litre V8 engine. That's what we love about this race. It is Australia's contribution to the motorsport world, and we love every second of it. But what we got to highlight is there is a bit of a championship within a championship going on here. The Bathurst 1000 is the 3rd round of the Endurance Cup. Of course, all of our endurance races during this phase of the SCOPS season still count for the overall championship, but the teams that keep their 2 drivers the same throughout all 3 races, that's the Phillip Island 500, the Imola 500, and the Bathurst 1000, get points towards the Endurance Cup, and this is how the standings look. Bianchi Trans-Tasman Racing, who came away with the win at Phillip Island and finishing in 2nd at Imola, 876 points, and only 6 points between them and the sister car of Madison Down and Dane Warren in the number 77. Evolution Racing Team the 117 of Ethan Griggault and Jordan Caruso. They put in a consistent endurance campaign, and they are 18 points behind. So with the points on offer here today, Ryan, this championship could go either way in the Endurance Cup.
Yeah, it's anyone's game. Technically, the top 10 could have won the Enduro Cup, couldn't they? But yeah, 13 cars mathematically could win the Enduro Cup. Realistically, Reese, we would have to say it's probably going to come from that top 5, maybe the top 6 for Shoot Sim Racing 201. 78 points back. That's Gillian Mataliantich are an outside chance as well. But the reigning Enduro Cup champions, they're there once again this season, and just like last season, they weren't particularly well placed in the individual standings coming into the Enduro Cup, but something about these long races, Maloney and Hampstead, just come to life.
They absolutely do, and Maloney, of course, is a previous winner of the Bathurst 1000 with Sam Sutton for Dayco Motorsport a few years back. So both he and Hampstead, with a lot of experience behind the wheel around this track, and as we say, all of those drivers have potential to get themselves there up to the top. But now, leading up into the final few minutes of this practice session, we're going to be coming up to qualifying pretty soon, and that is going to entail a 1-hour open session. Of course, usually with the Bathurst 1000, we would be running the top 10 shootout on the qualifying day on Saturday, but there have been a few hurdles that we've had to jump over, and we're running everything in the one server for this Sunday race. So everyone's going to be out there on track for the next hour or so and deciding their grid positions in that manner. So that's coming up pretty soon, but coming up to the end of the practice session, I think it's an opportune moment to bring in Lockie Mansell, who once again is our man in the pits working on all of the strategy foibles. Lockie, the Bathurst 1000. I mean, it is the longest race of the season. It's a race that where strategy is the forefront, and there's a few things the drivers have to deal with here. I'm noting that we've got 7 mandatory pit stops for this one, but you say that they can make it on 6 fuel tanks.
We do indeed. A very good morning to you, Race, and good morning, Ryan. Looking forward to bringing you all of the strategy updates from down in the pits here at Mount Panorama. And you're 100% right. The fuel range for these supercars around the mountain is give or take about 23 laps, which means that in theory, you could complete the race on 6 pit stops. But just like the real-life version of the Bathurst 1000, the series organisers have mandated 7 pit stops for every car in the field. A few other key numbers to keep an eye on. The minimum and maximum driving distances. 107 laps is the maximum distance that's allowed to be completed by any one driver, and therefore 54 laps is the minimum for the other driver to have to complete. Also, 7 compulsory pit stops. You must swap drivers at least twice, so you're not allowed to have a situation where one driver starts, you just do a single driver change and the other driver finishes. You must do at least 2 driver changes at some stage during that 7 pit stop cycle. So there's some of the key numbers that I'll be keeping an eye on for you guys down here in pit lane.
Thank you very much, Lockie. Great to have you on board once again, and we'll be checking in with Lockie every so often during the race, and if we get safety cars, because that's going to really throw up the strategy, Ryan. It's live race control here in V8SCOPS and manual safety cars as well. Everything coordinated by race control, and it's potentially going to spice things up.
I'm sorry, did you say if we get safety cars?
Well, yeah, I probably the wrong choice of word,
yeah.
eh?
Aside from this being Mount Panorama, and you always expect safety cars in an Enduro at Mount Panorama, I believe the rules and regs state we have a minimum of 1 random safety car intervention as well. So there are plenty of chances that your strategy may be planned perfectly. It could be the golden strategy, but there's every chance an incident on the mountain or the intervention of the random safety car could just throw it all out the window, and you can't complain because that is one of the nuances of endurance racing and normal racing as well. you've got those safety car interventions we saw it in real life. A beautiful example last week, didn't we, in Formula One? Sometimes you just can't plan for what happens in the motor race.
No, certainly not. And there's always been a couple of surprises thrown up in a Bathurst 1000, seeing drivers that you probably wouldn't expect up the top to finish up the top. That's the number 33, the VRS team car of Jake Burton and Dominic Ferraris. And drivers tackling the top of the mountain for the final time before we move into the qualifying session. Love this section up the top. McPhillamy Park, 4th gear, trying to stay off that curb on the exit. Bit of a special livery here for the number 208 Zuva entry. Chris Coxhead and Liam Wilde driving that machine. And there is the potential for a safety car if that was in a race condition, because that's another element of this track, Ryan. There's concrete walls absolutely everywhere across the top. So if you have a crash up there, everyone behind you has got to watch out.
Yeah. When you talk about Mount Panorama and Bathurst, you talk about all these things, but when the concrete walls, you don't call it a street circuit as such, but it is. These are public roads. It's not in the middle of a city, but these are public roads. It's a tourist drive, if you will, and that means concrete barriers are plenty around this racetrack. That complex at the Chase, Murray's Corner, and Hell Corner as well, one of the only places where there's actually runoff if you do make a mistake. And even then, right here, there's very little of it. So, with the no escape rule that's in effect for V8SCOPS competition, if you do crash and you do blow that engine or you can't move, you have to sit there and hope that those drivers coming around those bends see you and manage to avoid you. We've seen in the past plenty of big incidents.
Yeah, exactly. If you are new to V8SCOPS, then we should remind you that the no escape rule exists. In an imitation of real life, you can't just pull over to the side of the track and escape back to the garage once you're done, or if you've had an incident. You have to request a tow from race control if you cannot make it back to the pits, and then your session is over. So we're looking to probably hope that many drivers won't get that incident happening to them in the qualifying session. And a bit of an announcement as well that we should probably highlight for you all. Virtual Racing School has been a supporter of V8SCOPS for a few years now, and we love the fact that they have come on board. Madison Down in the number 77 makes a data pack for Virtual Racing School for the iRacing supercars, and certainly a lot of people value his contributions. Madison Down actually runs the VRS setup a lot of the time, and the big announcement that we want to highlight for you all is next year, Virtual Racing School is going to continue as the title sponsor of V8SCOPS, the major partner. Great to have you on board again, Virtual Racing School. We've appreciated your support over the years, and it's great to see that the contribution that this championship makes to the sim racing world is being recognized once again.
That's fantastic, and Virtual Racing School are an iconic part of iRacing, specifically. When you think iRacing, there's a couple of third-party companies that everyone knows about and almost pretty much uses. You've got Virtual Racing School right up there, and they're a fantastic part of the iRacing service, and they're an integral part of V8SCOPS and its continued success here in Australia. That's a decent slide out of the last corner for the 77 of Madison Down, getting ready for qualifying in just under 10 minutes' time.
Yes, indeed. And we'll take a look at where Bathurst is situated as well, in country New South Wales, just on the other side of the Blue Mountains from Sydney. You see the locations of Wakefield Park and Winton Motor Raceway as well. Flipping around a bit because the track's orientation with regard to the city of Bathurst that you see at the bottom of the screen is quite interesting. There is the Mount Panorama Scenic Drive, also known as the Mount Panorama Circuit. 23 turns this place has, and every single one of them is a place you can slip up. Man, I love this circuit. I love watching racing around here. and I bet all of the drivers looking forward to seeing how they go today. But I think there's going to be a few instances of heartbreak, a few instances of absolute joy and surprise. Either way, that's going to happen all in the next 7 hours, 8 hours, because that's how long this race is going to take. It is really a hard slog, Ryan.
9 hours even, as we throw in the 1 hour qualifying session as well, which is going to be so intense because you think, oh, I've got an hour to do a decent lap. Too easy. 2-minute lap time, so put that into account. You've got to spend 2 minutes every time you go back to pit lane to get back and begin your next fast lap. And then you've got the fact of there is 50 cars in today's race, so you've got to find a place on the racetrack to yourself to do a lap time without being impeded. And then you've got to put it all together.
Yeah, putting it all together around this track is a bit of a hard ask as well, because especially in these cars, very heavy, very wayward behavior if you push them too hard. These cars are 1.5 ton in weight, and they are undertired and overpowered on purpose. Around a track like this, consistency is key, and no 2 laps are completely the same. But a 2:02.8 for our top time, and a couple of things that we want to highlight as well are some of the combos that we're getting here today. I reckon probably in terms of combined age, it's a good way to tell the depth and breadth of this field. Our youngest combo with a combined age of 29 years is these guys. The number 13 Evolution Racing Team machine. Luke Pink, who's currently driving the car, 15 years of age. His teammate Hugh Barter, 14 years of age. So they are the youngest driver combination in the entire field, and they've certainly shown themselves to have a great deal of potential in this Endurance Cup, and they'll be hoping for a good result at Bathurst, currently 15th in the practice session, so who knows, they might be on for a top 10 if they keep it together throughout the course of the 161 laps. In terms of the oldest driver combination in the field, with a combined age of 100, the number 40, the Mitchell McLeod and Sam McLeod duo, father and son. Sam is 67 years old. Mitchell, who's currently at the wheel, 33. So I guess that just goes to show, Ryan, sim racing is for everyone. Doesn't matter what your age is, what your walk of life is. You have a place in a field like this if you can put the laps together.
It is tremendous, isn't it? Yeah, if you can put the laps together. There are teams that missed out. So competitive to get in to this event. And so getting in is a feat in itself. To do it every year is a whole other feat. What about car number 208? Every single Bathurst 1000, these two have been together. Liam Wilde and Chris Coxhead.
Yeah, these guys have been one of the stalwarts of Endurance Cup racing in Scops. They are one of the longest running driver pairings in the entire field. And they've certainly shown that they can take it to the big boys at a track like Bathurst. Well, with 5 minutes to go in the practice session, we're going to be gearing up for qualifying, where the drivers will be going as fast as they possibly can around this circuit. A friend of SimSpeed, Bo Albert, usually drives for Altus Esports, has put together a fantastic video describing how the drivers tackle a qualifying run at Mount Panorama. Let's take a look at it in the driver's words.
It's the great sim race, and so you have 1 lap. 1 lap to leave a legacy, or 1 lap to be long forgotten.
You're thinking about getting the tyres up to temperature and going over your braking and turn-in points one last time. Is there cloud cover? How much rubber is on the racing line? The last thing to focus on is the perfect throttle application out of Murray's.
Hell Corner. It all starts here. One of the simplest on paper, but one of the trickiest to get right. critical to get to the apex perfectly and get back to full throttle as early as possible for the run-up mountain straight.
Griffin's Bend is heavily cambered with an uphill braking zone. You've got to trust the car will stick as you turn in, but even the slightest miscalculation will send you into a no man's land of grip.
The cutting's one of the hardest corners to get spot on. Having to turn and brake hard on entry means the car loves locking inside fronts, but it's important to get as close to the wall as possible and line up a good exit as you fight the car for traction beginning the critical run up the hill.
Over the crest of Quarry, we head into Reed Park. Uphill, 4th gear, blind and threading the needle between nothing but concrete walls. There is zero margin for error here.
Now you dance through Frog Hollow up towards the infamous metal grate, almost aiming for the wall to give you the best possible run through Solomon Park on the dash across the top of the mountain.
The high-speed crest of McPhilmy is just the warm-up as you mentally prepare to fire the car off an enormous drop at over 200 kilometers an hour on pure instinct.
It's nothing but downhill from this point. The car lifting off the ground to the dipper and within inches of the wall on either side, desperately trying to scrabble speed the entire way. The track sending us left and right, back and forth.
Forest Elbow, one of, and if not, the most important corner on the circuit. Get this wrong and you can kiss your Delta goodbye and track position in a race scenario, so always make sure to be slow and fast out to maximise your speed.
So you've had a near perfect shootout lap up until this point. You've maximised your run onto Conrad, and really at this point you're really just focusing, and all that's on your mind is how can I stuff up this lap with only a few corners to go.
The highest entry speed of the entire lap, and the biggest brake application too. The car struggling to slow down the entire time through the 90-degree left, then carefully back on the power.
Brake as hard as you dare on the downhill approach, avoid the inside curb at all costs, and wind the power on early for the short run to the line.
What a brilliant piece by Bo Albert and the drivers of V8SCOPS. Couple of former ones popping up there as well. Joshua Rogers making an appearance. He drove for TTL Esports in V8SCOPS before leaving for Coanda Sim Sport and starting a proper international sim racing career. But all of those drivers featured in that particular feature. They know this track. They've raced here many times over the years. They know it like the back of their hands. Certainly know it better than we do up here in the commentary box. But the practice session has just a minute to go. And now the drivers will be setting up for qualifying, getting themselves in that mindset, making sure that they can tackle the track to their absolute maximum.
So, go ahead, Race.
all good. We've just been getting some word from behind the scenes. There's a little bit of a change going on in terms of the event server, so we're going to be sorting that momentarily, and then we'll be able to get into the qualifying session. But as you said, Ryan, when we get into qualifying, it's going to be incredibly important to try and find that space out on track, because all 50 cars are going to be going out there at the same time. It's going to be all about timing, all about trying to get yourself the space on track. You'd need a few corners at least to the car in front.
A few corners, yeah. There's an interesting little thing. I don't know how you are like this, Race, but when I'm driving, I often find I can find a 10th if I'm following someone. Now, that doesn't mean on their bumper, but if you can see them up the road and you can side just and follow their car a little bit, oftentimes you find yourself like chasing and going a little bit quicker. So there's that factor too in an open session. Some drivers like having completely clear road in front of them. Some drivers might like sighting a fast driver right in front of them, and they can find that situation in these big sessions. So look for teams as well to maybe work together. I think there is a potential for a slipstream advantage down Conrad Straight and down Mountain Straight as well, Reese. I don't know how easy it's going to be to pull off, but I mean, it's certainly there. There's definitely discussion to be had around that.
Yeah, I think it's going to require a lot of coordination between the drivers, though, and they'll be they'll be thinking quite a bit about their own laps as well. Having said that, we do have an hour's worth of qualifying, so there's plenty of time for the drivers to organise themselves in that manner, but I would agree, the slipstream down Conrod Straight can be worth quite a bit. You reach about 285 to 290 kilometers an hour when you're out there on your own, but with a draft, you can potentially get all the way to the top of the rev range and hit 300 kilometers an hour coming into the chase, which is certainly going to gain you a 10th or 6.
A 10th or 6. Yeah, you're right. But you've got to make sure they get out of the way, because into the chase, that is maximum commitment. You are absolutely on the edge of the braking performance of both the car and yourself as well on that brake pedal at home, whether it be a load cell pedal or one of the other types of pedals you got out there, which actually go based off where they travel. Some of your cheaper ones on the market. But either way, you know, you're on the edge. You don't want to have a car in front of you, because then there's a bit of doubt in your mind. Are they going to brake earlier than me? And if they do, am I going to go straight up their rear end?
Yeah, that's it, with some very heavy braking zones around this circuit. And once again, we have to think about the walls up the top. In the qualifying session, the drivers will be pushing as hard as they can, and that means that they're more likely to make a mistake. And when a mistake happens, it's usually quite spectacular. There's potential for the track to be blocked, and that can ruin the qualifying lap of up to half the field, depending on who's out on track.
Yeah. Blocked tracks are a sore subject for a lot of people around this racetrack. Sore subject for me, Reese. Got caught up in one last year, just before the second stint of the race. But yeah, it's often a factor for the race. Qualifying, an open quali, that's an interesting point you raise, because yeah, that could be an issue today. The no escape rule, that's going to be in effect again, isn't it, here for qualifying? So if a driver makes a mistake just past McPhillamy, just going down Skyline, you come over that crest, you're not going to have much notice.
No, certainly not. Pretty much every corner on this circuit is blind to an extent, especially up the top around the McPhillamy Park area. So drivers will have to have their eyes on stalks coming through there. We've also got to think the drivers have a lot of support behind them, behind the scenes as well. Teams like Evolution Racing Team have got guys watching everything around the track, just in the server, advising the drivers of what's going on. So it is a proper team game when you come to races like this in V8SCOPS.
Yeah. Aside from the two drivers working on it, you've got teams like TTR. You've got the KRF, Zuva, Giant, Alliance team working together. You've got so many different combinations. Altus Esports as well. Aside from just the two drivers in the car, you've got different cars working together on setups and optimal lap times, and where they can find a little bit here, a little bit there, poring over the data off the racetrack as well, comparing their own laps to that of their fellow teammates, which teammates, up until the green flag comes out, then there are other competitors on the racetrack that you want to finish ahead of.
Indeed, and the new server is just about to go up, so we'll be getting back in there and bringing you live pictures from the virtual Mount Panorama circuit very, very soon for this qualifying session, the 2020 V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. If you just joined us, this is the biggest sim racing event of the year when it comes to Oceania, Australia, and New Zealand. We've had a couple of international drivers make appearances over the years as well in this event. And we do again this year. We've got Simone Maria Marcheno driving for Altus Esports. And he's driving with Bo Albert, who was the driving force behind that fantastic feature you saw just a few minutes ago. Certainly hoping that they can have a good run here today. In terms of pre-qualifying, and this will give you a bit of perspective as to how much the drivers have been preparing for this event. a total of 5,592 laps of this circuit were covered in pre-qualifying over the last 4 or so days. That, in terms of distance, is the equivalent of going around the globe twice. So, I mean, when it comes to mileage, I think V8SCOPS has many other series beat.
It has a real series beat. It's an interesting fact of sim racing that you can do almost unlimited laps in preparation for these races. It's part of the draw for real drivers of sim racing. Hey, I've got the Bathurst 1000 coming up in real life soon. I'm thinking Brock Feeney. He's racing in the 1000 this year in real life. He's been on their icing service a few times in races broadcast by SimSpeed TV. He'll be on the sim. He'll be on the sim for sure, practicing for the real one, because, they're not going to have much practice in real life. Won't be surprised to see quite a few supercars drivers chugging away hundreds of laps around the iRacing iteration. Don't forget, Scott McLaughlin, he's got a history with V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's competed in this race himself a few times, and I think using some of that sim experience, he got a P2 finish when he raced in this event last, and using some of that in real life as well. Remember when the last year of the Ford Falcon in the real series, Mr. McLaughlin setting the first 2:03 around Mount Panorama in the shootout, showing that sim racing lap times can sometimes be faster than what they are in real life, but if you apply it and you have the right car and the right conditions, it can certainly be replicated.
A few different factors for that, isn't there? There's the fear factor that isn't there anymore. In real life, if you commit too hard going over Skyline, you're going to have a horrible ride down through the S's in the dipper, bouncing off the concrete like a pinball. In the sim, you'll do exactly the same thing, but it won't hurt. And there's also, the lap factor we've already talked about. You can do so many more laps in preparation here on iRacing. I'm looking forward to qualifying, though. Going to be very interesting. It's going to be interesting to see if any drivers from the front of the field in terms of pre-qualifying struggle to replicate their pace here in this session. The pressure of doing a lap time, even with an hour up their sleeves, is pretty high.
Yeah, that it is. And a track like this, your lap can be ruined pretty much at the very start if you mess up the exit of Hell Corner, for example. So you're going to have to go all the way back around and try again. And a long lap here as well, over 2 minutes at speed, which means about probably 2.5 minutes max on an outlap. That means that with 60 minutes available in the session, the drivers are probably only going to get maybe 5 runs each, if that.
Yeah, there's another thing to consider. Do you put both drivers in? Do you put just one driver in qualifying race?
Yeah. Well, some teams will obviously give both of their drivers a run to see who is faster on one lap pace on the day, and that's when the drivers decide who is going to start the race. And I was talking to Lockie Mansell just before the broadcast. It'd probably be a good idea to introduce a rule at some point that means drivers have to declare who is starting the car in an Endurance Cup race, because up here in the commentary booth, we don't usually find out who is starting the race until the green flag drops. But in qualifying, it's probably going to be better for some teams if they put their actual fastest driver into the car for the whole session and just see how they can run around the circuit. But in terms of 2 drivers, well, it does complicate things a little bit.
Yeah, it does. So, what are you expecting? You look at the pre-qualifying times, look at the drivers that were up towards the front of the field. You've got all your regular names. You've got the guys that are well up there in the Enduro Cup standings. It was actually Andrew Gilliam and Michael Taliantich that were fastest in pre-qualifying. Can they put it on pole for the 1000?
Well, Andrew Gilliam, certainly no slouch when it comes to one-lap pace. He took his first SCOPS victories this year, a few rounds ago at Mosport, taking both race victories. So, Mr. Gilliam first sort of started really setting the timesheets alight at Bathurst a year or two back, and I certainly hope that that he'll be able to pull out something special this time as well. Certainly has the potential for that. But there is a bit of a pace difference between himself and Talyancic, so I would expect Andrew Gilliam to be in the car for the majority of this session, and then setting those fast times. I reckon he would have a good run at pole, but he's up against some of the best in Australian sim racing. Hampstead and Maloney in the number 28, both of them can go super fast around Bathurst. And we got to consider Dane Warren in the number 77 as well. Dane Warren, well, our regular lead series commentator, Jake Sperry, calls Dane Warren the best pound-for-pound qualifier in Australian sim racing, and that's quite interesting. It looks like the number 77 has not joined in the right car. They're driving a Mustang, and we usually see them in a Commodore. That's going to complicate things a bit, I think.
It will. One of the complications being their paint. Their beautiful paint is not going to exist on that car. Now, in terms of the rules and regs of the series, Reese, does that have an implication?
No, it does not. If the driver joins in the wrong car, they are allowed to run, but I think it's enough penalty not to be getting the beautiful VRS sponsor livery out, which these guys are running on their car. Well, it's a guy and a girl, really. Emily Jones driving with Sean Kelly in the number 51 car. And Sean Kelly, one of the drivers at Trans-Tasman Racing that we see always pop up at endurance time. He has so much experience, years worth, and it'll be good to see him out on track again. Drivers like Jamie Stovall and Tom Freer as well in the fellow Pursuit cars. Pursuit have really been going up in terms of pace in the Endurance Cup. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do if they can get all of their cars potentially into the top 20. But the qualifying session is live, and there is the absolute push to get out of the pit lane. So many drivers all in one long line coming out onto the circuit, and leading the way is going to be the number 21, Forzan El Nabi, at the wheel of the Lead United Sim Sports Commodore. And El Nabi fighting for the championship. He's been down for that with James Scott and Madison Down in recent rounds. So driving with Harley Haber, they'll be looking to get themselves up into a nice spot on the grid.
Indeed they will. This is really good for Forzan to get out ahead of the field, because what we'll see over this lap behind him is an absolute cluster of drivers trying to find some space. About 50-odd cars all at one place on the racetrack, almost like the start of the race. There'll be a few teams that just wait in pit lane knowing that, well, there's no point going out now. You're going to spend so long trying to find clean air. But these first few cars have got out there nice and early, and they'll be able to power down into their first few laps pretty unchallenged from anyone else.
Yeah, so out onto Conrod Straight, El Nabi goes on his outlap, and we'll be able to see for the first time, really, how the drivers tackle this circuit in real time. He's doing a little bit more warming up of the tyres on Conrod Straight, just getting them up to pressure, getting them up to temperature. Tyres incredibly important in these cars. Got to keep them in the operating range. So out of the chase then. And this is the point where El Nabi has to set up his lap, nail the exit out of Murray's Corner, and away we go. Here is a lap around Mount Panorama with Forzan El Nabi across the line, over the crest, approaching Hell Corner. Look for the 100-meter marker on the right-hand side. That's where you brake down into second gear, hook up the apex, just stay a little wide of the curb, and use all of the exit curb on the run down Mountain Straight. The crest comes up, the car goes a little light over here in fifth gear, tiny bit of wheel spin. Ooh, going very light, and then through the dip, braking so hard into third gear. Keep it to the inside, into the banking, through Griffin's Bend. El Nabi working the wheel fantastically, trying to keep the car straight on the exit, and then ease it into the cutting, hard on the brakes, sticking very close to the wall, nearly taking the left-hand side wing mirror off. And then we go up to Reed and Sulman Park. This is a very difficult corner, and a wall on the exit uses all of the curb, does Forzen El Nabi. And then you're balancing throttle and brake in fourth gear. Try to stay off the curbs through this section. McPhillamy Park just glancing off it. Beautiful line across the top of the mountain, through Skyline and into the S's, pounds the curb on the inside, and then into the dipper, second gear, immediately back onto the throttle, up into third, and then he's going to go back down into second, maybe use first gear to get the car turned in for Forest Elbow, this downhill corner, a lot of understeer to be had there, and just avoiding clipping the exit wall. And then he gets an opportunity to rest down Conrod Straight, up into fifth, up into sixth. Coming up to about 285 kilometers an hour is Forzen El Nabi on the approach to the chase. 286 he reaches, just touching 287, then down into second gear. Just kisses the curb on the inside of the chase, and then out through third gear onto the curb, keeping it nice and straight. There's probably a couple of tenths to be gained there. Braking as late as you dare for Murray's Corner, hook up the exit, and away you go. That particular time for Forzen El Nabi, a 2:04.028 to start off the session. Considering the conditions, the track is 52 degrees, so those times, I think, are pretty accurate. Let's see how Dane Warren does.
Oh, it's so simple. You make it sound so simple, Reese. It is so far from that, isn't it? In the driver's seat, that is a wild ride. Dane Warren then, what can he do? Oh, 2:03.4. 6 tenths quicker than the benchmark set by El Nabi, and Andrew Gilliam puts his car up into second with a 2:03.8. So the gauntlet laid down well and truly by that number 77 VRS Trans-Tasman racing car. And here comes Corey Preston, the 098 XG Motorsports. Holden Commodore out of the chase, setting up for the braking point into the final corner, which has a big escape road to the right where you can abort if you've gone too deep and you think you're headed for the fence. Preston, though, no such worries. It's a 4.8 for his first lap. That's going to put him about mid-pack in terms of drivers that have put times on the board so far. Philip Worley tucked right up behind Pink. He was actually purple in the second last sector. How's the overall lap stack up? 4-1. That's not bad. That puts him up inside the top 10.
Yeah, not bad at all there for Philip Worley, and he and Darren Lobb were showing great pace in pre-qualifying. They were knocking on the door of the top 5, but in come a lot of drivers to get their cars reset in the pits. David Kinmond across the line, setting a 2:05 for the Premier Racing team, puts himself 33rd. Out of that opening stanza of laps, the Logitech G Altus Esports squad, the 215 of Sam Blacklock and Brady Myers, they've managed to put themselves up into P4 in that first set of laps, which is great to see. Brady and Sam, both very fast drivers, and it looks like 2 Altus Esports cars in the top 10. Cooper Webster, his initial time set a 4th place, but knocked back to 7th. We'll see how Simone Maria Marcheno goes in the 3rd Altus Esports machine, the 06 he's sharing with Bo Albert, and Ian Bird for Mach 1 Esports, a driver that we've seen definitely have some adventures down in Split 2. He's currently on an outlap, so we'll check in with him a bit later. Briggs, meanwhile, Adam Briggs for DPR on a flyer, and Adam Briggs driving with Andrew Dyson, who's won a couple of Split 2 races further towards the start of the year. Both Briggs and Dyson, good steerers in this car. I'm interested to see how they go. A little bit of oversteer across the crest there. So you can tell they're definitely playing around with that machine.
Yeah, this car, one of 7 that has not set a lap time so far due to scrapes with defense, mishaps, and aborted laps, and even just heading out into the pits a little bit later. So we'll see what Briggsy can do as he winds it down the hill now, trying to get it slowed up into Forest Elbow, turn it in, and then this exit is the most crucial on the racetrack, because if you get it wrong, you can throw your lap away. It's going to hurt you all the way up to the chase, and it well and truly is up to the chase as you rise over the hill. It's such a cool stretch of racetrack. Even in the sim, you can feel the speed. Try not to grab that grass on the left as you tip it in, and he is maximum commitment into the braking zone there, up and over the curb. What's the time going to be? It's looking like a pretty solid lap. Nice and smooth, apart from that wild moment as he came up to the top of the mountain into Murray's corner. That looks good. Lap time for Adam Briggs is a 2:04.7. That's going to put him up into 18th place. Not bad.
Yeah, just inside the top 20 for Briggs and Dyson to start out with, and they'll definitely be happy with that to start things off and see if they can gain a bit of extra time in future laps. But considering the amount of heat in the track, once again, it is over 50 degrees in temperature. It's still at 52. And that basically means that the times you set at the start of the session are going to be difficult to beat, especially with the amount of cars out there on the circuit. They'll be heating up the racing line and making it a little bit slicker.
Well, does that mean that the first 10 minutes are the only fast times they're going to see? Because based off that, 50 cars can heat this track up so quickly.
Yeah, they certainly would, but we've definitely seen some surprises at Bathurst in the past, and I'm looking forward to seeing a couple of more today. You usually see the first 10 minutes being quick, and then the last 10 minutes being quick as well, as drivers give the track a chance to cool down, and they can have another attack at their times. We go back to Forzan El Nabi, though, in the number 21. Set a personal best in the first sector, currently in position 3 on lap time. They've got the number 77 machine up ahead of them, also on a lap or an out lap. We'll have to wait and see for that, but El Nabi looking very controlled over the bumps.
And no slide there, which is crucial. If you slide there, it's out of control. It can cost you a little bit, but he was down in the second sector. So maybe a bit too controlled. How close do you get to the fence across the top? It's insane. Maximizing his entry to Skyline, using all of the racetrack and almost then some. Wow! That car was dancing through the dipper. He kept it off the fence, but that front left almost just driving around the fence. That was incredible.
Yeah, I heard a bit of a crash sound on my end, so I don't know if that's going to be a 0x for hitting the wall. It looks like he has aborted that lap as Forzan. All went wrong for him at the dipper. Cooper Webster, meanwhile, on a personal best in the 088. He's driving with James Scott, who was the leader of the championship without drop rounds up until a round or two ago. And the 088 is going to want a good starting position and a consistent result from here, because James Scott needs every point he can get to stay in that championship fight. And Cooper Webster, the young gun, certainly the driver that has the edge on pace, and that's why they've put him in the car for qualifying. And this is looking like quite a good lap from Cooper. Let's see how he attacks the chase. Uses almost all of the tarmac apron on the entry. Chris Coxhead, meanwhile, has gone purple as well, so we're going to check in with him in the 208. Cooper Webster abandons that lap, but Chris Coxhead, ruined it right at the final corner. Oh, that would have been a very quick time there for Chris, but at the moment, no better than 24th.
And those are the fine margins. You can't afford to make those mistakes. Even with a 1 hour session up your sleeve here as you watch Richard Hampstead, currently in 6th. 544 has been given more than a slap on the wrist. Disqualified from the qualifying session.
Yeah, that's the 554. I think that's the that's the XG Motorsports entry. Kenneth Latter at the wheel of that one, so they will take no further part in this qualifying session, and they're not going to start any higher than 38th. And with the times potentially coming down later in the session, they might start even further down the grid. So we say goodbye to the 554 for now, as Hampstead sets a 204.0 across the line. That puts them up into position 5. So still not quite where they'd want to be. They'd want to be up there in the top 3 with their sister car, but they've still got plenty of time in the session to get things done.
Michael Schreier, 39th at the moment, and making his way up the Conrod Straight now, being green for most of this lap on the sector times, which means personal bests. It means he should be improving as long as he doesn't make a mistake. And that SSR JK Science racing number 30 in the last 2 sectors. Out of the chase, setting up for Murray's corner. Look at that flood of cars coming to pit road in front of him. No escape rule, so of course, you have to drive back to pit lane to get the fresh rubber. You can't change cars either in the pit lane. You've got to keep the same car with you for the whole session. At 205.225, that's an improvement. He goes to 34th.
Good stuff there for the Synergy Sim Racing number 30, as we're hearing Dane Warren has gone purple in the first sector. Mr. Warren in the number 77, even in a car that he probably wasn't expecting to be driving today. Probably a bit more used to the Commodore. But he is always a driver to watch in terms of one-lap pace, and this onboard shot can show you just how hard he's working. Just barely any corrections there over the hill. Warren's so smooth on the throttle. He knows how to wheel a car around a track like this, so close to the wall, almost hitting the wing mirror on the approach to McPhillamy. Now have a look at the wheel work down through here. The drivers have to downshift, they have to brake, they have to manage the weight transfer all the way down the hill there. It's very difficult to get the car turned in for corners like the Dipper. A little bit of oversteer too on the entry into Forest Elbow, but that would help him. Purple in every sector so far. So this is a very fast lap we're looking at from Dane Warren, and wondering if we're going to see a low 203 or maybe even a 202 by the end of this session. He's got 4 more corners to go.
Look at the gap he's already got over the field, though. It's so tight behind him, but he's got a little bit in hand. Only looking to extend the margin. He was slower in that sector, so maybe due to a poor exit from Forest Elbow, you mentioned. It's a tiny bit of oversteer. How much did that hurt him? Can he claw it back into the final corner? Meet the apex, but don't hit the curb. It'll send you up onto 2 wheels. 202, 224, no, 203, 333.
Yeah.
Goes a little bit quicker and extends the gap by a 1/10 of a second. The timing froze for half a second, and I thought he'd done a miraculous 202, but no, it was a 203.
It was indeed. Well, now we check in with Jake Burton for the VRS team. Of course, Mr. Burton, a veteran of the series himself, and taking the win sensationally at Watkins Glen last season. He's had a bit of an interesting season so far. Has missed a few races, and in the process, moving from Western Australia to Victoria to further his career. So it's been some interesting times for Jake, but sitting in 13th at the moment on times and looking to improve. This is a good run from him so far.
It is. Jake Burton, with experience in a real supercar as well. Part of his partnership with, I think it was Brad Jones Racing, wasn't it? Got to drive that car for a day, and can he use that experience to his advantage? He has been using it in V8SCOPS this season. How about that? Where did that come from? P4, 204.018. Puts that virtual racing school team car right up in the mix.
Excellent lap from Jake Burton. And P8 for the Altus number 06, Marcino, running a 204.112. That's an excellent time as well. So that does make, I think, 3 Altus Esports cars in the top 10, which is awesome.
Robin Kirk in 33rd. Another DPR entry, number 073, this one. 204.6, up to 20th. Oh, that's a big improvement. A lot of drivers finding big improvements right now. Wonder if the track has got a bit of cloud cover somewhere, or has come down a little bit. Brady Myers, he's been purple in some of the sectors. What's the lap time look like? 4-1, not going to improve.
Well, the track temp has actually improved. It's dropped from 52 to 47 degrees Celsius, so that's going to make a big difference to the amount of grip available as we take a look at the legend of 6th place, Brenton Hobson in the number 88. He was a bit touch and go for Phillip Island due to a family emergency and suffered some poor luck with Glenn Postlethwaite at Imola, and it looks like this lap hasn't worked out for them either, so Hobbo going to bring in the 88 into the pits. Either way, it's going to be a fun day for him streaming on Twitch at Hobbo88. He's one of the great representatives of Australian sim racing on the Twitch platform. Emily Jones, meanwhile, sits in 14th place right now. She'll be driving with Andrew Fraser, I believe, in the number 51 machine. Current time, 2:04.3. And
Boyd Mader right in front of her.
Whoa.
Lee Ellis popped his motor into the chase.
Oh no.
And that's going to be session done for that car, the 47.
Unless they can get it back into the pits, which it looks like they just might. Lee's going to have to stay out of the way of these cars. He's got a couple coming up on him. Oh,
repair time?
Between himself and the Synergy car, but no repair time. So a nice lap from Emily Jones improves to P12, but Lee Ellis sharing this car with Kurt Stenberg. It's going to be difficult for them. He has brought it into the pits, but once again, those engine popping woes resurfacing. There was a period a year or so back when Lee Ellis just could not get any luck with engines. He was blowing them left, right, and center. So I guess they'll be hoping that that doesn't happen for them again. But that braking zone into the chase really puts some stress through the drivetrain. You have to blip the throttle in order to engage the next gear when you're downshifting. Oh, that lap was looking good from Corey Shepherd, but it looked like he just hit the wall coming through the metal grate section. But the braking, Ryan, in these cars, you're really putting the engine through a lot of stress, keeping the revs high on the downshifts, because that's really one of the best ways to get these things slowed down.
Yeah. Luckily, the most likely area for a blown engine is right here at the chase, and if you do pop it here, you can limp it back to pit road in qualifying. In the race, you're in for a world of hurt, because, well, then you are going to have to wait for that engine to get repaired, aren't you?
Yeah, correct, and that's going to set you back probably at least a lap. Forza Elnabi across the line. Oh, so close to improving, but oh yeah, he did, my goodness. Yeah, the timing froze once again. That's up to P2 for the 21 United Sim Sports machine. Great time. That's Elnabi showing what he can really do. And Corey Shepherd, who we were watching earlier, abandoning that lap.
Corey Preston, 23rd. And in pit lane. So that will be a change of rubber for him. Pit entry is difficult in qualifying and in the race. Make sure you're not too committed because you can lock it up and nudge the fence. I wonder if that Evolution Racing Team car did exactly that there. Because that bounced awkwardly from the shot we saw of it then.
Yeah, Ethan Grigg Galton, the number 117. Well, they're currently in 5th, so it's a good session for them so far, but you want to get as much practice in for pit entry as you possibly can. What about the 209? Brett Loxton and Thomas Hins driving this one. And Thomas Hins, we've been hearing, came to our director Jay with a little bit of extra information about times. In terms of fuel use on a hot versus a cold track, 23.8 laps in hot weather, 23.1 laps in cold weather. So it does make quite a difference in terms of temperature, but it's not going to be enough to really extend the stint by an extra lap unless you've been fuel saving under safety car.
Well, there goes Hinsley's fuel numbers. Yeah, pretty much. You can save a bit of fuel, but I would say you could save that 0.2 of a lap to go the extra lap. Definitely possible. But with the mandatory 7 pit stops, how much is it really worth to save? There's certainly some games that could be played, such as not taking fuel. Maybe you just stop and go. Maybe you take nothing on that 7th pit stop. It's an interesting rule, isn't it? When you can make it on 6, we think, but 7 is the minimum. So definitely something that Lockie will be able to tell us more about later on. Dane Warren, he's on again.
He is indeed, and pushing hard through the S's and down into the dipper, just avoiding the wall on the inside. I love how smooth this car moves around the track, because, setup, obviously, not the be-all, end-all, but it is quite important around a track like this if you want to ride the bumps, if you want to get the steer on throttle that you need out of corners like Forest Elbow. The suspension of that Trans-Tasman 77 has been set up beautifully to glide over a lot of these bumps and curbs and everything around the racetrack. Out of the chase, little bit of oversteer in third. No, dipped a wheel off, and, well, good thing he doesn't have to travel far to make it back into pit lane, but could we see the elusive 202 from the 77 if the track temp keeps dropping?
Certainly possible. Jordan Ross. That was real close to the fence on the outside of Forest Elbow. Trying to sneak some draft from the 707, I think that was, behind now, and almost clattered into the back of that car. Up Conrod straight he goes. Currently the best lap time, 2:04.351 for him. He can find 3/10. He'll go up inside the top 10, but he's slid into the braking zone there and out of the chase. The rear end complained that's going to cost him, I think. Don't reckon he'll improve unless the first half of his lap was truly spectacular, as he's going to come out of the final corner. What's the lap time for him? 2:04.222. Did improve by 1/10, and it nails him 2 spots higher up the order. So there you go. Proved me wrong. Again.
Yeah, we're seeing drivers make small improvements here in the middle of the session. 35 minutes to go before we can get into the gridding period and start racing here at Bathurst. Emily Jones, slight oversteer on the entry into the cutting. It's a difficult turn to line up the cutting, because you're going through that fast approach through the left-hander, and you have to brake at the same time. You got to run the brake bias a bit more towards the rear in cars like this just to get them turned, because they have a locked differential. Both rear wheels are being driven at the same rate all the time. So that means that there's going to be a bit more understeer on entry as both rear wheels want to turn at the same rate. And it can also result in more oversteer on exit if you put the power down a bit too early. So running the brake bias more rearward allows you to sort of tip it into the corners and look after the fronts. But Emily Jones looking a little bit ragged there through the S's. I don't know if this lap is going to be faster.
Well, I said that 30 seconds ago, and it was. So maybe Emily Jones will improve with this lap, as we see a few cars getting out of the way. Further up the road, though, Josh Muggleton back in 30th place at the moment for JGM Trans-Tasman Racing. What's the lap time? It's a 4.7, and that's now P27. Let's go back and find Emily Jones. Should be coming out of the chase. Well, she is, and she's coming into pit lane as well.
Okay, so that lap wasn't worth continuing. Josh Muggleton driving with his relative Jared. Both of these guys, brothers. They've been in and around the sim racing scene for some time, and Josh Muggleton with real life racing experience as well under his belt. They are true veterans of this series as well, and it's great to see them out on track once again in a SCOPS 1000. That's another thing that I love about this event, Ryan. You know, you have people come and go from the sim racing community because, you know, life happens. People go through career changes, through life changes, and it takes them away from their racing sometimes. But events like this just bring the community back together, and we get to see some of the old names that we were shouting about maybe 3 or 4 years ago. There's a few names in the YouTube chat as well making an appearance. Hey guys, hope that you're enjoying the show so far. We're in for a great race coming up very shortly. At United car looking very ragged over the curbs. The 027 hitting the wall. Sean Thompson driving in the ANZ Motorsports machine. Sean Thompson, a bit of a journeyman in terms of teams and a journeyman on the throttle as well, out of Hell Corner. That's not going to be a great time for him. Remaining 47th, driving with Henry King, who does a lot of organizational stuff behind the scenes for V8SCOPS at Oceanic Sim Racing. And these guys too, Guy Leach and Paul Mansell. They are veterans of the V8SCOPS Enduros as well, and I always look out for Guy Leach at Bathurst because that car throws up some surprises too.
It doesn't really matter where you qualify. He's back in 44th at the moment, but safety car interventions, a long race, strategy, that car could well and truly be a lot further up the order at the end of this race, but still qualifying further up isn't going to hurt you, is it? As we watch down and up the hill, Vincent Skilbeck driving with Jason Bentz this year in the Bathurst 1000, tipping into the chase, looking to find an improvement on this lap from 32nd position, currently on the timing screens. That's the number 17, Willie Vin's Mayhem Republic car. Let's see what it can do. And just behind another car as well, looking to complete a lap, as in front, a whole host of cars. So Briggs, a 204.4. That's an improvement. Skilbeck, does he improve? No, he just did an outlap. The car behind him did improve. That was the Carry-Off Motorsports machine going 39th to 34th. Hayden Veld at the wheel of that one.
Yes, and you've had a bit of enduro experience, Ryan, with Hayden, but didn't quite work out for you guys the last time you did it, did it?
Yeah, I think Hayden might be starting the race for that team. He's attempted it this race 2 times. Don't know what happened the first year, but he didn't get in the car. And last year, I started the car, started to double stint, and then there was a blocked track, and we had nowhere to go, so he never got to race then either. So expect him to be in the car early on in today's race.
Yeah, get some kind of track time in as we take a look at Cooper Webster. He's gone green and purple in this lap. He's on track potentially for P2, but that number 26 CRT car getting in the way at the very end of the lap. It has. Brenton O'Brien, manager of Evolution Racing Team, at the wheel of that number 26. It's still a 2:03.8 for Cooper Webster, but my goodness, that was... that would have been an extra couple of tenths at least.
He would have gone front row. He would have gone front row for sure. He was only a 10th. He's only 800ths away from Pursuit Sim Racing of a second, and that time's only 800ths away from his own time. So he's going to be livid with that from Brenton O'Brien, and I wonder if he will repay that favour later on in this lap now that Brenton is behind him. Here's Griffin Gardner sitting in 15th. The second of the 2 Pursuit Sim Racing cars, and he's coming to pit road now. So he's going to try again a little bit later on. Still just under half the session remaining. Jared Filsell is sitting in 9th position.
Indeed he is. Jared Filsell, a dominant champion of this series and the reigning champion. He's not been able to make it into this series much in 2020, but when he has made appearances, he's shown that he's lost none of his pace. He's driving with Kyle George in that number 910 United Sim Sports car. So a good opening run from him so far, but I reckon with Filsell's pace, with the skill that he has, he can definitely try and challenge for that front row himself and put in a good supporting drive for Elnabi and Haber. That's an XG car stopped at Murray's Corner,
Preston.
I believe. Yes. Poor Corey Preston. He seems to have the worst luck in this series. He was taken out of contention at Imola by Zachary Hanlon in the Altus Esports machine late on in the race. So he'll be looking for a good result here at Bathurst, but a couple of trips to the gravel trap notwithstanding. We'll see how that happens for Mr. Preston. So a bit of a mid-session lull here at the moment as the drivers come in and reset for their next runs. The track is going to change further and further towards the end of the session. In fact, double checking, Bailey Frid and Bradley Vaughan we take a look at. Those guys are making their SCOPS debut, which is awesome to see, and they are just knocking on the door of the top 40. Stopped on track, though. That is no good for them. Something's gone on for them.
No damage on the right side, which is normally where you'd expect damage at that point on the racetrack.
Might it be a hardware failure? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Out of fuel, perhaps. But there's many ways that this could happen. Either way, they're going to be on the blower to race control, asking for a tow, because if they can't make it back to the pits from here, there we go. Tow granted. It looks like they are not going to take any further part in this session, so Frid and Vaughan won't be starting any higher than 42nd.
Rather it happen now than in the race, though. So here's Ian Burr driving with Aaron Dodd, 44th at the moment in the Mark 1 Esports Pink Machine. Over the top of the mountain and then getting set, going past the grate. Make sure to hit the grate, otherwise you'll be headed straight to the fence and then into McPhillamy. There's a car stopped.
Oh,
that's Hayden.
Yeah.
What's Hayden doing there?
Hayden Veld.
Yeah, he actually was going through the gravel at McPhillamy on an outlap, and then just stopped, letting everyone go. I think. I thought way to do it.
Yeah, he's managed to get going again, though, has Hayden, so we will see another lap time out of him shortly, hopefully. But checking back in with Ian Bird, I don't think this lap is going to be a fast one. It looks like he's backed out of this one.
Yeah. And he mentioned that mid-session lull. Well, the track temp's gone back up to 52 degrees. We'll see if Hampstead can overcome that with a improvement here. He's currently 6th. And, well, he improved, but not by enough.
Damn, 203.961 for that machine. There's only 200ths between them and the Evolution Racing Team 117 now. Brady Myers hops back into the Altus Esports 215 to try and improve their standing. And I think everyone knowing that there is potential to improve the times further in the last 20 minutes of this session. So get out there and get onto the track.
Here's Brady Myers using the curb to get the car turned. And car rode pretty nicely through there. Update on the 333. We saw it stop on the racetrack, having to take a tow. It ran out of fuel. That is why. Brady Myers has abandoned his lap. And so we look now to Jake Burton, 7th in the VRS car.
So this should be an improvement for Jake Burton, currently sitting in 7th and not going for the pits this time round. His current time that he sits on is a 203.997. He only has to gain a few hundredths to gain a position. That's a 204.054, though, for Jake Burton. No improvement. So that track temp coming back up to 52 degrees has caught some of the drivers out here. Jordan Caruso brings it back into the pits, electing not to pursue that. Well, there's an awful lot of cars in this field, and we've only been focusing on a few, but here is another one that would certainly have a look out in terms of results. Jordi Sinai and Michael Cracknell driving together in the 018. Now, Sinai would normally be driving with Scott Nolan, but unfortunately, he's not been able to make it.
3 cars in the fence at Forest Elbow. Sean Thompson is one of them. Thomas Hinds is another.
Uh-oh.
And Skilbeck as well in the 17.
Okay, so this is the first real big incident that we've seen in the qualifying session. They've been waiting for a bit of a space to open up, and I don't know if that 7 car is going to go anywhere because all of these cars stuck in the wall. That's going to be a tow granted to the number 7. 2 of these guys teammates as well, the 2 Zuva cars colliding. But Vincent Skilbeck manages to get back going again. But one of those cars, the number 7, out of the session now. That was the car driven by Sean Thompson. We'll see what happened here. Oh, it was on the approach, and it was the 062 DPR machine that started all that.
Hensy. They had nowhere to go.
They were trying to take avoiding action, but Thompson rolling backwards just closed the gap. So Reese Keane is probably going to have a bit of a word with race control after that one. He was on a flyer at the time, so you see Thompson going slowly through this section, and it's just a case of wrong place, wrong time there. Thompson was trying to let people by, but Keane on the flyer behind him was going to stick to that line no matter what.
Well, there's our first big incident of Bathurst Day here in sim racing land in Australia, and it came in qualifying. And that's just the nature of this track, isn't it? When one car goes around, Thomas Hins and Skullbeck showing us that sometimes you just can't avoid it, no matter how good you are. So, 2 out of the 3 of them continue, and Ross Rizzo. Haven't spoken about him, have we, so far? Driving with Scott Zizlowski, Rizzo has a 1,000 to his name. A win, that is. Currently 30th in this qualifying session.
Indeed, Ross Rizzo won this race with Forzan El Nabi when they were teammates at Trick Sim Sports. But now, Ross Rizzo driving with Scott Zizlowski in that car, the 696. We can always count on Ross Rizzo to put out some strategy spanners into the works, because he is incredibly good on fuel. For some reason, Ross Rizzo just able to get so much more mileage out of this car than a lot of drivers in this field. So look out for them to be a factor if they can survive the first half of the race. Meanwhile, oldest driver pairing in the field, the father-son duo, Mitch and Sam McLeod. Mitch is on a quick lap here, currently sitting just outside the top 30 in the Torque Inc. machine. Their fastest time at the moment, a 2:04.763. If they can gain a 10th, that will put them up into the top 30 and potentially top 25. But that is not going to work out well for him. Pushing a bit too hard into the S's and running wide. That lap's going to be abandoned. What about Chris Coxhead then? Driving with Liam Wilde out of the final corner. 32nd for now.
Nice.
A mid 2:04. Nice. That is going to advance them through into P25. Great job from the veteran driver lineup.
Purple on the last sector for Muggleton.
Yeah.
Or that second last sector, rather. The last sector he went through. This is the last sector he's in. Can he convert it into a good lap time?
Oh, he improved, but no improvement in terms of position there. They remain in 26th position, but still 0.003 of a second improvement for Josh Muggleton in the number 81. That is... the margins are so fine around here, and there's so many corners, so many lines through those corners, that one little mistake can make all of the difference between improving and not. What about Forzan El Nabi then? Sitting in the 3rd position, brings it back into the pits. That run is over. We're starting to get to crunch time in the session. Now, listen to this.
Oh,
Pit lane siren. There we go. With X Audio 2 being introduced to iRacing in the new build, there's ambient sounds around the track now, which really increases the immersion factor of the sim. Also gives us a nice audio cue as to when cars are coming into the pits, which is certainly going to make it a bit simpler for us up here in the commentary box. But
all it's missing is a dozen marshals blowing on their whistles as you drive past various checkpoints in the pit lane.
Yeah, for sure. But that will likely probably be a future installment once the immersion factor increases in the coming years. But this build over the last week has been a fantastic build for iRacing. New cars, adding the Dallara P217 and the Corvette C8R, which is a car that I don't think anyone saw coming to the iRacing service.
Yeah, look at this. The Racing Oz cars This is what I talked about in practice. The effect of the slipstream. Tyler Blackburn getting a glorious slipstream from Benjamin Smith.
All right, so that is going to help him out quite a bit down Conrod Straight, and I'd expect his teammate to jump out of the way just after this one, but no.
Didn't
Bit
see
of a
it
problem there.
But yeah, Blackburn had the rear end all out of shape, trying to get the power down. And it brought us up. Purples are lighting up, though, on the screen.
For Andrew Gilliam, gone P2, improving slightly on a 203.692. Richard Hampstead is going to come across the line, and we're hearing Corey Shepherd purple in the second sector. That's a 203.9 for Richard Hampstead. That's not going to be an improvement for him, but Corey Shepherd coming across the top of the mountain in the Premier Racing Team 117. They currently sit in 12th, and if they can break into the 203s, that will ensure them a start in the top 10. Corey Shepherd and Brian Borg driving together in this Endurance Cup, and that is a slightly compromised line out of Forest Elbow. Didn't straight line the exit as much as he would have liked, so that's going to cost him a couple of hundredths at best.
Full throttle. You're lifting at all is still green. The sectors still look good for Corey Shepherd. Can he crack the top 10? Can he crack the top 5? Can he crack the front row? Who knows? Through the chase, he avoids the curb, drives around it. You've seen a lot of drivers use it.
Oh no. No.
I reckon he's going to go to the pit lane.
Can someone finish a lap, please? We'd like to see some laps finished here. Give us something extra to talk about. What about Job Stewart? He's staying out in the 488. One of the mini pursuit cars making an appearance here and looking quick. A 204.2 for him. That's going to elevate them ever so slightly. They do remain in 16th place. Did look like a slight improvement, though, for Job. So both he and his teammate looking forward to a consistent run in the Bathurst 1000.
Consistency is the key to endurance racing. Fastest car, wow, will not always win. That was a decent slide out of the Griffin's Bend.
Goodness. Oh, and a big slide into the cutting as well. He's putting on a bit of a show here on his in-lap as Job. I think he knows that he's on the broadcast. Really throwing around the rear end across this circuit. Meanwhile, car number 990, the Premier Racing Team car. These guys are plumb last at the moment, 50th, and a 10th behind the now retired from the session ANZ number 7. So David Kinmond, if he can improve on this, it's definitely going to be an improvement in starting position for this machine. Chris Coxhead as well, currently sitting in 25th. He and Liam Wilde won't want to hit the wall like that a few more times in this session. I don't think that's going to be an improvement for them, but this is the part of the session now in the final 15 minutes where it really is crunch time. The drivers need to get their best times in now. That increases the pressure, Ryan, and it increases the likelihood of mistakes, which we are seeing from many drivers.
Yeah, and if you have the timing, Chris Coxhead just spun as well. Coming out of Forest Elbow, he's kept it going mostly. Yeah, and if you have timing up at home and you're driving and you see that you're on a really good lap and you know there's only 13 minutes left, and again, the pressure's up even higher. Fords are now Nabi. How's this lap looking for the United Sim number 21? Nope, he's backed out of it. He's in the grass, he's in pit lane. Another lap is aborted. Corey Shepherd continues behind him. But I don't reckon this is a good lap. It's a cool lap. And he will begin a flying attempt now, starting with the braking zone into turn 1. That's the worst corner to get wrong, because if you do, you've got your whole lap ahead of you and you already know you've ruined it.
Yeah, exactly. I've lost count of the amount of times I've been driving something around Mount Panorama, and I've thought I've gotten Hell Corner right, but you just see the delta falling and falling more into the red as you come down Mountain Straight. That is a bit of an awkward situation at the chase. Glenn Postlethwaite in the 88 car taken over from Hobson, and Josh Morris having to take to the gravel trap. So there goes the 543 ERT machine into the pit lane. Benjamin Smith and Jake Blackhall, that one as the number 88 continues on to a lap. Going back to what we were talking about before the crash at Forest Elbow, Yordi Sinai and Scott Nolan were the pairing throughout the Endurance Cup, but Scott Nolan, unfortunately, not making an appearance here due to some personal issues that have taken place over the last couple of days. We wish you all the best, Scott, and we certainly hope that you can get back out on track soon. Same for Shane Evans, part of the Wheelie Bins team. He's had a bit of an injury that has kept him from getting into his rig. So, Scott, Shane, you guys are watching. We hope you enjoy the show, and we definitely hope to see you back out on track again soon.
Yeah, for sure. We all love sim racing, all have a bit of fun, and sometimes real life does get in the way, but we wish you both the best. Hope to see you back for the next round. Richard Hampstead then, P6, winding up the hill now, getting ready to really put it all on the line across the top of the mountain.
Yeah, out of the cutting, nice and smooth, over the bump. There's a very hefty bump there through the right-hander. You almost got a short shift into third gear over that section just to stop the rear wheels from spinning. With the big hit of the curb coming through this section.
Oh, make it stop.
We do apologise. We do apologise for the technical issues. There's an awful lot of cars on this grid, and it means that, that the broadcast PC is having a bit of a hard time occasionally, but holding up really well all the same. Richard Hampstead then through into Forest Elbow. Whoa, pitches it towards the inside and was almost backing it in. Big oversteer on the exit. I don't think this is going to be a big improvement for Hampstead if he continues with this lap. And really, you think about the gap to P1. That's 0.6 that they'd have to make up if they want to run at pole position. As we take a look at the little toilet roll down Conrod Straight, that rainwater tank, looking a little bit unfortunate. Richard Hampstead out of the chase and continuing on with this lap despite some oversteer over the curb. So we'll see what kind of time this works out to, or if he's going to be starting a new one. It's a 2:03.891. That's another improvement for the car, but once again, they remain 6th.
Purple, first sector for Chris Coxhead, meanwhile. Does he pick him up? 25th at the moment. If he maintains that pace, he could go for a massive improvement here.
Yeah, for sure. The gaining a 10th would put him into 21st, but my goodness. It looks like he might have backed out of that one because that was quite the oversteer moment over the crest. We're hearing that Forzan El Nabi has set a personal best in the first sector as well. So we're going to be checking in on that. Benjamin Smith for Evolution Racing Team. Robin Kirk purple as well. There's purple sectors happening all over the circuit at the moment. And oh my goodness, he was on a really good lap there, but big oversteer out of the Reed and Sulman area. So a little bit of traffic as well up ahead. So he's got a bit more to contend with there. That is Jason Bentz letting him go. And then off the gravel trap to let the Sister United car by with Jared Filsell still at the wheel of that one and still in position 9. So can El Nabi maintain the pace that he has despite that oversteer moment across the top?
Look at that train of cars all together on the racetrack at the moment as well. That's going to affect anyone. He's got the draft up Conrod Straight. That might help him as now Briggs gets out of the way and El Nabi loses some of that. His United Simsports teammate behind him, grabbing the grass on the entry to the chase and then going very deep, going off the road. Jared Filsell too deep into the chase. That lap's ruined. El Nabi, his lap's done. He's coming to pit lane as well. Muggleton behind also comes in. Adam Briggs continues, but he was on an outlap. He let them. Robin.
All right. Let's see what Robin Kirk can do here. He was purple in the first sector, so this car is looking very pacey. The 073 across the line, a 204.295, 3/10th improvement.
No.
Perhaps. No. Looks like that hasn't happened for them. Little error with the timing there, but nevertheless, DPR still knocking on the door of an improvement. What can they do in the final 7 minutes? And what can Simone Maria Marchino do from 10th place in the Altus Esports machine? He's going to have a draft down Conrad Straight, thanks to the sister car ahead of him.
So now we're seeing it being used as we get towards the end of the session, aren't we?
Yes.
Team together, 2 green sectors for Simone here. And the Altus car in front is Brady Myers.
Yeah, so Myers currently sitting in 8th with Marchino in 10th. The top Altus Esports car is still the 088 that sits in 4th at the moment. So Altus Esports still with 3 cars in the top 10, but this final run from them is an effort to consolidate that. If Marchino can go a bit faster, then that secures both of these cars in the top 10 towards the end of the session. Out of the way goes Myers. Marchino has gotten the draft down into the chase. These 3 corners are all down to Simone. Just kisses the curb at the chase. Once again, beautiful. Nice line on the exit. Little bit of a wheel dipped into the grass, but that's not going to hurt him too much. Into Murray's corner then, early turn in. What kind of time is this going to be? This could be an improvement, my goodness.
Exactly the same lap time as he'd already done.
Wow. Okay, so a 204.111. Don't escape, Simone. Don't escape, Simone. You got to get back to the pits, mate.
I imagine Bo is screaming over the radio right now. Don't escape! Drive back! Drive back!
There we go. He's gotten the message. and Simone, mamma mia, gets back out onto the racetrack.
That might leave him, though, a little bit short in terms of time left. 2 minutes to get back, 2 minutes to do an outlap. He's just for a final attempt, I think.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for them. Those valuable seconds stopped in the runoff at Hell Corner have probably cost them another proper run at consolidating their position in the top 10. And Marchino, once again, running the same time down to the 1,000th that he had already run in the session. So very unfortunate. That's always annoying when you feel like you've done a great job on a lap and it turns out to be just the same time that you've done before. Josh Muggleton pulls out of another run. So that car, I think, is going to make one more appearance and come across the line before the checkered flag flies.
Here's Brady Myers, fresh off the back of giving Simone massive run. He backs out of his next lap. So, improvement there. Lap time, the 027, Nick Cummings.
This could be a lap.
This could be. Who's Nick driving with for this one? He was partnered up with Harlow for round 1.
Jamie McKnight is his teammate for this one, and Jamie McKnight, part of the management at United. So, with a start potentially outside the top 20, they've got quite some work to do, but Nick Cummings, former driver for TTL Esports, is a driver who is a veteran of the Aussie sim racing scene and is quite pacey in the V8 on his day. So through the final corner they go. Is it going to be an improvement on 22nd? 204.5 is the time they need to beat, and it's a 204.461. That is the exact same time as the True Force Altus Esports car that Simon Feigl and Zach Hanlon are driving. No difference in time between those two.
It's so close, isn't it? The gap at the top is 0.3 of a second at the moment. It is only 2.6 seconds covering the whole field. Only 2 seconds covering top 43.
Yeah, incredibly close field as we look at Forza El Nabi making his way down Conrad. Up ahead of him, Andrew Gilliam in the 201 has gotten a nice draft from Darren Lobb on his outlap, it seems, because Gilliam gearing up for one more final run. But we'll stay with El Nabi to the end of this lap. slight technical issues for Forzan. It's something that he's been dealing with for some time, and it's cost him in the Enduro Cup in the past. But towards the end of this lap, he goes 2:03.765 is the time he's currently on. Is this going to be an improvement out of Murray's corner and across the line? A 2:03.786, 300ths of a second slower. So no improvement there for the United car, and that's going to be the last time we see them in this session. Meanwhile...
Yeah, purple. First sector. So another driver to light up the timing screens with the purple sector, but can he go on with it? Because that's the first sector. Still 5 more iRacing sectors left on the lap for him. Brady Myers is also heading down 2 minutes. Second sector for him.
Yeah, so Myers, he's shown potential for improvements. We're under 2 minutes to go now, so if you're not out of the pits and coming around the cutting right now, you are not going to make it around to start your final lap. Well, let's see what Brady Myers can do. He'll be getting a little inkling of a draft down the straight, but it won't be quite as intense. You see the amount of force just going through these cars every single corner. The brakes come on and the car just lurches forward in the braking zone. On the brakes goes the Altus Mustang, and Myers through then to Murray's corner. The final attempt for the 2:15. What's it going to be for them? 2:04.0 is the time they have to beat. A little bit of oversteer at Murray's, but a 2:03.885, promoted to position 6. Great final run there for Myers and Blacklock.
Where's Gilliam? Remember that purple first sector?
Mm-hmm.
He was super deep into the chase, but he got it pulled up.
Oh, he's going to pull out. That's a shame. Gilliam could have potentially been on for pole there, but our provisional pole sitter out there, and with the livery on the car now, so at least they are on brand despite not driving the Commodore. Oh, look at him going airborne over the curb at the chase.
Oh, that's one way to get through, isn't it? And further behind him, Guy Leach in 45th, a little bit less wild through the chase. Dane Warren abandoned his lap, by the way. Guy Leach, what is he going to do in the 46? Going to be one of the first drivers to... nope, come to pit lane.
Yeah, looks like everyone's heading for the pits now. Waiting to see if there's anyone coming. Justin Wallace in the race on Oz 947 is going to be pulling into the pits. Jordan Caruso into the car for the 117. Ethan Griggault was in the car at the start of the session, but now Caruso being given a run, I think just to get himself acquainted with the track, see what kind of pace he has got in the qualifying session. They sit in 5th at the moment on a 2:03.876. If Caruso can improve on that, it'll be a great end to the session for them, with a little bit of oversteer through the chase and running a bit wide as well at the left-hander. It's not going to help them too much, but staying out to cross the line. See if this is an improvement. And it is a 2:03.917 for Jordan Caruso, so a 10th behind the fastest time set by Greg Galt, but at the very least, you can see that the driver lineup for ERT is consistent on pace.
Yeah, I'm just watching Simon Feigl bring this True Force Altus car to the line to complete his lap. He misses out on improving by half a tenth. Jake Maloney in the Biante Trans-Tasman Racing car, they're currently 7th, and that's where they're going to be starting if no one else behind them improves, because he's abandoned his lap. But there is Job Stewart.
There is. Purple in the 5th sector, which is interesting to see. He stays out as, yeah. So that car definitely set up for straight line speed with 3 cars in the draft. Is this going to be an improvement for them? Looks like a low 2:04 there for Job Stewart. Up 2 spots to 14th place. So finally an improvement there for the pursuit for 88 right at the end of the session. What
Here's
about
Mitchell
McLeod?
Can he find something late to put, as we keep referring to it, the oldest combination on the grid? Further up the order, no, says our director, Jay Kennedy. He's done. Not going to improve. And that's everyone done. Qualifying reaches its end.
It does indeed. No one else out on track setting new laps, so that means that we can start going through the grid potentially. Trans-Tasman Racing have set the fastest time here today, a 2:03.332, and with a gap of 0.3 to the next car behind, the Pursuit Sim Racing 1 machine. It's certainly going to be difficult if that car stays in the lead. There is the top 10. Warren and Down in P1 with Gilliam and Talyancic in P2. Forzan El Nabi and Harley Haber keep the dream alive in the United Sim Sports number 21, third place for them, alongside James Scott and Cooper Webster in the Altus Esports 088, looking for some potential championship points to help James Scott. Jordan Caruso and Ethan Griggolt round out the top 5 alongside Myers and Blacklock in the Logitech G Altus Esports machine. Maloney and Hampstead, winners at Phillip Island, start in 7th place alongside Jake Burton and Dominic Ferraris. They've managed to run a time good enough for 8th place. Jared Philsell and Kyle George make it 2 United cars in the top 10. 2:04.048 in 9th place, alongside the duo of Simone Maria Marcino and Bo Albert. 3 Altus cars in the top 10, 2 United cars in the top 10, 2 Trans-Tasman, 1 ERT, 1 VRS, and 1 Pursuit. Looking forward to seeing how that one goes, Ryan.
Yeah, that's a very good top 10, a juicy top 10. 11th place, just missing out on that, Lob and Wally will start their DPR machine alongside Corey Shepard and Brian Boyle from Premier Racing Team in 12th. Row 7 has Ross and Stokes lining up with Stewart and Purdy in their Pursuit Sim Racing entry. Trans-Tasman Racing, Emily Jones and Kelly starting from 15th. Another Pursuit Sim Racing car of Gardner and Goodall in 16th. Briggs and Dyson in the simrigs.com DPR number 72 lining up in P17. Evolution Racing Teams, Benjamin Smith, Jake Blackhall starting from 18th. Brett Locks and Thomas Hins are 19th on the grid on their Zuva Racing car. And Ellis and Stenberg will start from 20th in their TTR entry after Lee Ellis popped the engine early on in qualifying. They recovered for a top 20.
The sister Zuva Racing car, the 208 of Coxhead and Wild, is going to start from 21st alongside the next Altus car, the 923 of Simon Feigl and Zachary Hanlon. Nick Cummings and Jamie McKnight start alongside Yordi Sinai and Michael Cracknell, United and Synergy on the 12th row, with Luke Pink and Hugh Barter, the youngest driver lineup in the field, a combined age of 29, starting from position 25. Daniel Misdale and Robin Kirk are going to bring the simrigs.com DPR 073 from 26th. Meanwhile, the Muggleton brothers take up row 14 with Vincent Skilbeck and Jason Bentz. Corey Preston and Bradley Ratu managed to scrape into the top 30 for XG Motorsports, a 2:04.5 for them, and they're going to start alongside Glenn Postlethwaite and Brenton Hobson in the number 88.
31st, it's a talking car of McLeod and McLeod, Mitch and Sam. 32nd, next to them, Keenan Pearson and the Simrigs DPR machine. Kobe Jones and Ben Christensen line up 33rd for ANZ Motorsports number 9. Sazarski and Neck 34th for Trick Esports number 696. Then Freer and Stovall for Pursuit in 35th with Benjamin Smith and Andrew Mogridge in 36th, the first of the 2 Race Noz entries. And then Hayden Veld and Matthew Deere in the KRF iCandy Motorsport number 116 in 37th. Wonder if Hayden will actually get to drive the car in the race today on his 3rd attempt. Justin Wallace and Tyler Blackburn are 38th in the 2nd Race and Oz car. 39th and 40th, Ackland, Schreier, and then Knight and Bennett. That's normally the end of our grid.
But we have 10 extra cars in this Bathurst 1050 cars, and the final 10 headed up by Morrison Kenton and Fred and Vaughan, Team Hyperdrive and Mach 1 Esports. Of course, Fred and Vaughan having to escape back to the pits, and they weren't able to improve on their time. Brenton O'Brien and Riley Blythe start ERT 26 from 43rd, alongside Ian Bird and Dodd in the Mach 1 787. Guy Leach and Paul Mansell in the Injectors Online Racing entry. The number 46 has made many appearances at Bathurst. Can they break into the top 20 from that 45th position alongside Matthew Norris and Kane Hewson in the Hyperdrive 218? Mackenzie and Peters in the next hyperdrive car alongside Kenneth Latter and Sean Linsell. Unfortunately, that car escaped back to the pits as well, so they weren't able to improve on their times. Sean Thompson and Henry King also had to escape back to the pits. They'll start from 49th position alongside the Premier Racing Team 990 of David Kinmond and Mr. Rudd. That 990 heading up a 50-car field for this one. We're going to go on a very quick break here as the gridding timer counts down, but racing is coming up very shortly here at the Mount Panorama circuit. This is the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS, presented by Too Easy Finance and Modem Simulation. It's the Bathurst 1000. It's time, the big one. The Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 takes place at a track that almost needs no introduction, the Mount Panorama circuit, a temporary racetrack that is a scenic drive most other days of the year. Of course, to leave it at that would be a disservice to this place. It's hallowed ground, and many of Aussie motorsport's myths, legends and icons were made here. 6.2 kilometres, 23 turns, and 174 metres of elevation change. Mount Panorama combines flat-out blasts between vineyards and paddocks with a roller coaster of corners in a concrete canyon across the top. Its first races were held in 1938, and the track debuted on the iRacing service in 2013. The first turn, Hell Corner, seems easy enough from the air, a 90-degree left-hander, but behind the wheel it's difficult to pick the right line. If you hook up the apex too early, you will overshoot the exit, and the wide curb won't help you very much. It's important to nail traction on the exit, as Mountain Straight awaits. Over the crest is another heavy braking zone into Griffin's Bend, a third gear right. Named after Bathurst's mayor at the time of the track's construction, Griffin's is heavily cambered and clearly favours the inside line. You have to turn in early to fall into the banking and maintain momentum, and any car on the outside through here stands little chance of keeping their position. You can't dawdle on the accelerator either, you're going uphill all the way to the cutting. Speaking of which, the cutting is an incredibly difficult corner. Applying the brakes through the fast entry kink, you once again have to take advantage of the camber in the road, controlling any wheel spin in second gear. An incident into this corner spells disaster, as there's not much room for other cars to avoid you up here. In fact, that can be said for the whole section at the top of the mountain. Concrete barriers surround the circuit, making every corner blind. Up at McPhillamy Park it feels a bit less claustrophobic, but that's only because there's a gravel trap here. In fourth gear, the drivers must tip it in over the red and white curb, lift off, maybe brush the brakes, and then straight back on the power, taking care not to use too much of the exit curb. It's quite rough and can pitch you into the wall if you're not careful. The S's, the most iconic section and the most difficult. As you start braking and turning, you're completely unsighted. The track falls away like a cliff. Managing the load of the tyres is essential. Not many other tracks require you to navigate S-bends like this while slowing and shifting down through the gears. And as always, the walls are there to catch you out if you dip a wheel into the grass or misjudge your line. Out of the second gear dipper, the car drops into its biggest compression around the lap, and before you know it, you're approaching Forest's Elbow. I said the track falls away at the S's, but it really falls away here. An extreme downhill approach into a tight left-hander. Some drivers take a wide entry, some stick to the inside, whatever they find comfortable. A lot of drivers in the sim, and some in real life, go all the way down to first gear for this corner, which gives the car more turn on entry and more traction on exit. As long as you don't tag the wall at the site of Dick Johnson's famous shootout crash, you now have a moment to rest down Conrod Straight. This is the fastest part of the circuit, where top speeds from 285 to 300 kilometers an hour are reached, and it's right at that point that you need to set up for the chase. The addition of this chicane in 1987 is the only change made to Mount Panorama's layout over the years. It's a popular spot to pass, and to make mistakes too. The right-hand kink is flat out at top speed, and you barely have any time to line up the heaviest braking zone on the whole lap. Smash down into second gear for this uphill left, avoid the curb to keep the car settled, and keep the rear tyres from losing grip as you power out through another right under the bridge. Finally, at the end of the lap, we've got two potential pitfalls. The first is the entry to the pits, a racetrack in and of itself, with a double chicane you need to navigate before the speed limit kicks in. Expect a few wheels dipped into the runoff here, maybe a crash once fatigue sets in. If you're staying out though, Murray's Corner is your last challenge before starting another lap. 90-degree left, once again, seems simple, but that curb on the inside is prominent and will cost you a lot of time if hit. If you survived this far, congratulations, you get to do it all over again. We'll be doing that 161 times on Sunday, and at the Checkered Flag, we'll have not only 2 more names to etch into the records, but new Endurance Cup champions as well. So join us as 100 hopefuls fight for the crown. And just in time, we are back. The cars are on the grid for the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. The gridding period is just about over, and we're getting ready to start. Track temp has gone up by a degree. It's now 53. The 10-minute grid timer is now out. And we're waiting to see when the revs rise. And it looks like the drivers are going to be waiting a couple more seconds. There we go. Revs rising. 161 laps around Mount Panorama is go. And it's a great start initially from the Trans-Tasman number 77. Not a great start from Andrew Gilliam in the 201. He had to cover the number 21 with Harley Haber at the wheel of that one. Bit of side-by-side running with Jake Burton and Jake Maloney, as we've already got a car off at the Hell Corner gravel trap. That is the Altus Mustang of Hanlon and Feigl. They're losing a lot of positions on this first lap. Corey Preston then up into 25th and challenging the DPR car for position, but up ahead, it's a great lead at the moment for the Trans-Tasman 77. Pursuit Sim Racing, Gilliam and Taliancic in second place, but Harley Haber absolutely attacking right now, coming through the cutting for the first time. This is the first real choke point.
Yeah, Simone Miramachino stalled it on the grid and sent cars scattering. One actually got into the fence on the right-hand side, trying to get around that Altus car as it was stranded. Look at this.
Oh, Harley
Andrew
Haber.
Gilliam's got Harley Haber up his bumper. Heading into McPhillamy down Skyline. It's lap 1, Harley. Settle. That is so close.
Well, he definitely knows that the United car is great on race pace, so he's searching hard for a move on Gilliam. We might see one down at the chase, because this is the first proper overtaking spot. Everyone moving into single file formation as they come out onto Conrod Straight, past the National Motor Racing Museum down at Murray's Corner. The 77 has eked out the gap even more. Dane Warren on the attack, and so is Harley Haber. Through he goes on Andrew Gilliam. I think Gilliam just lifting off a bit early to let Haber through. No point in trying to fight a move like that too hard on the first lap.
So a decent 1.6 second advantage for the 77 at the end of lap number 1. Dane Warren got away well. Harley Haber, aggressive, gets himself up into second place for United Sim Sports. Gilliam 3rd, Scott 4th, Grigalt 5th for Evolution Racing Team. Biggest loser on lap 1, it is Marchino, minus 16.
Yeah, that is an incredible fall there for the Altus Esports car. Started in 10th place, but lap 1 is complete, and now everyone's going to start falling into a bit of a rhythm here. Oh, potential
Scott.
move there. James Scott goes up the inside of Andrew Gilliam at the Griffin's Bend, and Gilliam stuck on the outside. Once again, that outside line through the corner, not worth a cent.
Oh, Brady Myers, get into him.
Yeah.
He turned in too early, and that put him into the fence on the outside. He gets away with it, though.
Yeah, well, he's actually under big pressure now from Jake Burton in the number 33 as a result of that. Burton and Maloney just behind him, but that has given Gilliam a little bit of a gap to work with behind. He's lost an extra 2 positions there, with James Scott and Ethan Grigalt both getting by him in the 088 and the 17. say a brief hello to Steve Myers and Dale Earnhardt Jr. there in the chalet. But up on the top of the circuit, it's looking like the top two streaking away from everyone at the moment. And we're having a couple of slight technical issues on our end. We do apologize, everyone. We're going to have to go through a quick restart, but we're going to be keeping you updated as soon as we come back here on SimSpeed TV. And we are back. We do apologize for the issues that we've been going through in the last few minutes, but radio comms for just a bit while we work on getting live pictures back to you. Little update on what's been going on up in the top 5. Well, we know that Harley Haber managed to rocket himself up into second place, and the pursuit car of Gilliam and Taliancic has been put all the way back to 5th, but Harley Haber in second now is actually not getting away from James Scott and Ethan Griggolt behind him in the 088 and the 117, just coming across the top of the mountain now into Skyline. It seems that Haber has calmed down a little bit.
Yes, he has. So the gap, as you said, 3.1 seconds, and Haber running second might want to find a bit of pace because he has got Altus and Evolution right behind him now, putting the pressure on him that he applied to Gilliam on lap 1. Gilliam has fallen to 5th place after starting on that front row. And Marcheno, after losing all those spots on lap 1, yet to find any of them back.
And it's a move into the chase for James Scott. He moves past Harley Haber, puts the number 21 between himself and Ethan Griggolt. There's also a move further back at the chase. Jared Filsell in the United 910, slipping through on Brady Myers in the 215 Altus Esports entry. So they are now up into 6th place, the second United car, Filsell and Kyle George.
This is, of course, Radio Scops right now. Just waiting on those live pictures to come back any second now as we finalize sorting out those issues so that we can all enjoy our great race without suffering from an epileptic fit.
Yes, indeed. But up the front, the Trans-Tasman number 77 is the absolute class of the field right now. They're enjoying almost a 4.5 second lead over the second place 088 machine. And speaking of second place back, James Scott starting to eke out a tiny gap over Harley Haber in the United car. And Haber starting to fall into the clutches of Ethan Griggolt. So it was a great advancement for the United 21 to start off with. But we know that Harley Haber can be pretty tough on his tyres. He's a very aggressive driver. So only 5 laps in, those tyres might be almost past their best for the first stint.
Well, how long is our first stint?
That is going to be about 23 laps, according to the numbers that we've been given and the numbers that that Lockie Mansell has been working with over the course of the prep for this event. We're back to live pictures. Here we go. Mount Panorama, the final corner down there on the pit straight. But Lockie, bringing you in for the first time in this race. It was a bit of a hectic start for some drivers, but everyone's settled down now and they're going to start to think about that 23-lap initial stint. They might do it a bit shorter, though, because remember, we do have 7 mandatory pit stops.
Correct. So just thinking about how people might strategise at this point. So, like you say, you can run out to the maximum fuel range, which is 23 laps. But when you think about 7 pit stops, it means that you're effectively dividing the race up into 8 stints, which would mean that you stop pretty much every 20 laps with one spare lap in there somewhere to take you up to 161 laps. What we might also see is some drivers who maybe feel like they're stuck in a bit of traffic and not fully able to exploit the performance of their cars actually go for a slightly early pit stop, maybe around as early as lap number 15 to try and do the undercut and get a bit of clear track. So with the 7 compulsory pit stops, there is a bit of strategic flexibility with how teams can approach this race.
Yeah, that early pit stop is obviously going to allow them a leg up on the competition in the first round of stops, but that's going to mean they're going to have to extend the mileage out to the full 23 laps on one of their stints.
That is correct, and probably the other consideration would be the relative performance of two drivers. There are some combinations that have got a couple of drivers who are fairly evenly matched in terms of performance, so again that gives the teams a fair bit of flexibility as far as who's in the car at any particular time. But then you've got some other teams where one driver is noticeably stronger than the other one in terms of the lap times that they're able to achieve. And in that case, it's really about making sure that you have the emotionally vacant driver in the car for a minimum amount of time and at a stage of the race where it's going to minimise your chances of losing too much track position.
Well, thank you very much, Lockie. We'll be coming back to you throughout the race, and I guess we'll be talking to you next when the first round of pit stops comes around, which isn't too far away. That number 06 Altus Esports machine on the recovery after a terrible lap 1. Vincent Skilbeck up into 29th position, defending from the trick car of Rizzo and Sislovsky. And everything that we've seen in Scops over the years teaches us one thing as the trick car now gets into the draft, and it's going to be a move at the chase. It doesn't matter whether you're in the top 10 or just outside the top 30, everywhere in the field. You have someone to race with, Ryan, as these guys are proving just up ahead. It's Daniel Misdale and Brenton Hobson fighting for 27th position.
There are some really big battle groups right now. Yeah, Vincent Skilbeck has got a whole host of cars stacked up behind him, and he is the proverbial cork in the bottle. In fact, look at this as well. This is even bigger, and steady on! Benjamin Smith trying to force his way by Darren Lobb, and only just able to do so. In fact, why is Benjamin Smith at the wheel of the Evolution Racing Team car?
Yeah, good question there, but there is two Benjamin Smiths in the field. One of them driving for ANZ, the other driving for Evolution Racing Team. There is the car.
Oz, actually.
There we go. Ben Christensen in the number 9, I think, driving with Benjamin Smith there. They're in the pits now. That's been an issue for them up at the top of the mountain. So we've got 2 cars at a standstill in the pits at the moment. Not a great day for a couple of Mustang squads, but have a look at this pack up at the top.
I can tell you without a doubt that the other Benjamin Smith is racing Oz 91 back in 33rd. So Benjamin J. Smith is at the wheel of the 91 racing Oz car. Benjamin Smith was almost turning Darren Lobb around up mountain straight. Lobb was trying to cover off, wasn't he? And Benjamin Smith did not want to lift off. Look at this. Greg Galt's got the run. He's got the move. Up the inside on Harley Haber. P3 is...
No!
A bit of contact.
Yeah, just a bit of rear quarter contact. He wasn't fully past Haber before he got back on the line. And Harley Haber is going to keep the pressure up as much as he can. Through goes Jared Philsell then. The sister car letting him go. And side by side down the front straight. They're going to back this whole pack up here. Difficult racing between the 2 United Sim Sports machines, but now Haber's still at the front of this one. I wonder if Philsell now is going to fall into the role of protecting against the chasing pack, because behind them is Gilliam, Myers and Burton, all very formidable drivers. And there's Josh Muggleton making a move on the 027 United machine, up into 22nd now, the Muggleton brothers.
He is Philsell, by the way, made the move on Harley Haber. There you go. Down into the braking zone of Griffin's Bend. So he gets his United Sim Sports one at number 2 up into 4th position. United Sim Sports number 1 falls back to 5th with Gilliam, Myers and Burton all behind, looking to improve their own positions as well.
Geordie Sinney and Michael Cracknell in the 018 Synergy machine. Unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to them because they are our first official retirement from this race. They've not been able to get back out onto the circuit. That's a big shame for those guys after all of the preparation they've gone through, and they are out before the first 10 laps have been run. Big commiserations to you guys. We hope to see you come back stronger later on in the season, but this fight for fifth on back, we're looking at 7th and 8th here. Myers and Burton trying to stay out of each other's hair down Conrod Straight, but when they get up to the top, you see that they really close up, bumping bumpers. There's no space up the top of the mountain for some extreme moves like you'd see down here at the chase, and even then they're having to back out slightly just because there's no space. But those two United cars just up ahead, Jared Filso really putting the pace down now as there's a move there. Griffin Gardner having to yield to Darren Lobb coming into the chase, and remember, Lobb, very good in pre-qualifying, coming back is Griffin Gardner at Murray's corner and getting the move done very nicely too, but that's going to offer an opportunity to the Trans-Tasman number 47 behind them. Ellis and Stenberg coming through, and that is a move on Lobb, but can he hold it down the front stretch? No, he cannot down Mountain Straight, has to slot back in, so this is going to be a move up at Griffin's Bend potentially. Kurt Stenberg, another veteran of this series. He's been competing from the very first inaugural test season of SCOPS, but all of that experience telling him it's not a good idea to put a move on Darren Lobb at this point.
Yeah, Lobb would have thought he'd completed that move on Gardner, but Gardner fought back, and now he's on the defensive to Kurt Stenberg. We go back to the battle for the P5 area. Andrew Gilliam sitting in 6th right now. Remember, started 2nd, so he did lose a bit of early ground, but he's settled, he's recovered, and he's definitely in the rhythm now, right ahead of Myers, chasing down those two United Sim Sports cars, which crucially aren't fighting each other anymore. I'm just having a look at the lap times as well. Our race leader is still the fastest car on the racetrack, Dane Warren, showing no signs of slowing down. James Scott comfortably in 2nd, Grigalt comfortably in 3rd, and then that group behind, which are doing 207s.
Yeah, there's the visual gap. Through went the 77, and there is the 088. We'll stay on this shot and see the gaps. There's the battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th. Gilliam, Myers, Burton, and then we've got Hampstead and Maloney there in the 28 leading up a big pack, with Emily Jones and Andrew Fraser up ahead of the 543 Evolution Racing Team machine. Oh, that's a potential move there. Coming into the corner for the XG Motorsports car, Corey Preston trying a move there, but not quite.
He sends one up the inside of Vincent Skilbeck. Can he get it pulled up? Skilbeck going to try to cover off, but he can't do it. And this is going to allow Hayden Feld potentially an incentive as well. So he has got to drive the car, and he's coming into pit road. So Hayden Feld brings the KRF Motorsports, iCandy Motorsports car into pit road here on lap number 9.
Righto. So that's going to mix things up a little bit. I wonder if that is a ploy to get off strategy a bit, get themselves out of that pack, get into some clear air, and set the times that they know they can.
Yeah, well, Feigl has come in as well. So I wonder, yeah, if you're exactly right there, trying to get in some clean air. I would comfortably say both of those drivers were being held up in that respective group. So this might not be a bad call. He stays in the car, and he'll keep going for another 20-odd laps.
And Feigl brings it out of the pits as well. So those cars just taking some regular service there. Jordan Ross and Job Stewart, meanwhile, this is just outside the top 10 coming into the S's section. Job Stewart, with a car in front of him, there's a very stressful situation trying to get that thing slowed up while there's cars in front of you and tapping the wall. That's going to result in a bit of aero damage for that machine. I think Job
front left,
regretting that. Front left not looking good for those guys. That's going to result in a bit less straight line speed down Conrod, but they've still got the draft to help them for now.
So it's pushed in the front left fender, and you can see the tyre wall now meeting the full force of the air. That's going to hurt quite a bit. Might give him some understeer into the right-hand corners as well, such as Griffin's Bend. So he will be hoping to get some of that repaired over the rest of this gargantuan race. Here's Pink, and here's Marchino. Marchino looking to claw back a couple more spots. He's up 3 from where he originally fell, but still overall minus 12 after stalling on the line, and so fortunate that no one clattered into the back of his car. That looked like Skilbeck off the road on the right-hand side.
Yeah, he's gotten off to a bit of a slow start there. So I think either overshooting through the chase or there's an incident, and there's an XG car in the pits. Kenneth Latter brings the number 554 in. Remember, those guys were disqualified from the qualifying session for escaping back to the pits. So from that far back on the grid, worth trying as Myers and Burton side by side into the cutting. There goes Burton, and Myers is going to have to let him go there. That was a very brave move from Jake Burton, but we know him for brave moves in this series. That would have taken a bit of cooperation from Brady Myers as well for that to be pulled off.
Lap 11, I don't know if I'd be pulling that move. Yeah, you are very reliant on that other car being complicit in that overtake. You can see he almost shaped for a look into Griffin's Bend, didn't go for it, and then Myers, he's just a bit wide of the apex, isn't he? So it delayed his throttle application. That allowed Burton to get the run, and he switches to the left, and right there you can see he actually grabbed the fence, and I think he might have actually grabbed Myers as well at the same time as he bounced off.
Well, Jake Burton will want to avoid that for the rest of this race, because those walls, particularly at the cutting, they jut out, and you clatter them as you turn in. That can really damage your car, as we saw with the other machine just before. So at least Burton is now by, and he's probably hoping that he has some clear air in front of him and he can start a bit of a campaign to move himself forward a little more. Meanwhile, back in the pack, Marchino and Pink just behind the two Zuva Racing cars. And these two trying their best to work their way up forward. The ERT number 13 is up 4 positions from where they started, but the Racetech Altus Esports car 12 positions down still, but they stand a chance to gain a couple of positions here because Chris Coxhead has fallen off the pace a bit versus his teammate Thomas Hinz up ahead, who is pressuring Kurt Stenberg now for a potential move towards the course at the end of this lap.
Did you see Muggleton come off turn 1 behind him sideways as
Yes.
he grabbed the grass with the right side tyres? Right, Luke Pink shows his nose, but he's not far enough up there to dive up the inside on the brakes of the Zuva Racing car, as Ian Bird has also come to pit road. Benjamin Smith, that car is missing its rear end.
Oh, it is indeed. So Ben J. Smith and Andrew Mogridge are going to have a damaged car for the rest of this race if they manage to get back out, because the way that the repairs are done, you're not always given back your rear wing if you lose it. So at the very least, they'll have a bit more straight line speed down Conrod, but the car will have a little bit of wayward behaviour for those guys.
So they've got to go trekking through the mountain to go find it, and it's a bit difficult sometimes. So they're going to have a rough old race. Luckily, the lack of rear wing on iRacing isn't quite as bad as it is in real life. You can actually get around the corner without spinning. So there's a positive. But a drive-through penalty has been issued to Jacob Knight for the incident with Benjamin Smith.
Righto, so those two obviously came together at some point. That's the reason why Benjamin Smith lost his rear wing. It was only on the last lap, so we'll see if we can grab a replay for you as we focus on Haber and Gilliam. Bit of oversteer for Harley Haber, and Andrew Gilliam chasing hard. He's gotten a bit of his mojo back after losing a couple of positions in the first lap. Here is the replay then. Thanks to our friends at Modem Simulation for your support. So Jacob Knight versus Benjamin Smith. And looks like this might have happened into the chase. You see Jacob Knight there in the red car just up ahead of Benjamin Smith there. Through goes Knight and Smith. And then coming into the chase, we'll see what happens here. Smith went very hard into the chase, and I think it was a car that went off just up ahead. That was the number 17 of Skillback. So that wasn't, that had no effect, obviously. The Race on Oz car up ahead, though, gets by Jacob Knight. So what happens to Smith? Oh! Oh, okay.
Did he retaliate on the wrong car?
I don't know. That's quite interesting, because obviously it was the other Race on Oz car that made the contact. I think it was this move up here at the cutting. Is both of these cars side by side on the run up to Griffin's Bend. This might be some overzealous overtaking around the outside from Jacob Knight. No, it remains clean between... Oh, there we go. He tried to come back on Smith and then just turned him around at the exit of Griffin's. And that's what's resulted in the damage to that car. And of course, Knight given a drive-through penalty from race control. So that car is back out on track, but down in 49th and last running. So Jacob Knight down into 38th after taking that drive-through penalty. An update on the top 5, meanwhile. Gilliam is by Haber, but putting some big pressure on them down Conrod Straight.
Shafting down Conrod Straight. Harley Haber's sat in the boot of Andrew Gilliam. Now he's having to defend Jake Burton, and Burton gets real close to the back of him. That is about as close as you want to get early on in this race. Battle for P5 well and truly alive as Gilliam finally makes the move on Haber, who I think recognized that they didn't want to get back by him, but was in the awkward spot of having another car ready to get by as well. Brady Myers isn't too far off them. In fact, he was 0.6 quicker than Burton and a second quicker than Haber on the last lap. And this is Job Stewart and Adam Briggs, 12th and 13th. Briggs closing up to the back of Stewart, who's probably realised by now that he's got some damage on that front left.
Yes, indeed. And you can see there is a bit of a difference there as Briggs makes the move potentially at Griffin's No. He had a bit of a look, but electing to stay behind for now. But of course, that means that he's probably going to have to stay behind the entire time across the top of the mountain. He's letting Job Stewart know that he wants to get by, flashing the headlights, but there's going to be no dice here across the top. You can tell, though, that number 72 has a lot of pace under its belt, because they started all the way down in 17th, now up to 13th position and pressuring this pursuit car that's also moved up from where they started.
I want to talk about the undercut and the strategy, right? Well, I'm looking at those two that pitted, the ones we saw come in at the same time, Veld and Feigl. Their lap times, Feigl just did a 6.7, Veld just did a 7.0. Before that, he did a 6.5. Compare that to the group we just looked at, 5th, 6th, and 7th, doing low 7s. So
yes.
they're matched at pace, and they were both outside the top 30.
Well, that's the clear air, isn't it? If you're right in the pack with a bunch of cars, you can't drive to your full potential. So these guys are certainly getting their race off to the start they want, getting that clear air, keeping up the lap times. And we'll see what happens when the rest of the field comes in for their scheduled pit stops around the lap 20 mark, we're thinking. So not that long to go until pit lane really comes alive. Stewart and Briggs down at Murray's Corner. They've still been quite close down Conrod Straight, and Briggs just not able to get the run on Job despite Stewart's damage.
Yeah, he needs to fire off here really well, and he's not. That's the issue he's got. The two biggest overtaking opportunities down at turn 2 and down at the chase rely on the exit from the preceding corner. And if he's not got a car that's particularly great with traction, or he's maybe used up his tyres a little bit more than Stewart, he's going to struggle to get the run and subsequently make a move and pull off an overtake. So he might need to reassess his line potentially through those two corners, or really try to do some magic across the top and down the hill to get close enough where he can use the slipstream to suck up to the back of Stewart's car.
Yeah, potentially he can, but you can see that he is losing some time across the top. And Job Stewart, I mean, we saw that that he hit the wall before, and that's because he's just pushing so hard. And you saw that just then as well. He's really hurling it into every corner up the top of the mountain. We check back in with the battle for 8th place on forward. Brady Myers, having started in the 6th position. Back down a couple, thanks to the shuffles around at the start, but still in the draft of Jake Burton, and these guys will be thinking, okay, we're going to have to kind of mirror the strategy that these guys are doing. They're the guys that we're racing with at the moment, as long as you stay under green flag conditions. So they'll have to time their pit stops so that they come in with, or maybe even a lap before, the cars in front, and that might allow them a little bit of an undercut. Gilliam is still at the front of this pack in 3rd place, but Harley Haber starting to fall back once again, and it seems like Jake Burton is now coming up against him, which means Myers is looking to potentially gain an extra position himself. Burton right behind Haber on Mountain Straight and pulls out to the inside. It's going to be a move down at Griffin's Bend for Jake Burton. Last of the late breakers, 2 very aggressive drivers here together on track, but Burton slips on through, and Haber gives him a little kiss of the bumper just to let him know, okay, you might have passed me, but I am still here.
Interesting race so far from that United Sim Sports car of Harley Haber and his co-driver as well, Forza Narnabi, who's had no say in this race since qualifying, but really good on lap 1. And aside from lap 1, I wouldn't have pegged it as top 5 pace, because he's struggled a little bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. But I think that's the pattern that we've been seeing with Forzan and Harley in all the Endurance Cup races so far. Harley might be a little bit slower, a little bit less consistent, but he is keeping the car on track at the moment, which is good to see. In Harley's earlier days, we'd probably expect a couple of incidents from him, but I reckon, especially in this Endurance Cup, he has come in leaps and bounds in terms of racing quality. So he's able to stay in touch with these guys for now. But really, Harley's role is to make sure the car stays in the top 10, and when El Nabi gets in the car, potentially in the middle stint of the race, he's going to really advance his way forward. Back then to Luke Pink and Simone Maria Marcheno, there's been no change of position between these two when we last checked in on them. Simone at the moment feeling a bit stuck, I think, after having a car good enough for the top 10.
Yeah, he'll be frustrated. Bell will be frustrated as well. But it's lap 17. There's no reason to stress. Look at the group in front. That's 5, 6, 7 spots straight away. You can get these guys and girls with pit strategy. You know, you don't need to pass them on the racetrack, and you know there's going to be a safety car intervention, at least one at some point. So all that Smoda needs to do right now is just keep his head cool and not go for a brash overtake, trying to desperately claw back some ground that he's lost before handing it over to Bo.
Yeah, well, they're in the position that they're in. It is what it is, so all Simone can do is just hang back a little bit, look after the car, look after the tyres, make sure that they are ready to go for the rest of the race. On board again with Adam Briggs as he follows Job Stewart across the top of the mountain. You see how aggressive Job is with the curbs. It's interesting, the different lines that drivers take across the top. Some drivers avoid that curb at the metal grate. Some just absolutely clobber it, and it really comes down to preference. Same thing up here at Forest Elbow. Some drivers use first gear to get the car turned in. Not much oversteer from Adam Briggs there, stayed in second. Big drama.
Check up. Kurt Stenberg was very slow. It caused them all to stack up.
Oh,
They've
yeah.
all kept it on the fence, but I looked down. I was looking at that broadcast feed. I looked back up, and suddenly there were cars everywhere. So I don't know how it started. Might need a replay.
Yeah, okay, so it looks like that's contact between, Darren Lobb. Darren Lobb got into the wall, and we're seeing the aftermath of this incident continue. There's some pretty heavy damage there to the Trans-Tasman 47, side by side with the sister car of the Muggletons. But it was Darren Lobb who hit the wall coming into the S's, and that resulted in Stenberg driving straight into him. There wasn't much room for error, so Darren Lobb...
Wow. Yeah, been dancing out of the last corner. And, well, this is looking a little bit dicey right now. Lobb's going backwards courtesy of his damage. He's got Luke Pinkuppers inside. They're all sliding tyres now. And, whoa, Muggleton in the background was completely sideways too.
Yeah, very tough times at the moment for this pack. And Darren Lobb now facing up against Simone Maria Marchino, who's managed to keep the car clean in the midst of all of that. Great heads-up driving, and Corey Preston is going to get on through as well. Great to see for them another position. Kurt Stenberg has brought the number 47 car into the pits, and I get the feeling that they're going to be sitting there for some time. Let's take a look at how all of that happened. So Kurt Stenberg, his perspective of this will be interesting, because you see Darren Lobb up there ahead of him. Coming down into the S's, Lobb pushes just a bit too hard and gets into the wall in the right-hander. From that point, there's not much Stenberg can do. Lobb in the wall, and then bam! Right there, Stenberg smashes into him. So that created the big check-up, and everyone had to take avoiding action. Marchino managed to get up ahead of Stenberg, but that number 47, not in a good shape.
You know how easily that could have taken out every single one of the cars in that group?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That is the danger of these big packs of cars. The guy at the front makes a mistake like that, you rarely see them all get away with it like that, with the exception of poor Stenberg.
Yeah, I think all the drivers in that situation were quite lucky that that didn't turn into something even worse. The first of the leaders pits, and it's Andrew Gilliam on lap 19, brings the 201 in. And now, Lockie, this is where the pit lane is really going to come alive. We saw that that a few drivers were going for an early pit stop around lap 10, lap 11 to try and get an extra undercut, put them off strategy to everyone else, try and gain some positions that way. But now we're starting to see the undercut being employed up the front.
Yeah, and it looks like they've opted to do a driver change in car 201 as well. So Andrew Gilliam did the opening stint, but now Michael Taliancic, who you would have to say is probably the slightly slower of the two drivers, is going to get in that car for his first stint of the race.
We see a replay of Harley Haber getting passed by Brady Myers into Griffin's Bend, and a little bit of a give back there from Haber. Myers going a bit hard into the corner, and no harm, no foul from those guys. But Haber is really staying with Myers across the top. We're going to wait and see what these drivers do when they come down to pit road.
You know, each car is going to have their strengths and weaknesses as well. Haber's could be good across the top, but maybe he's lacking a bit of straight line.
Yeah, that's also a possibility. We'll see down Conrod. Myers, tiny bit compromised through the mid-corner, but gets a great second phase of the exit.
So in theory right now, Haber should pull up to him.
Yeah, and it looks like he is, only just tiny little advances.
There we go. The end of the straight. That's where it really comes into effect, and Haber sucks right up to the back of the Altus car. I think he lifted off, because he knows that right now Myers is quicker. Further up, the top three, all of them stayed out. Make up the top four. Burton stays out as well. So does Myers. So does Haber.
Yeah, so our lead pack definitely electing to run as quick as possible. There's Corey Shepherd and the Synergy car. Adam Briggs comes in as well. He's had enough of chasing Job Stewart.
That was Jordan Ross in that Synergy car.
Yeah, bringing the 143 in, but the Zuva cars stay out with the rest of this pack with Martino and Preston. Nick Cummings stays out as well. What about the Race On Oz machine of Tyler Blackburn? Will he elect to come into the pits? That car has had a few adventures today, and they're going to go for at least one more adventure around the Mount Panorama circuit. They stay out once more. Frid and Leach very close together as well for the last position in the top 30. That was almost a move towards the pits, I thought, but through then goes Bailey Frid. Side by side with Guy Leach across the start-finish line, and it looks like he might have a run into Hell Corner if he can pull it up right, but no. Guy Leach protecting from him. Excellent to see. No, I've actually gotten the drivers completely swapped around there. It was Guy Leach making the move. I do apologise for that. It's going to be a long day, isn't it? Michael Taliancic into the Pursuit 201, and he has got quite the pack to deal with here. Want cars in front of him, but they've come out in that same pack. Through goes Taliancic on Bailey Frid there.
Now, I cast my eyes back to those lap 10 pitters again, just to try and get a gauge of what they're doing, because we're going to get a good idea of... Hang on. No, lads, don't do this. Side by side, anywhere from the cutting to Forest Elbow is dicey.
That it is, and Guy Leach protecting from Bailey Frid there. Bailey had to pull out of that one. But, my goodness.
At that point, yeah, those two lap 10 pitters, or the group lap 10 pitters, trying to get a gauge of them. So they pitted from the group that was stuck behind Skillbeck, and this is where Skillbeck is now. That's where Feigl is, and he's fallen a little way behind Veld, who's the first of our very early stops, I believe.
Yeah, we got a couple other cars in too. Job Stewart pits. This is going to be interesting in the battle with Adam Briggs as we take a look at second and third, who are together on track. So James Scott has fallen into the clutches of Ethan Griggold. ERT versus Altus, the team that started from Evolution Racing Team. A bunch of former ERT drivers breaking away and starting that particular outfit, but both of the teams have remained competitive in SCOPS. So it'll be interesting to see whether one of these guys decides to take the lap earlier stop, try and get a bit of an extra gap going. But it remains to be seen, because they're certainly not going to be in any danger of threatening the lead.
Not at this point, not over 10 seconds away. They'll just be biding their time until this race condenses a little bit later on, whether that be through mistakes, lapped cars, or safety cars, and what other wild host of things. Anything except kangaroos bouncing on the racetrack. Not something that is modelled in iRacing yet.
Just a bit of an update for you guys from down in pit lane. So I've got the number 143 car of Kyle Stokes back into the pits. That's the Kyle Stokes and Jordan Ross Synergy Sim Racing entry. It was in the lap prior as well, and they didn't drive a change. So obviously there's been some sort of issue with that car, which has seen them have to come back in for another unscheduled pit stop.
Thank you very much, Lockie. That's no good for the number 143. Obviously some kind of technical issue preventing them from doing that. And in comes James Scott into the pits, first of our very lead pack.
Stewart pitted as well, by the way. And he came out right in front of Dion Peters. And we have finally got a really good gauge of how big that undercut was. You know why? Because Peters only about 3 or 4 seconds ahead of that KRF car that pitted from what was about 20 spots behind Stewart.
Yes, indeed, and that's a driver swap for the number 088. Cooper Webster jumps back into the Altus Esports Commodore. And for 8th and 9th, Emily Jones and Benjamin Smith fighting hard. They got quite the pack behind them as well for this particular pack. They got who? Griffin Gardner and Kyle Stokes behind them, and it looks like the Synergy car has managed to sort out their issues in the 143. They're back out on track, but in 35th position, and they'd be a lap down on the drivers around them. But Emily Jones putting in some great consistent laps here, and she's kept the car clean to boot as well. So driving with Andrew Fraser, if they can stay out of the walls, stay out of trouble, they're in for a potential top 10 by the end of it. Driving with Sean Kelly, my apologies. Andrew Fraser obviously sitting out for this one.
How good is that? Not even racing, you've still got mentioned 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, goodness me.
So when do we see our leader in? Not this time.
Yeah, well, he's
how
just
big's
started
the
lap
tank?
23. He started lap 23, so he should be in at the end of this one.
That's what we expect. Remember I said, well, I would expect that you'd be able to save 0.2 of a lap. Let's go an extra lap.
We will see, but in comes the 215. Unless you get caught out with a safety car, our director points out, and of course, safety car can come out at any time. More cars coming in. It looks like that was Griffin Gardner bringing in the pursuit machine into the pits just there. A little bit of a lock-up on entry, but he and Ruben Goodall won't worry about that. That's going to be a tyre change for them, and potentially a driver change as well.
Apparently someone's spun up at Griffin's Bend. Now,
I see no one.
Our first thought would be Bo Albert, but he's not on the racetrack, so...
God. Ay, ay, ay. Well, we're going to wait and see who that spinner was. I'm checking back, and I don't see it, unfortunately. So that's going to be a bit of a mystery. And Cooper Webster bringing the 088 back in, and over the grass on pit entry. This does not look like a healthy car. The pit limiter light is already on. Has the pit limiter stayed on in that car? That'd be an absolute horror turn for the race for the Altus 088 as Sam Blacklock takes over the 215.
Simone just got through on one of the cars he was stuck behind. That was Luke Pink. So Simone's almost back to the top 10, but hasn't pitted. So that's sort of a false spot at the moment.
So Dane Warren brings it in, the leader into the pits at the end of lap 23. They've extended that tank out as long as they possibly can, but they are going to have to pit 6 more times. In comes Ethan Griggold following that particular strategy. Now, I'll check back in with the 088. They are currently at a standstill in the pits, and there's no driver in the car. I think that is a potentially terminal problem for the 088 as Jake Burton follows everyone in. There is Harley Haber as well.
A few cars have kept going. So Jared Philsell and Jake Maloney.
Right, so they've obviously got a bit more mileage in that fuel tank. But the 088, after making such a great start from 4th place, it looks like their day is over before it's even really started. Blacklock has come out with Andrew Gilliam, meanwhile. We're hearing that the 088 blew their engine this early in the race.
Championship leader in that car, James Scott.
Yes, indeed.
Started the Enduro season, we knew he needed to stretch his advantage because anything can happen, and one race pays out massively. Well, here's why. Going to be low point scoring today, even if they do get the car repaired and back on track.
Modem simulation replay then. Let's see what happened to the 088 machine. Went into the pits. Let's see if this happened at the exit of the chase. This has gone back to their initial pit stop, so everything went okay initially there, but somewhere along the line, when Cooper Webster brought it back out, probably on the downshift into the chase, or even into Griffin's, they ended up blowing the engine. More cars have come into the pits meanwhile. Daniel Ackland in the Synergy number 30 and Justin Wallace in the Race on Oz number 947. So here we go. This might be it. There's the Altus 088 coming into the chase. On the downshift, boom. There is the engine smoke. What a shame for
Safety
James
car.
Scott and Cooper Webster. Oh, safety
car's been
car.
called.
Okay, there's a car stopped out on track, that means. So who is that?
Or is it the random safety car?
Yeah, it might be the random safety car this early on in the event, because I'm looking around and there are no stopped cars on the track, so safety car is deployed, and this is the big surprise that the drivers were waiting for.
Is
The
Darren
pits come back
McKenzie-
alive again.
Is Darren McKenzie stuck in pit lane with an exit closed? Look at him. Look
Yeah.
where he is.
Interesting. I wonder if he's sat there because you can't overtake the safety car.
Well, the safety car's not on the track yet.
Yeah, exactly. He was just in front, and Darren McKenzie has gotten going then as well, just behind the safety car. So he was waiting for Nick Parker to bring the car out onto the circuit. So
Okay.
there we go.
Who's this good for? That's the question. The
Well-
cars... There's 40 cars on the lead lap now. The cars that pitted very early, surely they dive in now and they can get themselves back on cycle with a minimal loss.
Yeah,
Yep.
surely. That would
has.
have to be what they do.
I've
yeah,
just watched,
so-
I've just watched the KRF car come in. Yep, there you go. Veld and Feigl both straight into the lane. And so they're now allowed back onto cycle those drivers. They were both plus 10 in terms of what they'd gained.
So, Lockie, this safety car has actually come at quite an opportune time for the drivers that pitted early. They've effectively gotten another half a stint out of those tanks.
Yeah, and the key thing for those drivers is they've now completed 2 pit stops, where the bulk of the field has only completed 1. So remember how I said that theoretically you could get to the end of the race on 6 pit stops, but there's 7 compulsory stops? Those drivers who pitted early have effectively gained themselves a free pit stop, so they can potentially now make it to the end of the race from this point with 1 less pit stop than everybody else in the field. So this could work out to their advantage. Just another thing that I want to add, I had a question from somebody who's tuning in online about how you can blow an engine with the iRacing platform. And what it comes down to is if you over-rev the engine by missing a downshift, that's what can cause it to expire. And unfortunately, that's what's happened to the Cooper Webster and James Scott entry. An absolute disaster for the championship leader and one of the main outright contenders for this race. Day done after just 22 laps.
Yes, indeed. Quite the shame for the 088, but the rest of the runners continuing on behind the Scops safety car driven by Nick Parker. And they get an extra opportunity here just to clutch it behind the safety car, save a little bit of fuel, make sure that their engine temps aren't reaching too high, because they want to avoid what happened to the 088 and to the number 47 in the qualifying session.
Did this catch anyone out, though? Remember how Phil Maloney kept going?
Yes. But they managed to line up the pit stop perfectly with the safety car.
So it's caught out the leader of the race.
Yeah, pretty much. Because
Phil Cell now leads.
No,
No?
they don't.
No, Madison's
they do
leading.
not.
Okay.
Madison is still
Yeah,
leading,
sorry.
and they've come into the pits once.
The iRacing still has Phil Cell at the front, so I clicked on him, and yeah, he's buried, isn't he? He's behind Caruso.
Yeah. But still, it's worked out pretty well for them in P3 all up. Burton and Ferraris up into P4. Taliancic and Gilliam still in contention in 6th, but Harley Haber and Forzane El-Nabi back there in 7th with Hampstead and Maloney in 8th. One of the a couple of the big winners here, the other 2 pursuit cars of Stewart and Purdy and Goodall and Gardner up there into 10th and 11th now, thanks to the pit stop shuffle. Brian Borg and Corey Shepherd as well having a pretty good time.
Yep, safety car adventure number 1, and it's already shaken up the order just a little bit. And unfortunately, a couple of retirements already in this race. The entry of Geordie Stinney and Michael Cracknell. And then, still on the racetrack, Kurt Stenberg, 3 laps down. in pit lane getting damage repaired, Webster and Scott.
Yeah, and it remains
We've
to
got
be
another-
seen. Sorry, Lockie.
Yeah, we've got another pit stop happening for car number 28, Richard Hampstead and Jake Maloney.
Oh, no rear wing.
And wow, I wonder if they've had contact behind the safety car, because they were in on the previous lap as well. Jake Maloney handed the car over to Richard Hampstead, but this looks like a drama and an unscheduled pit stop for our Enduro couple leaders. So unbelievable, we're not even a quarter of the way into this race yet, and our overall V8SCOPS championship leader and our Enduro Cup leading team, both with early dramas.
Wow, and that's actually happened a while ago.
It happened somewhere between him coming out of pit lane and getting to Skyline.
Okay, well, here we go. We are on board with it, and you see the rear wing sitting proud with the Trans-Tasman Racing branding on it. So let's see what happened to Hampstead and Maloney out here. Cannot believe this, man. That is such a shame for these guys. Proper contenders were Hampstead and Maloney. Oh, there we go. Okay. So that was the 72 of Briggs and Dyson. And Adam Briggs at the wheel of that one. It looks like it was just a case of not paying attention to slow cars in front of you. So Hampstead and Maloney will be a bit miffed out of that. And that's going to be quite the repair job for the Trans-Tasman number 28. But paced car should be coming in pretty soon. We'll be able to go racing again. Trans-Tasman 77 still in the lead.
I don't know if I want to mention this, because I've mentioned this car enough already today, haven't I? But a speeding penalty for 116 KRF Motorsports. So, Matthew Deers hopped on the car and I think forgot to put the limiter on. I don't know, but they've got a speed penalty, so they're going to have to serve that once we go back green.
Yeah, that can happen sometimes. On the driver swap, the pit limiter might turn itself off. So you've got to make sure that the pit limiter is engaged on the car before you pull out of the pits. And who knows, it might have been a problem on entry as well, because the pit speed limit comes up a lot quicker than you think it does after that double chicane. And it's very tempting to carry a bit of extra speed, but it can definitely ping you.
So this restart should be interesting. Madison down. Bradley Vaughan's a lap down, just in the mix there, second car in line. But then Caruso and Philsell, Burton, Blacklock, Taliantich, Haber, Borg, and Stewart. They're your top 10 drivers.
This is going to be quite the start when the safety car pulls away, which it should on the approach to the chase. The vast majority of the field is now down onto Conrod. Looks like the one car catching up is the number 26, Brenton O'Brien at the wheel, just coming through the S's now, but the pace car pulls away and we're going to get green flag running in the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 once again.
This is a really dangerous time because safety car restarts are where a lot of the danger is. This is exactly where I got taken out last year. Safety car restart, track got blocked.
Well, we'll see what happens across the top of the mountain here. Madison Down is leaving it very late to get on the power. Sometimes you see drivers exiting the chase at speed, but Madison Down waits until they go downhill to Murray's to get it started. And the rest of the field not quite keeping up with him. Nails the exit out of Murray's, and we are racing again at Bathurst. Bradley Vaughan, though, has the gauntlet to run. He is a lap down, and he's got second and third right behind him. It's going to have to be a pass here on Mountain Straight. Vaughan is going to stick on over to driver's left, and Ethan Grigolt's going to slip through, maintaining the second position. But Jared Philsell up into third now as a result of the pit stops under safety car. Burton slips on through as well. Runs a little bit wide, and Haber as well, with Michael Taliancic suffering some issues there, running wide at Griffin's Bend, and now facing up against the Premier Racing Team machine. He's been backed into the pack a little bit. This is not good for Michael.
Tyres are cold. Drivers have got to realise that as they come up the hill with very little grip and right into the back of Ryan Borg. Job Stewart finding a lot more pace under the tree and having to back out of it as they headed up towards Reed Park and now through McPhillamy. Run back down the hill we go. Caruso continues to lead away from Philsell, but they're all behind. Madison down.
That they are, and wasting no time is the number 77, pulling out a 1.7 second lead already as the field goes single file through the S's.
Did you see how many marbles are already offline there?
Yeah, quite a lot of marbles, which means if you have to go offline for whatever reason, you have to be prepared. And Jordan Caruso is going to have to be prepared for a move from Jared Philsell here, because look at the run into the chase. Philsell up the inside. Can he pull it up in time? Hits the curb, consolidates the position, but Caruso might have a chance of coming back at him here at Murray's if he gets a good run. He does not, and Burton now seizes an opportunity, has a bit of a look up the inside, but no dice for now. But that means United Sim Sports 2, with Jared Philsell and Kyle George at the wheel, up into second place, and Jake Burton could potentially get back into the top three.
Might go to a different camera angle there. Oh no. So Blacklock has fallen slightly away from Jake Burton and the rest of that second, third, fourth group. He's got Harley Haber right in behind him, and look at this, Bradley Vaughan continuing to fall down the order as the lead lap cars navigate safely past him.
Here's Harley Haber up behind Sam Blacklock now. United versus Altus, and Haber taking an awful lot of curb there across the top of the mountain. Blacklock, I think, struggling to get the car back up to pace after the safety car restart, the bumper to bumper across the top, and getting some of that trademark Harley Haber aggression back once again on those fresh tyres, but no moves coming into this section of the circuit.
Whoa, Job Stewart! Wild moment at McPhillamy.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
Wow, I think he actually grabbed the fence on the inside. It spat him out into the gravel, and somehow he kept it out of the wall on the right, and he keeps on going.
Yeah, and Emily Jones having to take some avoiding action there as well. Unfortunately, we can't get a replay of that one, but Sean Kelly has taken over the number 51 from Emily Jones and showing his experience in racing now once again. Meanwhile, back with Haber and Blacklock. Haber just a bit too far back to make a move at the chase. We're hearing that there is a drive-through penalty incoming for Paul Mansell. That's in the number 46 car that he's sharing with Guy Leach, and that is for an incident with Kyle Stokes. I wonder if that has something to do with the reason the 143 came back into the pits twice under safety car. So on to the next lap once again for these drivers. And Sean Kelly representing well, but Job Stewart having some trouble getting off the line out of Hell Corner and losing a position once again to one of the Zuba machines. Trying his best to chase down the Race on Oz car just up ahead, but Brett Loxton getting a much better exit out of that one, and it looks like Luke Pink seizing the opportunity to get through on Stewart as well. Stewart just keeping it out of the wall, and the damage on the left side of that pursuit car seems to be getting worse and worse as they lose yet another position to the XGO 98.
Yeah, and Stewart got checked up by Vaughan. Did you mention that? On the exit of turn 1, and that's why he's lost out. So
it's always high stakes up there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially up here. Oh, okay.
For cars. Job Stewart's left side's already destroyed. Now the right side's destroyed. That car is becoming less and less straight on all four corners.
Yeah, no good for the pursuit machine, and having a bit of trouble keeping it going across the top of the mountain. Everyone else is right back on the pace, but poor Job Stewart trying his best to just keep it going straight. My goodness, big oversteer out of Forest Elbow for him. And through he goes once again. Meanwhile, Haber and Blacklock, it's a move down at the chase. Haber up the inside of Sam, and it looks like he's going to get the move done. He is ahead now of Sam Blacklock. So that is United Sim Sports 1 back up into 5th place now. Potential move here for the 543 ERT machine, trying to pass the Pursuit 93. That's Ruben Goodall at the wheel of that one. Benjamin Smith gets the move done nicely, and Goodall bump drafting him down the front stretch. Almost saw an outbraking opportunity into Hell Corner, but obviously they've got a huge straight up ahead of them, so what's the point?
And he just passed him. What's the point fighting back the Stelly anyway? Although...
yeah,
he's got the
having said
run.
that-
Will he do anything with it? He's pulled off, but yeah, he's lifted off there again, so he's not going to go for it.
Oh.
But Brett Loxton is switching to the inside, late on the brakes. And Loxton needed no second invitation up inside the top 10 for that Zuva racing machine.
Good job from Brett Loxton. Great opportunistic move. He saw Ruben Goodall pulling out of the move and decided, well, free position for me. Let's go. It looks like Benjamin Smith has well and truly cleared that battle, and he's going to focus now on lap times. He's got a good amount of clear air just up ahead of him in that 5.43. Meanwhile, looks like the lead is starting to close up because it's now under a second. Jared Filsell has been putting in some extremely competitive lap times. His last time, a 2:04.984, really closing in on Madison Down for P1.
He is, and Madison Down has been completely unchallenged so far in this race. After getting pole position, they've run away. Dane Warren ran away, and Down was unchallenged when he got in the car as well. But now, definitely, Jared Filsell going to put some challenge on them for the lead of the race. We also hear a drive-through being issued for the contact under safety car. Adam Briggs getting that penalty and serving it now.
Yeah, and if you've just joined us, that was for rear-ending the Trans-Tasman number 28 under safety car conditions and losing their rear wing as a result. And speaking of the 28, as this lead continues to close up, where is Maloney and Hampstead at the moment? They're certainly nowhere near the front. Currently 33rd way down there, so still losing their rear wing. It's going to be a tough job for the Trans-Tasman squad in that machine, and for the Trans-Tasman squad in the 77, they've got the pressure on right now because reigning champion Jared Filsell and fellow champion Madison Down of this series fighting together on track for the first time in a while. Madison Down, of course, with a great wealth of positive experience in Australian sim racing. He's won the official iRacing V8 Supercar Series 10 times. So he knows his way around these cars, knows his way around these tracks as well. But Filsell, no slouch. He is a 3-time SCOPS champion, and we're certainly looking to see if he can take the lead of the Bathurst 1000, maybe add another name to the record books, backing up his previous Bathurst wins. But bumper to bumper now on Conrod Straight. This could be a move coming into the chase. Madison Down is going to take the defensive line potentially, but no, Filsell is by before they even get into the turn-in points. So United Sim Sports leads the Bathurst 1000. The pole-sitting Trans-Tasman car back into second.
Well, first lead change, and of course it is Jared Filsell that takes away the lead of the race. Synonymous with this series is his name. To look at Luke Pink running in 11th place now. And been a couple of incidents on the racetrack. A couple more cars are in pit road now.
Yeah, seeing couple of stricken machines there. The Pursuit 707, that's Job Stewart and Tom Freer, back into the pits and getting more damage repaired. Both drivers are out of the car as Philip Worley tries for a move up the inside, coming into Hell Corner. And look at this pack of cars, 2x2, coming into turn 1. Jet Bennett has absolutely nowhere to go. And that means that the Alpha Esports Mustang of Feigl and Hanlon has another chance as well. Side by side, just up ahead of them here. That's David Kinmond and Justin Wallace that you can see up in front of Mr. Jet Bennett. And that is Justin Wallace through then on Kinmond up into protecting 25th position. But the concertina keeps going on back. Kenneth Latta has to yield to Worley coming into the cutting, and a bit of contact there from Sean Thompson as well to boot. Thompson now through on Latta, losing a couple of positions. And we ride on board with the Trans-Tasman 28. That is Latta up ahead in the Mustang. So they're looking to get a couple of positions back as well now.
Yeah, there was a crash actually down through Skyline on the S's a lap or two ago. For, guess what car?
Was it your friend?
Yeah, lap 29 to the fence. That car is now in pit lane with a blown motor.
It is
so
indeed.
That.
But Brian Borg and Benjamin Smith side by side into the chase.
Here we
Sorry.
go.
Goodness me. Benjamin Smith with a great run there. Got the draft down perfectly.
I was actually not going to talk about that car as much today, but he kept popping up in the action, and now that's not going to be a problem anymore.
No, it is not. The 88 then through on the other United car of McKnight. And that's up into 22nd position then for the number 88. Seeing that that Adam Briggs has disconnected from the server, it looks like the number 72 DPR machine is out. It has not returned to the circuit.
Safety car restart has not been kind. Oh my goodness me. Jet Bennett just chased Feigl across the racetrack on the main straight. They almost came together. It's checked up Philip Worley, and Sean Thompson has got alongside him. They banked doors on the exit of turn 1, and Kenneth Latta is going to try and push Thompson through as well.
Cool.
Now Thompson doesn't know where to go. He goes to the inside, which allows Latta the long way around at turn 2. That's not where you want to be though, and Worley's going to fight back with the inside line, and Latta's going to actually lose a spot as Hampstead picks one up.
Get Richard Hampstead advances forward one more position. The lack of rear wing helping with the straight line run and maybe giving him a little bit more turn into Griffins. Bit of oversteer for Worley out of the cutting, which is allowing Hampstead to draw up to the back of him as well. Meanwhile, Bennett and Feigl together behind David Kinmond, who has been the driver at the front of this pack for some time. Brian Borg, having lost that position to the Evolution Racing Team 543, is now facing up against Brett Loxton in the number 209. Of course, Thomas Hinz will be getting into that car pretty soon. But Loxton in the draft, not quite there, as that's another move for Benjamin Smith potentially. No, Michael Taliancic just driving it as hard into the chase as he can and protecting the position. And it's a similar position in that Pursuit 201 to what we saw in the United Sim Sports 21. Tally just needs to keep it on track, keep it in a reasonable position so that when Gilliam gets back into the car, they are best placed for a good run to the finish.
Yeah, and that is what everyone is racing for, is the final stint of the race, which doesn't come for another 130 odd laps. Harley Haber with Blacklock for very close company. A much shallower 2x2. Richard Hampstead minus the rear wing up the inside of Sean Thompson, and Philip Worley will get alongside him. Second time these two cars have been side by side out of turn 1. This time it's role reversal from the order in which they were alongside each other last time. And who is it tucked in behind now?
That's Latta
like,
again.
Yeah.
but Kenneth Latta pulls right out, and Sean Thompson up the inside of Philip Worley through Griffins, protects the position for now, but there's an awful lot of jostling for position between these cars. They can't seem to sort themselves out, as trying around the outside was the car of Philip Worley to try and defend, but that's worked out for him. Meanwhile, Michael Taliancic is starting to become the cork in the bottle here for 7th place, because Benjamin Smith right on the back of him, Brett Loxton looking for an opportunity too, and Brian Borg, who's had a great run of pace over these last few laps, starting to drop to the back of these guys as well. Benjamin Smith, though, in the draft, and a great run down Conrod Straight. Taliancic has no draft helping him, so Smith is going to draw up alongside, and Tally is going to have to let him through at the turn-in point, but see if he defends from Loxton. Taliancic, yes he does, defending from Brett Loxton. But can Brett hold round the outside? Oh, he gives it a go, but just getting into the marbles and losing that grip.
Sean Thompson went off the road at McPhilby. Not quite as spectacularly as Stewart did, but still, I think it cost him a spot in that big group.
Yeah, it looks like it did. He's now, a bit of contact between Worley and Thompson at the chase, actually. Sean Thompson taking a trip through the grass down at the chicane and comes back on. It looks like that's Philip Worley just up ahead, getting back onto the circuit as well. So Sean Thompson now all the way at the back of this pack for just outside the top 30. Meanwhile, Sam Blacklock back through on Harley Haber for 5th place. So back into the top 5 for Altus Esports. But Haber, you can see, carrying a slight bit of damage. Blacklock too. So these cars are starting to get a couple of chinks in their armour.
You're keeping one eye on the front. I'm keeping my eye on that big mid-pack battle as well. Where, Kenneth
Latter's
Latta
run wide.
Yeah. Car on the inside as well. Who's that? David Kinnaman had to check up. They're almost 3 wide. Steady on. Not Skillbeck, not Thompson. It was Kinnaman that was slow, and Philip Worley went into the back of him, I think. All while Kenneth Latta was throwing into the fence on the outside.
Yeah, well, Philip Worley is missing his bonnet, I was about to say, so that is the evidence there of the contact. So a little bit aerodynamically compromised now, that DPR number 233. But now, Michael Taliancic, the next target for Brett Loxton. Director Jay saying it feels like lap 140 the way these guys are battling, and I'd say that I agree, especially in the midfield. They're acting like it's a sprint race. And Taliancic, once again, with a good run at the end of Conrod Straight, defending into the chase. Nice to see. Luke Pink gets through on Brian Borg, meanwhile, and up into the top 10 for Evolution Racing Team. There was a little flash of the lights there from Brian Borg. I don't know if he was unhappy with the way that move went down.
Haber's retaken the spot from Blacklock.
Hello, Liam Wild off the track at the chase. So that's a Zuva 208. There's been an incident for them down there. Don't know if they caught the grass. Blacklock and Haber are not leaving each other alone, meanwhile. Haber on the inside into Griffins. Blacklock has to slot back in through because that's where the grip is, on the inside. But these guys fighting like it's the last lap for a top 5 position.
Is there any history between these two this year?
I don't think so.
It's interesting the way they're battling at this point, isn't it? I mean, not even into the second pit stop yet.
Yeah, well, I guess there's periods of consistency, periods of inconsistency, which can allow the guy behind you to get a run. Haber looks very strong across the top. You can see the gap visually increasing between himself and Blacklock there across the never-ending series of left-handers. But Blacklock has the draft down the straight. I think for these guys, because they are alone on track at the moment, maybe helping each other out a little bit in the draft, but that doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, well, either way, they are 5th and 6th. They're about 10 seconds away from the lead. Phil still has a 1 second gap back to down. Then Caruso and Grigol at 1.3 back. Burton in 4th. And then that battle for P5. Here in P13, we're on board with Ruben Goodall. Behind him is Sean Kelly, then Bo Albert, and Ross Rizzo just a little bit away from them.
Bo Albert taking over from Simone Maria Marchino in the 06 Altus Esports machine. They're recovering after stalling on the starting grid. Back up into position 15, which is a good run for them in the first 37 laps of this race. Ruben Goodall starting to come under immense pressure from Sean Kelly, and Bo Albert certainly been a while since he's gotten into one of these cars, but representing himself well out there, sticking with
Brian
them. As
Borg
Brian
has come
Borg.
into pit lane, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. So I'm going to just double check here. That's a 16 or 17 lap stint for Brian Borg, and Corey Shepherd getting back into the car. So Lockie, it looks like the Premier Racing Team 017 is going for short stints most of the way through this first half.
Yeah, that's correct. Just having a look to see when that car last stopped.
It was on lap 20 that Brian Borg entered the car.
Correct. So it'd be interesting to see if they do another driver change here, or if he stays on board for a double stint. But they have done a driver change, so Corey Shepherd in car 017 at this point.
So there we go. Second driver swap of the day for Premier, and that means that they've exceeded the mandatory amount of driver changes. Corey Shepherd can stay in the car for quite some time, but of course Brian Borg is going to have to get back in there and run out the rest of his laps to get his minimum of 54 laps in the car.
Now this race has been relatively clean so far, hasn't it? A lot of good battles and aggressive battles, but for the most part, they're keeping themselves out of trouble. There's been a couple of nudges into the fence, and that was almost a shunt as soon as I said that. But I think our biggest incident was in qualifying.
Yeah. At least so far anyway, as we look back from Jared Muggleton. Have a look at the run from the 88. Glenn Postlethwaite taking advantage of the clean car that they have, because they've just gotten by Job Stewart in the damaged pursuit car and tapping on the exit of the chase. Posy off into the runoff area, and that's a lot of hard work that car has done, just completely undone. Job Stewart brings it straight into the pits.
Whoops.
Oh my goodness. So, bad times for Pursuit 488.
That looks bad.
Oh, that looks quite mad.
What is this?
Oh no.
What
Oh
is
no.
this?
Oh no. What is going on here? 3 wide into turn 1. Don't do this, guys. Sean Thompson. No, that's not Sean Thompson. That's Ben Christensen in the ANZ Motorsports car. God, he was almost pincer moved there. And you see right behind him the Exto Gaming machine looking for a move down into Griffins. There's a move just up ahead.
Glenn Morris on the inside of Ian Bird. Contacts and Bird slides. That checks up Nick Knight, and it allows Kurt Stenberg through. So Stenny picks up 2 spots. Bird backs out of it and loses 3. David Kinnaman is still around his outside. Now he tucks in behind. That all started back at the last corner. That was crazy when we picked that up.
Yeah, certainly. But it just goes to show it's only 4 turns, but an awful lot can happen in those 4 turns to start off and end the lap. Glenn Postlethwaite already on the attack to try and get some positions back. They're now outside the top 30 and chasing down the ANZ Motorsports machine. And a quick mention for the Premier 990 with David Kinmond at the wheel. They've had an awful lot of adventures throughout this race, but now into the top 30. Remember, these guys started in 50th, dead last, so it's actually been quite a good run from them in this first quarter.
It has. One of the biggest movers in the field, if not the biggest, being very good so far. As Feigl just got by Liam Wilde. You saw them bouncing over the curve of the chase, and we pick up the battle for P2. Phil Sellers definitely run away now, and Madison down after that 77 dominated the first stint. Might find himself back in third because Jordan Caruso is looking hungry.
Yeah, this is both a bit of a lapse in pace from Down and a great turn of pace from Caruso. Down's last laps here have all been in the low 206s, but Jordan Caruso 206.146 on the last lap. We briefly had a car stopped on circuit, but they are now back into the pits. I'm just going to check. I think it might be Kobe Jones in the ANZ Motorsports number 9 jumping into the car, taking over from Sean Thompson. Daniel Misdale jumping into the 073 as Thompson brings the number 7 in. I keep getting the driver names confused. I'm going to say now, Kobe Jones is driving with Ben Christensen, okay? Ben Christensen.
Are you sure?
I am sure. And they are now out. So Kobe Jones brings the number 9 out of the pits as we ride on board with Luke Pink chasing down Bazuva 209 for 9th place. Brett Loxton still in that machine, and Michael Taliancic at the front of this little pack.
This could be a move for Brett Loxton. Does he go for the inside of the chase? He does. Taliancic was dancing over that inside curb through the kink, and Loxton couldn't do it, and that's checked up Luke Pink. He had to back out of the throttle there to allow Loxton in line. Does Pink take advantage? He does. Shapes with a move, late on the brakes, gets to the B-pillar. He bounces off the curb. He can't complete the move either. But he should. He might have the overlap down into turn 1 still, and he will. Take 2. This time he doesn't. Loxton up. No, he runs wide. And Loxton into the fence.
That's a big shame. Luke Pink getting very hard on the brakes into Hell Corner. And Brett Loxton, unfortunately, having to hold on to his line with nowhere to go as Pink ran wide. And right hand down for Brett Loxton, steering damage indeed. So that 209's race was going very well up to this point, but now they're going to have to deal with a stricken machine.
That might even be a meatball. Might have to come to pit road and get required repairs for that, because steering damage and major superficial damage on the right side of the car as well. Is that the right word?
Yes.
So, yeah, not good for them. They've had a rough run this Enduro Cup season.
Question you have to ask, guys, is it really worth fighting that hard for track position when we're not even a quarter of the way into the race yet? Wouldn't Brett Loxton have been better off just to let Luke Pink have that position?
Yeah, a good point you raised there, Lockie, because, we are just about over quarter distance in the race now. Oh, no, that's the problem.
That?
That's James Knight in the 027 United car, down outside the top 30. He's got cars approaching him at speed coming into the cutting. Managed to get it going, though, so there's going to be no safety car for the time being. We're going to get a replay of that as we continue our discussion. We'll see if he was helped out of Griffin's. No.
Lost it on the curb. Whack.
Oh, how lucky was the Synergy 143 there with Kyle Stokes at the wheel. No space in that section of the track. We'll take a look at what happened from on board. So look out for McKnight just up ahead. Coming over the curb. And then he slides, goes one way, then the other way, then the other way again, and spins. And, okay. Stokes did clip the wall in the midst of all of that, but it could have been much worse.
Another car to add to the ever-growing list of retirements as well, the 488 entry of Job Stewart and Blake Purdy. Their day is done, so another car that joins the ever-growing list of retirements.
This suddenly became very atrocious, this race. We've got one official retirement. It's official when they have to tow back to pit lane, because then you can't keep going. If you can crawl back to pit lane, you can repair your engine and get back out there to get some points. But your day is effectively done. You're not going to be contending for anything decent. So I think one official retirement, and the rest are all in a severe world of hurt with severe damage as well. There's 45 cars on the racetrack, maybe one less.
Well, now we are past quarter distance in this motor race, and I would agree with Lockie that it probably would have been better for Brett Loxton to just yield. Having said that, Luke Pink was very aggressive on the brakes, and it didn't look like he was going to quite make the corner anyway. Either way, it's not great to be racing that hard this early.
I don't think he raced him that hard. Off the exit of the corner, Loxton was right up against the curb. It was Luke Pink that got very close to his left door, and then through turn one, I think he was actually trying to redress. Not redress, I think he was lifting off on the outside, but Pink fired it straight into his left door. So I'm a vouch for Loxton there.
All right, fair enough. The debate will continue, and I'm sure that a couple of people in the YouTube chat will have their own opinions on that incident as well. Meanwhile, we look at 34th and 35th, Sam McLeod, the oldest driver in the field at 67 years of age, but he still manages to wheel an Australian touring car around Bathurst with the best of them. Have a look at this. This has been a battle that's been going on for some time. Caruso through on Madison down. We were looking at them before. That's been a position change. And Nick Cummings has taken over the 027 from Jamie McKnight. That car now minus a bonnet and a fully repaired front bumper. Going to have to continue from position 40. So it's going to be a real hard slog for those guys.
Official biggest movers. Team Hyperdrive 032. Josh Morris at the wheel now, plus 25, and Morris has been at the wheel ever since the start of that race. So he's done a fantastic job. Plus 25 as well. In fact, no, sorry, plus 27 for Kenneth Latter.
Wow.
In the XG Motorsports number 554 car. They picked up a couple spots on the last lap, actually, courtesy of Drama. Make it plus 28 as he passes Justin Wallace. There's also the other hyperdrive car of Glenn Morris, who's plus 23. He has taken over from Matthew Norris, who jumped in at the start, and there was someone higher up the order that I wanted to highlight. I think it was, Trick Esports, plus 20. Ross Rizzer at the wheel.
Simon Feigl as well, advancing that Altus Esports Mustang, plus 23, or somewhere around those lines for the Altus Mustang. So we're already seeing, hello. That's Harley Haber and Sam Blacklock together on the exit of the chase, and there's Haber around contact with Blacklock. So now, this changes the story of the race for the United Sim Sports 21. They've got a bit of extra damage to contend with. Let's take a look at what happened here. It was a good move from Haber, but just a bit overshot. And Blacklock, I think a bit of a correction there, and ended up firing him into Haber.
From that angle, I don't think that was a good move, because rear end...
It looked like a good move in the braking zone.
Rear end was stepping out. He got to the B pillar, yes, but the car wasn't stopping.
Yeah.
Right there, Blacklock's on the grass, trying to catch the slide. That's where he hits Haber. The overhead shot really shows it. I paused it right as Haber's front left meets the apex, and the rear end of the car is not in a good spot.
No, certainly not. But that's going to be a bit of extra work. You could. Haber and Blacklock fighting as hard as they have for the previous laps. They were probably going to have something like that happen at some point. But Liam Wilde brings in the Zuva 208. Neil Pearson as well in the pits for DPR. So we've got more positions shuffling further back in the pack. And Michael Taliancic, the stalwart campaigner up here in the lower reaches of the top 10. He's fought off advances from some of the best in the game, and it's been a slide down, but a slow slide down in the top 10. The upside is that Michael Taliancic certainly can put the laps together, but Luke Pink is looking very aggressive behind him in the number 13. Of course, Pink just having that incident with Brett Loxton just before. And it looks like this is going to be a good move coming down Conrod straight into the draft for the ERT number 13. Will Taliancic be able to defend at the chase as he has so many times? Pink has got the headlights on. let me by, let me by. He comes alongside as they reach the turn-in point. Talyancic has to hit the brakes to let him go. So that is Luke Pink up into
it's gone
P7,
off.
or is it?
He
Or
went
is
too
it?
deep.
Just a bit too
Here
deep.
comes Tabor trying to recover.
Oh my goodness. Haber on the outside of Talyancic, who says, I want no more of this. I am coming into the pits. And we'll see if Andrew Gilliam jumps back into that car. But Harley Haber now into position 8 as Talyancic brings it in and having a bit of a look. Letting Luke Pink know that he is there. You see how much faster he is in the mid-corner. Haber just flies into every single turn.
So the number 201 Pursuit Racing car of Gillian and Talyancic was well and truly due for a pit stop. In fact, that was a 25-lap stint for Michael Talyancic. So,
wow.
Considering that we were talking about 23 laps fuel range, they've extracted very, very good fuel mileage out of that car during this phase of the race.
They have indeed, and I wonder if cars like the Trick car will be able to pull out that kind of fuel usage. Maybe the ERT number 117. As that car is in the pits, Andrew Gilliam is jumping back into the 201. So Michael Talyancic's first stint well and truly done, as we focus on Richard Hamstead chasing Simon Feigl in that Altus Esports Mustang that has advanced over 20 positions throughout the field. Richard Hamstead looking to gain back the 20 positions or so that have been lost due to that car's issues since the very start.
You mentioned there were, I don't know who you're referring to, but it was falling down the order, but just very slowly. The analogy I had in my mind was like a water slide that doesn't have enough water on it.
That sounds painful.
You know what I mean, though?
Yeah, I do know what you mean, but wow, that's put a mental image in my head that I would like to leave my head at this moment. As
Jay's
Ruben,
just told us he's not coming to my water park.
Yeah, I don't think I will be either, not even if you give me a free season pass. Ruben Goodall defending 10th place then from the Altus machine. And Feigl now behind Hamstead. The lack of rear wing helping him down the straight. So Hamstead and Maloney back through now into position 15.
You know, I don't think it works like this, but if that rear wing isn't there, surely it makes the draft less effective for the car behind. Rather, in theory, it should. Because there's no rear wing pushing the air up into the air. So it goes lower, which means the car behind, Feigl, has to push through the air. Which is exactly what the draft relies on.
Well, that's a discussion that I currently don't have the mental energy to engage in, because aerodynamics, not quite my strong point, but we've got plenty of cars coming into the pits, as you just saw. Bo Alberts brought the 06 in, Griffin Gardner into the 93 car. The United 027 is taking some repairs. The 143 has come in as well, Kyle Stokes. And Corey Preston has completed a pit stop for the 098. That car was running in the top 10 just before they came into the pits. So Bradley Ratdu has concluded his driving of that car.
I'm liking the lap times of our top 4. They're pretty close.
Yeah, it's looking quite competitive there, up at the front. 205.662 from Jared Filsell. 205.617 from Jordan Caruso. Where has that pace come from? I've always...
205.8 for Down. 205.7 for Burton.
Righto. So this is looking like a very competitive top 4 at the moment, but it is Filsell with the gap, and he's able to manage gaps. That's what we've seen from Filsell the entire time he's raced in this series. When he gets out in front and has to manage a gap, it's almost Sebastian Vettel at Red Bull, the way that he just manages the pace and controls the race from P1. We'll see how they go when Kyle George jumps into the car and see how that affects their position.
And its consistency. Its last 2 laps were within 100th of a second of each other.
Just one point that I want to make here, guys, for those combinations that have got a notionally faster and a slower drive. And one of the challenges is that, remember how we talked about 54 laps being the minimum number of laps to be completed by any driver? The problem is that it doesn't quite work in your fuel range, because if you were going to put your main driver in for only 2 stints, you would have to get 27 laps out of the tank of fuel for them to only have to stay in the car for 2 stints to get to that 54 laps. And we haven't seen anyone get close to the 27 lap stint. So what it means potentially is that if you do have a slower driver, they are going to have to stay in the car for a 3rd stint at some point.
One of those short stints. That could be the reason for those, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, potentially. Well, that introduces a couple of other elements to play with. We're hearing that Sam Blacklock maybe in this lap, maybe in next lap. They're coming up to the end of their stint. But yes, I think driver pairings like Phil Sell and George, and perhaps to an extent Burton and Ferraris as well, they might have to work with potentially putting their quote-unquote B driver in for a 3rd stint later on, and that can really complicate things for their positions in the top 10. Let's see if Blacklock decides to go in. No, he does not. One more lap then for the 215. They currently still hold on to 5th place, with Harley Haber and Forzan El Nabi knocked back a couple of positions thanks to the incident with the 215 at the chase. And there is the 46 in the pits. Guy Leach and Paul Mansell bring that one in, and Leach getting in the car.
Good livery.
Yeah. Look, I think there's one thing you can count on with Guy Leach and Scops, and that is great liveries. He's run some fantastic paint jobs over the years. In comes Luke Pink and Barter as well, bringing the number 13 in. Those guys have had a good run.
I expect we'll see Barter in the car now, because Pink's driven this one since the start. Here's Chris Cox, and on board with him as we dip down over Skyline. Right behind Daniel Misdale at the moment. These guys running 30th and 31st.
Yeah, Daniel Misdale taking the very tight line into Forest Elbow. It's not one of those corners where there's one particular line through. You can sometimes go a bit more towards the inside and get the same speed, but up comes Mr. Coxhead on Daniel Misdale. Big draft down Conrod Straight, and he is through before they even turn in for the chase. Position change for that car. The 208 is going to continue on their recovery from their earlier incident.
That Luke Pink and Hugh Barter car just drove straight through pit lane then without stopping at all.
Now, he's got a drive-through.
There was a drive-through, yes.
Thank you, Lockie, for pointing that out.
I'm looking for word from race control about it, but I don't see anything. Here we go. So, it was an incident. It was the incident with Brett Loxton at Hell Corner that we saw going up the inside and clobbering Loxton off the circuit. So, very quick drive through.
And the incident between Haber and Blacklock. A 10-point penalty for Haber. Which is license points.
Yeah, so drivers cannot exceed a certain amount of penalty points, otherwise they get to sit out around. And everyone from the lead just about coming into the pits here. We got Burton and Ferraris in, we got Down and Warren in. Haber brings it in as well with Forzan El Nabi. Drivers like Sean Kelly and Ross Rizzo, though, staying out for a bit longer, and Luke Pink comes in for a proper pit stop. So we should expect Hugh Barter to jump into that car now, but not a great way for Luke Pink to end his 48 laps in that car.
No, he'd done a really good job, aside from that little mishap with Loxton and the subsequent drive-through. Wow, how close they're cutting it to that tyre bund on the left-hand side. The chicane that is pit entry here at Mount Panorama is an absolute pain at the end of a long double stint on old tyres. So easy to lock it up and make an embarrassing mistake there. As we watch the 787 making its way down Mountain Straight. This is Ian Bird at the wheel, chasing down Glenn Postlethwaite for 14th position, actually. They both picked up a few spots, courtesy of staying out for now. And El Nabi has jumped in that car for the first time since earlier.
Qualifying was the last time that we saw Forzan El Nabi in the number 21, and they rejoin in position 20. The Trans-Tasman number 77 has rejoined in position 9. The United number 910 with Phil Sell at the wheel has stayed out for an extra lap. It's another thing that you can get with Jared Phil Sell behind the wheel. Not only is he quick, but he can also be good on fuel as well when he needs to be. But Madison Down now up behind the battling pack of Caruso and Wallace, and Caruso has actually managed to gain on the 77 in the pits. So a great run, good on fuel, spending a bit less time filling up the car at the stop.
And there's Mads flipping through the chase. So lap 49, and he's made his pit stop. That's his second stop of the day, which averages out to, what, a 24.5 lap stint?
Something along those lines, yes.
How's that play out compared to what we were expecting earlier? Seems like maybe they're able to go a lap longer, isn't it, Lockie?
Yeah, so 24 laps is a good stint, considering that 23 is generally the maximum number of laps that you can get out of the tank. So keep in mind that we did have a safety car earlier in this stint, so drivers were able to save some fuel while the safety car was out. That's why some of these stints have been a bit longer. Just as well, remember those drivers that were a bit out of sequence because they did the earlier pit stops? In particular, I'm looking at the 923 car of Simon Feigl and Zach Hanlon, which is currently in position 5 and just about due to make what will be its third pit stop of the race. A, this has been a very long stint for this car because it's currently out on its 25th lap, but B, when that car comes in for its next stop, it will be pit stop number 3. So they have a pit stop up their sleeve compared to everybody else. Their track position's not great, but depending on what happens with safety cars and battles throughout the rest of this race, they could play themselves into a very nice strategic position here.
They certainly could. It's to be a mirror of what they did at Phillip Island. That car advanced all the way through to a top 5 position by the end of the Phillip Island 500. Jared Muggleton, meanwhile, having taken over from Josh, is now facing pressure from Glenn Postlethwaite for 9th position. And Postlethwaite, of course, with the contact and spin at the chase just a bit earlier, looking to advance back through further into the top 10. Let's see how effective the draft is for Glenn down here. Down straight. Kyle George is jumping into the United 910, who's just come into the pits, and the 923 Altus car into the pits as well, as Postlethwaite gets by Jared Muggleton. Oh, it looks like Kyle George has stalled the car coming out of the pit box. He was a bit delayed getting going there. Had to restart the engine and get it going again. So now your effective leader of this race is Jordan Caruso.
How did that happen?
Well, Jordan Caruso, since the safety car period, I think has really come alive. And has managed to actually eke out a bit of a gap here over Madison Down. I don't know what the issues are that they're having in that 77 car. Maybe they're just backing off a bit just to preserve and make sure that they're still in the running in the final third of the race. They don't want to suffer the same fate as their sister car here.
We've mentioned a couple times, you know, some teams have a clear faster and a slower driver, which is nothing against either particular driver. Is Madison Down the slower driver between himself and Dane Warren?
I think in terms of one lap pace, you could definitely make an argument that Dane Warren is the superior driver, but Madison Down definitely knows how to get a car home in an enduro. When it comes to race pace, when it comes to consistency in races, Madison Down is one of the best competitors in the field. Richard Hampstead and Jake Maloney as well in this car. They do hold the lead at the moment, but they are going to have to come into the pits shortly and let the ERT number 117 through. But another thing that's hard to believe, just getting some word from our director as the 28 comes in, Madison Down, he's such a decorated driver in this series, in the Australian sim racing community in general, but he has never won a Bathurst 1000. He's been on the podium here, but never taken the top step.
That's crazy, actually, with everything he's done. Is today the day? Is Madison Down showing us what maybe the rest of the field could take a note to? How to get the car home, because we've seen some crazy racing so far that hasn't reminded us particularly of an endurance race.
No, for sure. But Madison Down, being the consummate enduro driver here, just keeps it consistent in those top two positions, and they'll still be in the fight come the very end. But Evolution Racing Team 117 in the box seat at the moment as far as race position goes. The Virtual Racing School team, meanwhile, of Jake Burton and Dominic Ferraris. Ferraris has just jumped into the car, taking over from Burton a few laps ago, up into third place now once again. So they're running quite well. Maloney takes over the number 28 and re-enters the track, taken over from Richard Hampstead, coming out just behind the Zuva 208, and that's down in 17th position. So tell you what, if they keep out of trouble for the rest of the race, I reckon the 28 could be on for a top 10, but once again, that remains to be seen. Ackland and Blythe, meanwhile, for 33rd and 34th. Also getting some news about Evolution Racing Team number 26. Of course, Riley Blythe at the wheel of this one, but Brenton O'Brien is driving with them. Brenton O'Brien has been the manager of Evolution Racing Team from pretty much the outset, and he has just announced that this Bathurst 1000 is going to be his final SCOPS race as a driver. So we said goodbye to Scott Gamble of ERT as Blythe goes for the move at Griffins, gets it done on the 143, up into 33rd for them. But Brenton O'Brien, another member of the Evolution Racing Team, stepping down from racing duties. And tell you what, Brenton O'Brien running that team and contributing as much as he has to the community. He has been a great asset to V8SCOPS and a great asset to his own team as well. He's built this team up to be this international level competitor and a fosterer of young talent.
It'd be a shame not to see Brenton in the 1000, but he has done a phenomenal job, hasn't he? And hey, his sim racing exploits have set him up pretty nicely with his real life position, hasn't it, as well?
Yes, of course. Brenton O'Brien working at Winton Motor Raceway in Victoria sets himself up really well for a job in real-life motorsport. So Brenton will be focusing on his duties down there at Winton for the time being, and still obviously keeping an eye on things here in the Evolution Racing Team. But he's watching Riley Blythe out there on the track as we are, and probably with a smile on his face with an extra position gained.
So, 33rd place for them. We'll see how much further up the order they can get before the checkered flag flies in 115 odd laps. Still, so many different things that could unfold before that happens. Safety cars, incidents, and who knows what else. Strategy games. Crazy things have happened in pit lane as well over the years.
Time for a time for a bit of a strategy update for you guys. Remember how I was just talking about car number 923, the Altus Esports car of Simon Feigl and Zach Hanlon? Just done a few fuel calculations, and even based on 23 lap stints from now through until the end, they're the highest placed of the teams that can get from this point through to the end of the race with only 4 more pit stops. All the cars ahead of them on the racetrack would need to make 5 more stops. In fact, the other car that falls into that category was the Jake Maloney and Richard Havstead car. Now, even despite the fact that obviously one of their 3 pit stops was unscheduled because they had damage, because they were able to take that while the field was compressed behind the safety car, it actually didn't cost them a lot of time. So they're effectively on the same strategy now as the Feigl-Hanlon car, able to get to the end of the race with only 4 more pit stops from this point. All of the other cars still need 5 more pit stops based on the fact that you do have to do a minimum of 7 compulsory pit stops in this race. So Maloney and Hadstead, not in great track position at the moment. They're down in 15th, but their pace is not too bad. And like I say, they do have the pit stop up their sleeve. So watch out for that car to maybe play itself into contention a bit later on.
Very good point there, Lockie, and I think that that definitely puts both of those cars in the box seat for a high top 10 finish at the very least. Of course, there's plenty that can still happen in this race. There might be another safety car period, and the drivers up front might be able to take an extra pit stop without losing much time if they time the pit entry correctly under the safety car. But I'm looking forward to seeing how that Altus car goes. It's nice and clean at the moment, barely a scratch on the thing. So Feigl and Hanlon, see if they can repeat what they did at Phillip Island. And the other car from Altus Esports, Bo Albert, getting chased down by Corey Preston, we just saw, as Linsell and Jones now coming together up near the top of the mountain. Of course, Linsell taking over from Kenneth Latter in the 554, and Kobe Jones in the number 9 driving with Ben Christensen. So very good pace by Kobe coming down the hill. You definitely tell that he's a bit more confident in the braking performance of his Mustang, and confident in the rear end as well to really get it turned in. Bit of a tank slapper for good measure. Let's see if he's got the draft. Down Conrod Straight, you really see him slip up as they come over the crest, but he's not going to be close enough for an outbraking move right here. See if he fires it. No, he doesn't. Linsell going a little bit defensive just to let him know, excuse me, this is my line for now. You might be able to overtake me somewhere else, but not here.
Yeah, this is a good little battle here, and this is the point in the race where drivers have really got to be on their toes. Lap 50, you're well past the initial hype of the start, and then you look at the lap counter and you're like, okay, there's still 100 and so laps to go.
Safety car. Oh. Safety car's come out. I don't know what that's for. Might it be another random?
Did the random generator spit out 4 safety cars? That'd make things interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking around the circuit. I don't see any cars stopped on the track, so I think this is another random safety car, and that's come at a very opportune time for the number 30. You see cars diving for the pits there. A little bit of a gaggle of cars on pit entry there. We're going to take another look at that one. And I just want to point out, I was watching the 923 Altus car on my end when the safety car came out, and they were clutching it into Griffins. So already on the fuel-saving game, my goodness. There was actual contact there as the cars slowed down.
That's not what you want to see.
More Altus cars in as Simon Black takes over safety car duties for this one in the number 351 Porsche. So the leader, Down and Warren, Caruso, Griggold, all of our leaders into the pits with Sam Blacklock and Corey Shepherd coming in as well. Andrew Gilliam brings in the 201. So we've got everybody jumping in. What of the 923 and the 28, though? Altus Esports and Trans-Tasman's Maloney and Hampstead, they come into the pits. We'll see if the 923 jumps as well. They do. So this is going to be another pit stop out of the way for those guys. On that note, we're going to go on a very quick break here on the iRacing Esports Network. You're watching SimSpeed TV, the virtual racing school, V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, the second safety car of the race. We've got a lot of jostling to come up. I'm Reese Gardner, Ryan Jones and Lockie Mansell in the box with me. We'll be back in just a moment.
The field is rolling on the back straightaway.
Get ready, this is going to be tight. Out of turn 4, ladies and gentlemen. The All-American 400 is underway.
Gotta be careful, the bumps here can get you every time. Entering the corner, exiting the corner.
And we are back on the iRacing Esports Network. You're watching the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. And we are under the second safety car of the race. Drivers have come in for their pit stops under the safety car. Once again, I'm Reese Gardner, Ryan Jones in the commentary booth with me, and Lockie Mansell in the pits. Lockie, with the 923 and the 28, they initially had a pit stop advantage, but they've come in under this safety car, and you're saying that on fuel mileage, they no longer have that extra pit stop up their sleeve.
Correct. So the situation now is that everybody needs 4 pit stops to get to the end of the race. There are a lot of cars in the field that have done 3 pit stops, so obviously they need still to make 4 compulsory pit stops to take them up to 7. The situation with the number 28 and the number 923 cars is that they have already made 4 pit stops in total. So in terms of compulsory stops, they would only need to have to make 3 more. The problem is that on fuel range, they can't get to the end of the race from this point, making only 3 stops. So the advantage that they had before, that the extra pit stop up their sleeve, has evaporated with this safety car.
Well, they've got a bit of extra work to do once we go green again. But Ryan, I was noticing that the 923 was doing a bit of fuel saving, so they are well aware in that Altus machine of what they need to do to get to the finish. And the safety car period is just about to end here, and it's going to be Jordan Caruso leading the way from Madison down.
Yeah, right now it blew their strategy, but you know, I said it before, I'll keep saying it, it's still a long way to go. It could still come back into their favour at some point in this race. Who knows what's still to come? But for the first time today, leading us back to the green, it's Jordan Caruso. Our second restart. Neither of our safety cars for incidents on the racetrack, both part of the random safety cars that are part of the regulations for the series. Caruso jumps on the throttle. We are back green at Mount Panorama.
Excellent stuff, and through Murray's Corner they go at speed, and we are officially racing again here at the Mount Panorama circuit. Jordan Caruso leads the way from Madison down. Just behind them, they've got Jason Bentz in 39th position, a lap down. Kyle George in the number 910 United car currently sits in third, but under big pressure from Dominic Ferraris in the number 33 machine. Behind them, Sam Blacklock and Scott Sislovsky are just about to come together in the Trick and Altus machines through into Griffin's Bend. The first time after this safety car, nice and smooth from all of them, and it looks like Jason Bentz actually managing to keep up with our top 2 there. Moves further on back in the pack, the 06. Have a look at that. Could that be an outside move at the cutting? It looks like it's going to be. Simone Maria Martino back into the car and just taking the position there from the Pursuit 93.
There is now absolutely zero grip offline everywhere around this racetrack. So many marbles have been built up, and you end up wide at turn, so you end up wide at the cutting or wide at Forest Elbow. You are headed to the fence for sure, unless you get really lucky. So they're going to have to be very mindful of that now for the rest of this race as we head back down the hill. You can see the marbles there at the dipper, all building up on the outside of the racetrack. And now into Forest Elbow. Really impressed by Jason Pence on this opening lap. He scored 39th, 1 lap down. Without Williams Mayhem Republic, number 17, which was driven earlier in the race by Vincent Skilbeck, is holding on nicely.
That it is, and I think that's helped by Kyle George acting as a bit of a cork in the bottle for everyone behind him, because Ferraris and Blacklock, along with Sislovsky and Forzan El Nabi in the United number 21, all having to hold off slightly over the course of this lap.
Joel Kenton has got Borg, Taliantich and Kelly right behind him. They were almost 3 wide exiting the chase.
Joel Kenton putting the Team Hyperdrive 032 up into 10th place. Well, that's going to be 11th pretty soon, because we've got Brian Borg potentially coming up the inside at Hell Corner. He's going for the move. Michael Taliantich behind him backs out, but checked up a bit on the exit of Hell Corner, and that means that Sean Kelly in the number 51 has to back out as well. What has gone on?
Matthew Norris and Ruben Goodall just had some pretty big contact in the straight, exiting turn 1. I have no idea how Goodall did not get turned. He turned left straight into the front right of Norris's car and somehow didn't get turned around.
great stuff between the two of those, but there goes Scott Kozlowski defending against Forzan Elnabi. Elnabi almost getting by him at the cutting, but now the number 28 Trans-Tasman is through on that pack, and it looks like Simone Maria Marchino in the Altus 06 has managed to get a position as well. Sean Kelly is behind him, back with Corey Preston in the 098, just coming over Skyline now. There is the number 51 of Emily Jones and Sean Kelly coming down through the dipper. They've had a couple of disadvantages on this lap. But meanwhile, it looks like Jason Bentz has fallen off the back of the top two and is starting to come into effect as traffic for Kyle George and everyone behind him here at the chase.
Kenton's losing another spot in the background. Not been a good opening lap for him. As down the inside comes the United Sim Sports car right up on the curbs and gets that move done.
So Forzan Elnabi then up into 6th now at the end of that lap. Just up at the top of the screen, you saw the Premier car of Brian Borg over the crest as well. He's got Michael Taliancic still chasing him. But now Elnabi up in front of this sub-pack. And have a look at who the car ahead of Elnabi is. It is Sam Blacklock for 5th place. So Blacklock and Ferraris both together could be a potential round 2 between the 21 and the 215 as Blacklock goes for the move on Ferraris. Dominic has to stay wide over the marbles and loses out on the exit, but these guys have got quite a bit of traffic to deal with. Jason Bentz lets Kyle George go into the cutting just up ahead of these guys.
Wow. Hey, can we get a replay of Josh Muggleton coming out of turn 1?
No! Oh no! That's a big crash! That is a huge crash! The track's blocked! The track is blocked!
Oh, it's completely gone.
Oh,
They're all gone. No.
Oh, goodness me. Even a broadcast PC can't keep up with what's going on here.
Get out the field that they can all squeeze through now. Kyle Stokes gets by. Corey Preston is stranded. And he is now the sole car remaining there, or Matthew Norris as well. There was a spectacular 4-car overtake for Josh Muggleton right before this crash happened right in front of him. So Muggleton's picked up about 8 spots in 2 corners there, I reckon.
Yeah. My goodness. Blown engine
is
Glenn Bosselthwaite.
No safety car.
Matthew Norris has stopped on the circuit. We'll be waiting for word from race control to see what happened there, but I
think there is a safety car, yeah. They've all slowed down.
All right, well, I'm going to take a look at the incident. It actually looks like it was a problem. The number 51 of Sean Kelly trying to overtake Joel Kenton out of the cutting, just made rear-end contact, and then Kenton spins into the wall, and Sean Kelly trying to take avoiding action. It meant that Corey Preston had absolutely nowhere to go and hit the wall, and that just resulted in a major pile-up for a lot of drivers out here. Other cars involved include
everyone.
The car of, pretty much everyone. Matthew Norris, who has stopped on the circuit. Everyone who is behind Postlethwaite at the moment was involved in that crash in some fashion. So, safety car is now back out, and Postlethwaite's going to bring that one straight into the pits. So he and Brenton Hobson have just had their day go from bad to worse. And Matthew Norris in the Hyperdrive 218. I tell you what, Hyperdrive up until this point, they were one of the teams to really look out for, because they were all advancing forward, taking advantage of other people's mistakes and incidents. But now they've got one of their cars involved in an incident themselves, actually 2 of them, because Joel Kenton brings it in there and Corey Preston follows him in. So the top 28 have stayed out, and pretty much everyone else coming into the pits is all I was going to say.
Me too. Hopefully we can get a replay of that. I think so. But I was highlighting Muggleton as that unfolded, because what had happened, I think it was the same car as it ended up wrecking. they all ended up 3 wide out of turn 1, right in front of Muggleton. And then he proceeded to pass all 3 of them. And then got by the spinning car of Joel Kenton as well.
Ultimately, I reckon the Muggletons got lucky out of that one. They avoided most of the carnage that happened on the run up to the cutting.
In fact, did the car that triggered that, Joel Kenton? Oh no, he's still there. Yeah. That's just the worst spot, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's already quite a fast part of the track, and the car's loaded up on the left-hand side coming out of Griffins, so a little tap just results in nowhere to go between all of these concrete walls. Matthew Norris managed to move forward a little bit, but still stuck out there on the circuit, and with looks like not much activity from that machine. So race control should be giving them the all clear to tow back to the pits soon. Wondering if Jay is wondering if someone might have hit them because they're now missing their rear wing. Not quite sure what's going on there. We'll go back and check.
Wow. I just went and looked at Muggleton's onboard. It was a slalom course for him.
A proper slalom?
Yeah. He had about a car's width between Sean Kelly and the fence on the left. You got through that. And then about 50 meters later, a car's width between Corey Preston and the fence on the right, which he also managed to get through.
Well, he's certainly gotten lucky out of all of that. Great awareness, I think, from Josh Muggleton to avoid all of that. Now, I am looking at the car of Matthew Norris out there on track on the replay. It looks like he disappears from the track for a short while and then reappears, moving forwards with the rear wing gone. So, once again, it's a bit of a mysterious incident. I'm not too sure what's going on for that car.
Going to be 100 laps to go when we restart. So a third safety car intervention, this time for a big incident coming out of Griffin's Bend. A lot of pretty decent cars involved in this one. And now, Caruso's going to try it again on this restart.
Well, I guess there's going to be a small consolation here to Caruso, is that he managed to keep that lead in the very short time between the restart and the safety car coming back out again. So he knows that he's got at least level on pace with Madison down at the moment if the form of the 77 car in recent stints is anything to go by.
Safety car's getting a workout. That is... Who's at the wheel of it, actually? Simon Black at the wheel. Of the wheel of the Porsche pace car.
and Simon Black is actually leading the pace car class. He's put himself a lap ahead of the other SCOPS safety car that was driven by Nick Parker. There is the gap. So another little competition. So hang on a minute. We've got the main SCOPS championship. We've got the Endurance Cup. We've got the Bathurst 1000, and we got the Porsche safety car race at the Bathurst 1000. So it's a competition within a competition within a competition. A competition that ultimately means diddly squat, because safety cars are not competing in the race. Oh, got news of a couple of small technical issues for the pace car. That would have been a bit awkward.
What happens if the pace car drops out?
Yeah, That is an interesting question. I don't know if there's a provision in the rulebook for that. I guess that's the reason why Oceanic Sim Racing has 3 safety cars in this session. All the administrators, Korolev, Parker, and Black, they all have their own cars in this session. So if one of them suffers an issue, the other one can come out and pick up the field.
What I've decided is that these restarts and 50 cars all together on the racetrack is bad for Jay's PC. So we can go grid and spread them out again. It'll be great.
Yes, indeed. So the safety car already pulling away, and Jordan Caruso will regain control of the field here. Let's see when he decides to put the power down. He can do it any time from the exit of the chase to Murray's corner, but holding off until after the bridge.
Ooh. Down, just got hit by George.
Oh yeah, a little bit of checking up there. Might be ultimately inconsequential contact as we go green once again. So Jordan Caruso leads the way across the line from Madison down. Kyle George did not get the best of starts in the second United Sim Sports car. Now under pressure from Sam Blacklock, Dominic Ferraris, then Forzan El Nabi are your top 6. All the field moving through Hell Corner nice and cleanly. Looks like Madison down really sticking with Jordan Caruso now. Caruso may have gotten the slight jump, but down right on it once you come up to actual racing speed.
And down the inside, one of the DPR cars on one of the TTR cars. Robin Kirk getting by, and Sean Kelly losing a lot of speed. That car is well and truly damaged, back end with no rear wing.
Yeah, remember Kelly was one of the cars involved in the incident that brought out the safety car just before. So there's no pace in that car. He might have engine damage as well. So he's going to have to bring that thing back into the pits. Very heavily damaged, that machine.
Just behind the group from Thomas Hins on back. Please don't tell me I heard that. Okay. I thought I heard the iRacing crash sound with a car scraping into the fence, but I didn't. Or if I did, it wasn't where I thought it was, so we're all safe. But Thomas Hins has got them all stacked up behind. He's a lap behind, and he's got Bradley Vaughan, who's also a lap behind, right behind him, and then the lead lap cars.
Yeah, the first of which is Mitchell McLeod there in the Torque Inc. machine, of course driving with his dad Sam. McLeod with the run on the damaged Mach 1 blue machine. Bradley Vaughan and Bailey Frid have had a baptism of fire in their Scops Bathurst debut, and wow, Dion Peters very late on the brakes, and a DPR car spun, 2 DPR cars spun.
Reese Keane in the grass, and Darren Lobb has been collected by Jason Bench in the middle of the track.
Goodness me, something major has happened down there at the chase that we just missed out on. I'll relate it to you. It looks like there was actually contact. Yeah, Darren Lobb went into the back of Benjamin Smith in the braking zone, and there wasn't much that could be done after that. Lobb then careened into the other DPR car, and that's what caused that incident. Apologies, but we cannot bring you a replay at this time.
I vote we start a petition to move Jay out of whatever dark dungeon he's living in that's overheating his PC into a more cool locale.
Perhaps invest in a little ice machine for Jay's PC to sit in. That would help things for sure. But this lead battle between Caruso and Down shows no signs of slowing, keeping the gap to about 3 or 4 tenths over most of the circuit. Madison Downs starting to come back now at the race lead after we saw a bit of a slump in his performance.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? But I think he was just surviving at that point, making sure he's got a car to fight with when we get towards the last few laps. But it would seem, is what I say, but it would seem that the point at which drivers go seems to be earlier and earlier each year. There's 100 left to go now. Surely at this point you're still waiting, but Madison Down is definitely not waiting around behind the race leader, is he?
Yeah, well, look, once you get into this middle stage of the race, you get into the rhythm, and you sort of rediscover your comfort in the car. Obviously, the first quarter can be quite a stressful experience. You're having to fight your way through the pack, but get a couple pit stops out of the way, a couple safety cars, and you're fully in the zone. As you can see, Madison down in the zone of the draft behind Jordan Caruso. That's a pretty good run down into Griffins, but not quite close enough for an outbraking maneuver just yet. You got to be careful where you pick your moves around a track like Bathurst. I mean, we've talked about it before. This entire section from the cutting all the way to Forest Elbow is pretty much single file under regular conditions, and whoa, El Nabi getting a bit of a hurry up there from Dominic Ferraris for the top 5. The 9-10 of Kyle George and Jared Filsell starting to fall into the clutches of these guys, and oh no! That's the Altus 923 with a half spin coming out of the cutting. Zach Hanlon fighting at the oversteer. Doesn't look like there's a huge amount of damage on the car though. Might have just escaped.
Let's show they're up to 15th place. Having a fantastic race, despite potentially getting caught out by the safety car with their alternate, shall we say, strategy. But still 19th. Still good for them. Massive train behind Hugh Barter, Jake Blackhall, Scott Orlowski, Brian Borg, and the 2 United Sim Sports cars come together.
Well, Kyle George came together with the wall on the exit of Forest Elbow, and Forzan El Nabi now through on him. Dominic Ferraris might try a move coming into the chase as well, but have a look at these two ERT machines side by side coming into the chase. And that's Jake Blackhall getting ahead of Hugh Barter in the 5-4-3. Bit of oversteer on the exit of the corner for good measure, but Jake Blackhall back in the car after some time out. Always good to see Jake having a run. Of course, Jake runs Knight Rider Designs, who has a great purveyor of iRacing liveries. He's behind Evolution Racing Team's paints. He's also done paints for the real-life Supercars E-Series as well. So it's great to see him back behind the wheel and showing that he's not just good with Photoshop, he's good with a racing wheel as well. Madison down, still pressuring the 117 of Jordan Caruso coming into Griffins. It's only a matter of time, I think.
When he pulls the trigger, he's got to make sure he does it cleanly and without error. That's the key. So he'll be happy to sit here, I reckon. There's no pressure from behind. They've got 3.5 seconds over the third place car. And then we know there's a big battle for 6 on back. And El Nabi and Ferraris, who are 4th and 5th, aren't pressuring anyone either. So the top 2, definitely in a lane of their own at the moment. And looking good as they run down the hill.
Update from race control. The number 51 Trans-Tasman machine has been given a penalty for instigating the pile-up that brought out the safety car. Remember, it was Sean Kelly trying a move on the hyperdrive machine. Bit of rear-end contact on the exit of Griffins. That's what brought out the safety car, and race control deeming the 51 car at fault for that. So it's probably just going to add insult to injury for them, because they've already put themselves way out of contention. These guys, on the other hand, Jake Maloney and Richard Hampstead. Maloney back in the car and fighting to get back into the top 10. He's behind the Pursuit 201 as Scott Soslovsky gets passed by the number 13 of Luke Pink. Looks like that was either a pass back or a defense, but it's left him open to an attack from the Premier car, but just pulling out of that move, and through goes the number 28 on the 201. So they continue advancing forward after a very difficult first half of the race.
So the battle at the front, still half a second between them, and still pulling out on the rest of the field, as a black flag's been given to Joel Kenton as well. That'll be a drive-through, and that's the Team Hyperdrive 032 machine. Not quite sure what it's for yet. Haven't got that much info through at this point.
Oh, we will find out momentarily, I'm sure. Race Control always keeps us updated on the incidents and decisions throughout a race like this. I'll tell you what, looking at Jordan Caruso, he's actually gotten a bit of a second wind on this lap. He's gapped down across the top, hasn't he?
He has. Maybe we should go on board. No, never mind. Who's that? Sean Kelly in pit lane. Remember, he had a drive-through. That's not a drive-through. That's a car stopped in his box. So probably deciding enough's enough. Let's get some more of that damage repaired. Caruso has stretched. Caruso has stretched the gap to down on this lap. In fact, he's pretty much doubled it. It'll shrink back ever so slightly with the slipstream.
Yeah, Madison down very aggressive on the brakes coming into the chase, and a nice clean line as well. But once again, Caruso holding it down in the lead of the race. They'll be coming around to start lap 67 here. Won't be too long before we get over the 100 lap mark.
Simone Mario Marcheno just got a little nudge from Taliantich. Was trying to make the move into the chase. Wasn't quite there. Taliantich tried to give the room. And then, oh, hello.
Oh.
That's Blackhall has gone around from the 7th place.
Oh, no. So that's a big issue there on the exit of Murray's. I'm going to double check. See what's going on for that. Oh my goodness. How fine do you want to cut it? My goodness. At the very least, staying mostly out of trouble.
Rejoins right behind Sean Lindsell and in front of Lee Ellis. So 29th. But yeah, Marcheno on Taliantich, they just came together on the exit, and Marcheno hip jerked out into the grass, ended up losing the spot to Muggleton.
And I'll tell you what happened to Blackhall. He just caught the grass on the exit of Murray's corner, so he was already in a slide, but then it was exacerbated because Luke Pink behind in the number 13 just tagging him as he was sideways. So that's the reason Jake Blackhall went around on the start-finish straight.
Down responds. And the group from Sislowski on back gets bigger. So Barta lost a spot. He should have gained a spot by the spin from Blackhall, but Zalki got by him as that happened, and now Barta might lose out to Maloney as well. I reckon he's probably a car length too far back, and he is, especially without that rear wing on the car. Marcheno at the back of this train after his little excursion a lap or two ago.
And we now have an extra voice in the commentary box, because joining us is one of the usual crew for SCOPS. It's now a reasonable hour in the morning for you, Jake Sperry, and you're coming into this after quite a bit of drama. You've missed 3 safety cars, and that's just the least of it.
Well, let's be correct. I woke up at 6:30 this morning, so the reality is I've missed 1 safety car in terms of this race, but it certainly has kicked off here today. And at the Great Sim Race, you can never expect too much to be of the normal, but safety cars, they are par for the course around this place. And Reese, something that I think really does encapsulate what we see right now, and actually something that hasn't been talked about in terms of this safety car that we just had, the most recent one, is because that safety car was not triggered randomly, was triggered by the incident that Matthew Norris had in the Team Hyperdrive car that looked more like a Team Hyperdive car. I think that the point that we're trying to see here now is that the next random safety car, if there was going to be a random safety car, now technically doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, that's it. Because the way random safety cars work is if there was a it's a random number generator. You can have anywhere from 1 to 3 safety cars or something like that, and if a safety car is brought out by an incident on track, then that's one random safety car crossed off. So we've already had 2 randoms and 1 brought out due to an incident, but of course we're not privy to all of the information surrounding random safety cars, so there's a chance that we might get 1 more before the end of this. Hugh Barter, meanwhile, still under pressure from Sam Blacklock coming into the chase. And oh my goodness. Not Sam Blacklock, Jake Maloney. Getting myself confused because Blacklock used to drive for TTR. He's through on Barter, and it looks like Brian Borg is going to have an opportunity here as well. On the outside, Maloney protects the middle of the racetrack, prevents both of them from coming through. Barter clobbering the curb at Murray's Corner, and a bit more contact. That's checked them all up, and that's going to allow... Oh, Taliancic getting onto the grass. Josh Muggleton on the inside for Hell Corner. Can he get it done? No, he cannot. Taliancic, though, has the momentum. Contact between Borg and Muggleton, and they might go 3 wide, coming up to Griffins, but no. Brian Borg moves on over to the right-hand side, prevents Taliancic from getting through, and he is now boxed in, coming into Griffins.
Check out Marchino trying to find a way through on Taliancic as well, as he had to back off. Now he's going to get by as Muggleton on the outside found no grip whatsoever. Marchino going to follow into the cutting. Oh, Muggleton's going to fight back in. Ultimately, Altus Man says, no thanks.
Well, no thanks is always going to be the course of action around that place. You saw there how Michael Taliancic put 2 tyres on the grass on that run through the start-finish straight and onwards. Was looking at a gap around the outside to make things happen. These tyres, when you do catch the grass, they are so slippery to deal with. 38-degree track temperatures, when you're trying to put loads through the tyres, that's probably one of the worst places to put the 2 tyres in the grass, knowing that you've got to be in the acceleration phase and you can be spinning up the tyres up through 3rd gear and maybe up into 4th as well. Now this is only bringing here Reese the gap back down to other drivers behind. There's Ruben Goodall in the Pursuit Sim Racing 93, Chris Coxhead in the Zuma Racing 208 machine. They will both be wanting to gain some places as they fight just for the top 10 to top 15 places.
Yeah, it's quite a close run here with this pack. Brian Borg has managed to escape the clutches of Taliancic over the course of that lap as we continue our focus on our 2 race leaders. Madison Down really keeping Jordan Caruso honest here.
Whoa, Barter's off the road.
Oh, yeah.
Skating across the grass at the chase. Having to cover now for Murray's Corner. Borg's already gone by. Taliancic trying to go around the long way. Murray's, that's dodgy. That's very dodgy. Muggleton has to check up. Marchino as well, and it's on again.
They're racing like it's lap 160, not lap 70 here of this event as they final away through turn number 1, Hell's Corner, and look at the run coming off behind from Josh Muggleton in the Jared Muggleton Trans-Tasman Racing car. Has to go the long way around again. Remember, it didn't work for you last time, Sunshine. You've got to be careful around here if it's do it again. And he lifts out so early that through goes Simone saying, I don't like second invitations. White goes Barter, and he'll lose 3 places as well. So Ruben Goodall picks up a couple, and now look at this. You got 3 wide almost there from Chris Coxhead, who just couldn't quite find the way through.
Settle down, lad. Settle down.
I can't believe this. I mean, as you say, Sperry, it's in the middle of the race, and we are seeing like it's the last lap, the kind of on-track action out here. So Taliancic now continues at the front of this pack. I'm amazed that he's been able to hold everyone off so far, but Hugh Barter now starting to fall back, and those couple of occasions absolutely smashing the curb at Murray's Corner, not going to help him. I mean, it looks like a very tempting curb to use, but as you saw, you can absolutely 2-wheel it, and that completely kills your momentum. But now, this Altus Esports car, Marchino versus Taliancic, coming down the back stretch on Conrad. Marchino definitely in draft range now. We'll see if Taliancic can defend into the chase again, as he's done so many times before in this race. Through the turn-in point. And Marchino onto the brakes. He has the inside line, just manages to get ahead by the apex,
not
and no,
again.
overshot.
That's exactly what happened last time he tried that move on him. And look at what else that's caused. As Goodall, Barter, Muggleton, they all to check up, and Chris Coxett gets an invitation to the party. What on earth is this? 2x2x2.
Noah's Ark Racing 2 wide, 3 deep. They were in towards that final corner, and Simone's got through, and they won't be best pleased over at Pursuit for that sort of incident. Simone far too deep on the brakes, but now the train gets a little bit more logged up here as they go through. Contact between Hugh Butt and Ruben Goodall through the opening corner. Robin Kirk's on the back. Zach Hanlon is back in the back of this as well, getting back out and going again. Now you've got Tyler Blackburn and David Kinman and Jacob Knight trying to get in. Thomas Hinds, Mitch McLeod, Kobe Jones is in there for ANZ, and soon Kyle Stokes. Look at all of this that's going on. You've got a train which is going back now probably from about 10th place down to 23rd at the moment, Reese. This is unheard of.
Yeah, this is quite the train we've got here at the moment, and on the static cam you can see they keep filing through. That whole train is for position. I can't believe it at this stage in the race, but it's really been set up by those slightly botched moves at the chase at the front of that pack. That's what's allowed everyone to stay together like this. So Josh Muggleton in third in the train, looking to pressure Michael Taliancic once again.
Looks like we've just seen a black flag come in for Philip Worley, so the DPR team have just picked up a penalty and they have just been administered that, so they will not be best pleased with the way that their race is going. Meanwhile, here's a pass for position right now, Ryan, that we've got going on. This is Kyle George getting back through on Dom Ferraris. Now, with Dom Ferraris here, racing in the VRS team at this stage, along with Jake Burton trying to get a good run, but has recently picked up a new team alongside Dylan Burst at the Vendaval Sim Racing outfit, which has had a tradition of picking up Australian drivers.
Yeah, that's an interesting move, wasn't it? Those two heading over to Vendaval to join Joshua Anderson, who also recently announced that he'd be racing for Trans-Tasman Racing in Supercars events and some other series as well, while maintaining his relationship with Vendaval on the world stage with Porsche Esport Super Cup and the like. So there's an interesting group of drivers now with that team, and it'll be very exciting to see how they go and whether Dylan Burst and co also maintain a Australian team alliance for these sorts of events after this race.
And it's also worth talking about as well, as I just want to bring Lockie Mansell into the conversation. He's been down on pit lane running quite a few numbers and spreadsheets and simulations. It looks like he's got all of the paper in the world printing out of the back of the computer right now. But Lockie, you know, we've had a couple of safety cars back to back. How has that affected this stint number, especially when it's come to the fuel mileage?
Well, most drivers pitted on the same lap number 54, so the key point here is that everybody still needs 4 more pit stops to get home. Just a few slightly out of sequence teams that I want to highlight though. The number 696 car, Scott Sikorsky, currently at the wheel of that car. That car did not stop under that safety car, so they've only done 2 pit stops at this stage. Currently in 8th position, but still have to make 5 pit stops to get to the end of this race, so they're off strategy compared to everybody else. And big shout out as well, Jake Maloney and Richard Hansted, they fell all the way back to 43rd position after that collision where we saw them getting drilled from behind by the DPR Racing Adam Griggs and Andrew Dyson car. They fought their way back up to 7th position, and they've got good pace at the moment. The Enduro Cup points leaders not out of it just yet.
Absolutely not. There are a number of championships on the offing here today, one of which is the Endurance Cup, which closes here today, which makes life just that little bit more needy for drivers out there on track. The other thing that's worth keeping in mind is that there are championship implications here, Reece. Those big championship implications are about, well, who's getting what for the championship, which team's getting what points, and that number 77 car in 2nd position, which has a Madison Down behind the wheel of it at the moment, will be quite happy with this position right now. All main title contenders are behind, and you would say at this stage, Madison Down is the 2nd driver, the anchor driver in the car. He wouldn't like to say that, but unfortunately he feels compared to Dane Warren he is. And he's actually keeping pace, if not pulling away, from United Sim Sport number 21's fastest driver in Forsan El Nabi.
Yeah, correct. And it's been something we've been watching for a while, the way he's been managing to stick with Jordan Caruso and eke out that gap in the top two as you see a potential move there between two Mustangs, the 9 and the 143. But in terms of the championship, if Down can hold on here with Warren for a P2 finish at least, that's going to really pay dividends in the championship hunt. Remember, Madison Down missed out on the first few rounds of the season, so he has got a lot of work to do if he wants to try and take this title. Commiserations, though, once again, for a car we haven't talked about in a while, the 088 down there in 49th. They have been retired from this race for quite some time. James Scott, unfortunately, is not going to get any points towards his continued title fight.
He'll get about 20.
Yeah, that's not going to be ideal, but of course he has to try and finish the race as well if he wants those points, and I doubt that's a reality either. So here's another battle that we've got on screen, hopefully, for you at the moment, as we take a little look at the 77 right now, going through the final corner, trying to stay within that 1 second window, and is just on the outside of it. There's still this huge train, but we are seeing small pockets starting to be made. Ruben Goodall under pressure into the fastest corner in Australian sim racing. Chris Coxhead wants to get close in the Zuva racing car. He's not quite in position just yet, though, to go and make that move, and he'll be sitting there patiently trying to get this all sorted out. But every person in the train will be looking at, okay, what can you do? And now we've just seen Thomas Hinds actually in the 209 run trouble as we found trouble.
Barter's skated into the grass trying to get into pit road. He's managed to get it into pit lane eventually, but that's going to cost him, what did you say, Reese? 4-5 seconds?
Yeah, something like that. It's not going to be great there for Barter, but also we saw a move coming into Murray's corner. Chris Coxhead just got by Ruben Goodall, and Goodall let him go through. The Altus car had to check up a bit as well, just behind them.
Redressed.
Okay, so Simone Maria Marchino redressing.
Yep, and it's to Michael Taliancic in the Pursuit Sim Racing 1201 car. That is an order directive of the race control. So they have managed to sort out those positions changing after that little bit of argy-bargy and get together down at the chase about 4 or 5 laps ago. Now the stewards do take their time. They do have a good look at an instance like this, Ryan. And what is key to note about here is that it's all about when it comes to penalties and stewards. It's not a case of everybody's got to have a drive-through penalty. Sometimes there's a wide variety of penalties available to the race stewards, and they have to choose the one which fits the punishment. And with both drivers still out there and going, maybe drop back a couple of places, Simone, make the pass cleanly next time.
Yeah, there's been a lot of race control decisions looking at that now on my screen. A lot of them called racing incidents, some drive-throughs, some people being handed license point penalties. Just instead of a penalty. That's more in the case of they've made the mistake and spun themselves out, like with Haber and Blacklock, and not the other driver. And then, the redress, obviously. Jet Bennett had to redress David Kimman earlier on, and also copped 25 points on his license penalty points system thing. Meanwhile... Whoa!
Take 3, take 4 for Simone Maria Marchino, trying to pass Michael Taliancic at the chase, and little potential move getting going on the exit of the chase as well. Oh, look at that. Dominic Ferraris has gotten through on Kyle George. That is for position number 5. So now that car moving its way forward in this race.
They certainly are. They're going left and right and up and down, trying to change places all the time. We're on lap 75 here of 161 in the halfway stage of this race. Well, that's going to be score complete in about 6 laps' time from where we are right now. Thomas Hinds has just dived the Zuva car down in onto the lane, so slightly a shorter stop compared to others at this stage. But Ryan, one of the big things that we're seeing right now is Joel Kenton's about to get out of the way of a huge train of cars here, which could just be the pick unlocking for a number of drivers here in this field. one of the things that you have, this ability of Mount Panorama Bathurst, is because it is so tough to overtake up the mountain, you have that opportunity to fuel save a little bit. Catch yourself in the middle of a huge train right now, like, say, the number 40 Mitchell McLeod is right now, and, say, Jacob Knight is as well in the Exto Gaming 024. They can just sit, they can wait, they don't have to make any moves, they don't have to move out of the line or anything. They can play the S word, the strategy card today.
Yes, they can. It's another one on the bingo card. So it's going to be very interesting to unfold. We're not even halfway. When you said that, I actually got surprised a little bit because it feels like we've had so much happen in these 75 laps that Reese and I have seen. It's been ridiculous. But yeah, not even at halfway. The strategy game is not even halfway done. And I'm looking at Marcino and Talientich because for the 30th time today, Marcino's going to try and lob it up the inside of the chase, and as we go Scops radio once again, Talientich actually went to the inside, lifted off, and allowed Marcino to go the long way around, which is probably the best way to do it, because twice Marcino had attempted that, and twice Marcino had drifted wide into the left door of Talientich.
Okay, Lockie, Scott Zaslowski's just dived down into the lane. How important is this in terms of a stop from a Trick Esports outfit that does love to go alternative with the strategy? It won them a Bathurst 1000 in 2018.
Well, the key thing here is that this is actually the longest stint that we've seen so far. They've been out on the circuit for 26 laps, so mega long stint for that car. Ross Rizzo jumped into the car at the first pit stop, so this has been Sislowski's second stint, so it'll be interesting to see if they hand it back over to Ross Rizzo for their next stint.
There has been a little bit of Christmas card exchanging. It's a little bit early for Christmas, but Kyle Stokes, I believe, has given a nice letter there to Mitchell McLeod at turn number 1, and as such, Kobe Jones in the ANZ Motorsports car just snipes off a position and says, yoink, that's mine, thank you very much. Not much time lost in that. But it's one of those things, Reese, you get those turn 1 little taps, which do not do many favours. Do want to point out, though, in that 5th, 6th, and now 7th place battle we have going on right now, Jake Maloney doesn't have the boot on the car, but he is certainly closing that gap right down here and doing exactly what is needed to bring the Bianchi Trans-Tasman car back into racing contention.
Absolutely. I mean, those guys have been working incredibly hard of Hampstead and Maloney ever since they lost their rear wing under the first safety car. Dominic Ferraris getting past Kyle George just a couple of laps ago, but hasn't been able to streak away. And comparing lap times, I mean, Jake Maloney setting a 2:05.5 on his last lap. Compare that to a 2:07.4 for Kyle George and a 2:06.8 for Dominic Ferraris. That Trans-Tasman number 28 is certainly looking rapid, and I'm seeing a little look down at Murray's corner. Kyle George lifts off early and allows Jake Maloney to get on through into 6th position. Dominic Ferraris has been compromised out of Murray's as well, and it looks like Maloney is going to grab him as well at turn 1. They're level on the brakes, but Maloney just eases on through, and here comes Kyle George indeed. Side by side between he and Dominic Ferraris. Can he get the position back?
This is the battle of anchor drivers here. They've got Jake Burton and Jared Philsott to bring into the car as they go mirror to mirror here under the Pedders sign. And now look towards turn number 2. On the brakes they go, and they've got to be careful about contact through that section. Wide goes George onto the marbles, and Ferraris holds the place for the time being. They can't afford to be losing too much time in these battles, but the bad news that they've got is that the Muggleton car behind there, Ryan, is a second a lap faster.
A second lap faster is great, but when you get to the back bumper of someone, what do you do with it, Sperry?
You try and overtake in the cleanest and most efficient way possible. That's the way that normally happens, but what you find around this place is that it sometimes gets a little bit more difficult than people think it does around this place. More positions have been changed up and down the field. David Kinmond in the Premier Racing team, recent addition to that one, has now just dropped behind Kyle Stokes. So the 143 car is really starting to make a bit of progress here today in terms of trying to gain a little bit of time forward, as well as, say, the ANZ car, which is trying to move up from third position. But you have to give props here to the Premier Racing Team 990 at the moment, Reese. They started this one dead last here, 50th position out of 50 cars, and they have done very, very well to bring the car into a really nice position like they have done so far.
They have indeed, and to boot, David Kinman has been in the car for the whole race, so fatigue must surely be setting in for that 990 car, but having started in 50th and now up into position 16, certainly a great run for those guys. I'm wondering when David Kinman is going to hand over to his teammate, because remember, they got to do 2 driver swaps in this race. They're going to start coming up to the portion of the race where they're going to have to think about getting their second driver in there and getting their 54 laps out of the way.
At the start of the race, Barry, Reese and I, we talked about, with Lockie, I can't remember if it was on air or off air, about imagine doing an 81 lap stint around Bathurst. And then we thought to ourselves, well, theoretically they could do it, there's no rule against it, and we've seen it.
Exactly. You play with the rules that you have available to you and you move on forward with them as quickly as you possibly can, and hopefully the race all works out in favour. Into the mix then comes Guy Leach in the 46 Injectors online racing car. Has a lot of alliances. There's that Injectors online racing car. I know that the ANZ boys have been working hard along with Zuva and all of that conglomerate of teams that are together under Henry King's banner.
Yeah.
He's having a good run as he goes on through, as well as the technical partnership, some would say, with Synergy Sim Racing over the course of setups here today, Ryan, and that's going to be something worth keeping an eye out on. And well, let's get Red 5 in the car. It's Paul Mansell who's taking over.
Yeah, and KRF Motorsports in that group as well. It is a really big conglomerate, isn't it? And I was talking to one of the drivers, you take your pick as to who it was, about their setups, saying, you know, they're a lot more confident in their race set than their quali set, which
yes,
about probably isn't a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing at all, but I was seeing Brett Loxton tear his hair out over the course of pre-qualification. He was not happy about the way that the car was handling in qualifying. He said that the qualifying set was broken as he was trying to get on through and trying to work something out for pre-qual, and he said, I've lost a second somewhere. I don't know where the pace has gone. I do not like what has happened to the update. I wish something more could be done to try and find maybe a little bit more understanding of what I'm supposed to do with this. The Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic car has just started to roll back out of the pits. It's 4 laps down, is car number 17 in 38th place, but Reese, that does not look healthy.
No, it certainly doesn't, and neither does the Pursuit 488. I'll have a look at that number 17. The front end is completely gone. Vincent Skilbeck and Jason Bentz have had a very rough time there, but we were just looking there at Job Stewart, who has brought the 488 back out onto the circuit. Remember, these guys were suffering a great deal of damage. They've gotten an engine change done, and now they are back out on track, hopefully to get some points. Down there in 42nd position, 18 laps down on the leaders, but they are going to gain a couple of positions as they continue lapping, because the XG Motorsports 098 and the 88 Synergy Sim Racing car are stuck in the pits, retired.
They certainly are at this stage as we look at more going on. That's Tyler Blackburn there just behind one missed, I believe. That is Kyle Stokes again, having a bit of a sideways moment. David Kinman has just dropped behind in Premier Racing Team car to the ANZ Motorsports machine, and Tyler Blackburn has dropped behind the 143 Synergy car moving on forward. So these are the big movers then that are starting to gain places time and time again here. They are 47 seconds off the race lead right now, Ryan, but the big key is they're gaining places, and when places come along, of course, we've seen the competition cautions, we've seen the safety car being thrown for incidents around this place. It means that they're gaining track position, and that's so crucial right now.
It is, but getting things right in pit road as well. Lockie, what have you seen?
So, a few things. The 488 car, they spent 90 minutes in the pits, so great to see that Pursuit Sim Racing car back out on the racetrack. But we are coming up to the end of this stint. Jordan Caruso and Forza El Nabi both pit after 25 lap stints. Madison Down and Sam Blacklock staying on the track for an extra lap, so they're going to stretch 26 laps out of this tank of fuel. Remember, part of this stint was spent behind the safety car, so they were able to save a bit of fuel. But I think this is what we're going to see. We're going to see the drivers front-end stints as long as they possibly can at the moment, because what they want to try and do is shorten up the final pit stop. Because if we get safety cars later on, it will be an advantage to have shorter pit stops a bit later in the race.
Well, this is another thing. I've just been doing the mental maths in my head, counting 25s going on forward. If this goes, Lockie, the way that I think it does, it means that at some point during those final couple of stints, as off and away goes Ethan Grigalt now into the car, they've got to do maybe a 6 laps fuel stint, and they've got to go 6 laps to the end if they do laps of 25. So you start thinking about, okay, if they do the maths, if they do 26 laps, then what's the difference? Is it going to be a case where someone's going to have a 2-lap splash and dash?
Exactly right. So it's all about shortening up that final stop, or maybe, just maybe, try and get into a position where you can save a pit stop, although I think that would be pretty difficult to achieve at the moment. Keep in mind that this stint's been unusually long because of the fact that people were able to save fuel under the safety car. Typically, most of the stints that we've seen today have been more around the 23 or 24 lap mark.
That is also very, very true. Madison down then. Will he go and respond to the 117 Evolution Racing Team car? And the answer is yes, but there will be no teammate to grant him and meet him at pit lane. So this definitely won't be a driver change, because in the last, I would say, 20 seconds or so, Reese, Dane Warren has effectively had an issue which has forced him to leave the session. So this is going to be Madison. You're staying in the car. Dane, I think, has just dropped back into session, so he might have the chance to get in, but that would have been a little bit concerning there for Madison, there knowing that the teammate's gone and then the teammate's back again. And that will also be something just worth keeping in mind. Sam Blacklock has jumped down in onto the lane, so that will also be another team looking to try and get that stop in. Fuel, tyres, the whole kit and caboodle.
Absolutely, and we're seeing more and more drivers file into the pits as well, like this guy, Zach Hanlon, in the number 923. Everyone who is in the top 7 on track getting onto the pit road, but Kyle Stokes stays out in the 143. It's been a great turnaround for that Synergy Sim Racing car. They pitted under the last safety car, which has certainly granted them a bit of extra mileage on this particular stint. But Madison down, it's confirmed, is staying in the car. The 201 is in the pits as well. Michael Taliancic brings that in. That is a very big jump from Madison down, already out of the pits. That looked like quite the pacey stop.
I'd say.
No?
I'd say Grigolt's got a better stop there in the Evolution Racing Team car.
Oh, he has
I don't know if you've seen the numbers, but look pretty good.
Have you seen the numbers, Barry?
It's a second and a half.
There you go. So, Grigol has done a pretty good job down on pit road. Over Madison down, and there's a laps car in between them as well. We look further back, here's Brody Myers and Forzan El Nabi. Now, have these two pitted yet?
Yes.
They have, so this is game on between them. And these two cars can't get away from each other. Earlier on it was Blacklock and Haber. Well, now it's their other drivers in the same cars, and, well, there is a history here. They battle.
There it is. They are fighting it out now for what is net third on the road at the moment, heading through McPhillamy and down Brock Skyline, looking here through the right, left, right section, which is so tough to hold the brakes going down. And then you've got the dipper, of course, that huge drop as you descend down the hill and look for just a little bit more. 3 cars still out there at the moment. You've got Kyle Stokes' 143, the 9 ANZ of Kobe Jones, and the 554 of Sean Lindsell as they go on through. We are half distance here in this race at the moment as we continue to see some amazing racing action going on out here today right now, and everybody has been watching the Great Sim Race with eager eyes. And of course the second half of the race is when the money starts to come on in. We have seen so many amazing races happen in the second half, and it could still go any number of ways with any infinite factors that can make this so very, very entertaining right now as we keep that focus on third place net on the road, Reese.
Yeah, so Brody Myers taken over from Sam Blacklock in the 215, and the United Sim Sports number 1. These two cars came together at the chase, and now Mr. El Nabi in the car and looking to chase down for that net third on the track. They got a bit of traffic ahead of them. They've just gone by it. Henry King, oh yeah, it is for position actually. Henry King, very slow on Mountain Straight. I don't know if they've, yeah, either let them go or saving a bit of fuel, perhaps, something like that. Either way, both of them are now into 6th and 7th position on the road.
Henry knows what he's doing. He's been in this position many a time before. They only just qualified the ANZ 7 car into this grid in terms of pre-qualification. They were car 50 of 50. They were car 49 when they got to the grid here for this race today. And well, Ryan, sometimes it does pay dividends when you go and race and you're not as fast to let quicker cars go by and just race your own race.
Yeah, well, okay, let's look at Sean Linsell then, because he's right in front of Grigol. He hasn't pitted yet. Grigol's right behind him. Check out how much of the road the egg is using there. Coming out of Forest Elbow. And down Conrod Straight, you would expect that this should be P3 here for the Evolution Racing Team car. Top 3 haven't pitted, so that's Stokes, Kobe Jones, and this man, Sean Linsell. He dabs the brakes and allows Ethan Grigol to go through. So what he can do now is he can jump in behind and follow that car, as long as he's got enough fuel in the tank, and potentially find a couple tenths.
Well, he'll try, but at the moment he's not
pit.
finding. He'll dive down into the lane then and go and make this stop on lap 82. So that extends the margin out a little bit for someone like Sean Linsell, who may be very well placed here in terms of picking up a couple places late in the day, Lockie, when it comes to the numbers and the strategy. How good have the 554 Exto gaming car been when it has come to this race and just quietly working on that strategy?
Yeah, they've had an uneventful race so far. A little bit out of sequence compared to a lot of their rivals when it comes to the pit stop situation, though, because this is actually their 6th visit to the pits in total. Just been doing a few other numbers as well. And the number 117 car, the lead Evolution Racing Team car, Ethan Grigol now back behind the wheel of that car. And the key thing for that team is that Jordan Caruso has completed his minimum number of laps in that car. They've also done their 2 driver changes. So Ethan Grigol can now stay in that car all the way through the checkered flag.
And speaking of numbers, Brady Myers just pumped in a purple one.
Thanks for stealing my thunder there, Ryan. You're very welcome. But at the moment, Brady Myers doing a very good job. He's trying to break away from Forza El Nabi. He's doing a fantastic job of doing so. We were also keeping that battle for the overall race lead as well on tap at the moment. Kobe Jones and, of course, Kyle Stokes. That gap half a second as they go down Conrod here and try and look towards the next stage of their event. They will be due to come in onto the lane, and maybe it's a case of, you know what, just stay behind, try and get a little bit more fuel here, Kobe, as you go on through, and he'll be more of a what do you mean sort of reality, trying to keep the car all nicely done. He does not want a similar reality to what happened, of course, at the circuit. Autodromo Nazionale, Autodromo Enzo Edina Ferrari is actually in. They come into the pits. They do not want the engine blowing up late in this race like they did last time, Reese, and as such, Kobe's going to try and dive this one down into the lane. Little slide trying to get to the marker, and now it's all about what's next and where they're going to come out.
Yeah, we've already had a couple of blown engines here today. Lee Ellis and Kurt Stenbergen qualifying, and then James Scott and Cooper Webster early on in the race. And it looks like it is a driver change for the ANZ number 9. Ben Christensen is going to jump into the car. It looks like Kobe Jones still has yet to... has yet to get over the minimum 57 laps, so we should expect him back in the car at some point.
Also in onto the lane is Dion Peters in the Team Hyperdrive 02 machine, looking to try and get the stop out of the way right now, and hoping that this is going to play into the fact, and we are starting to see now more and more drivers just thinking about where do they need to be at the right time. Got other battles as well out on circuit right now, as I've got my eyes here on this on screen. Ruben Goodall and Zach Hanlon having this scrap for 16th position at the moment, which will now be promoted up to 14th, 15th as they go through turn number 1. And oh, look, there's Ben Christensen right into the middle of a battle.
And that is the car that was being driven by Kobe Jones. So they come back out in a pretty decent spot here, in the battle for around 15th. And again, that True Force Altus car has been very impressive since the start. I say it's a good spot. Ideally, that they would have wanted to be ahead of these sort of clean air.
But you also have to remember here in this situation right now here, Reese, when you see that that fantastic ANZ Motorsports car, is that they were on the back of all of these drivers before the pit stop window started. By going long, they have gained, and Kyle Stokes here will be looking to try and do exactly the same. They have to come down in this time, and this will relinquish the race lead back to Ethan Grigault and Jordan Caruso's ERT machine. This battle, well, they've got work to do right now, because that Synergy Sim Racing car is going to definitely want to have a good result, especially after what's happened to the Postlethwaite Hobson machine.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be flying the flag for Synergy Sim Racing. Them and the number 30 with Michael Schreier, one of the drivers of that machine, but the number 9 having a bit of a poor run across the top of the mountain on those cold tyres is lost touch a bit with Zach Hanlon and Ruben Goodall. But like you say, that number 9 was at the back of this pack before the pit stop, so they have gained pretty nicely. Speaking of gaining, Zach Hanlon through on Ruben Goodall into the chase. It's always a bit hectic going side by side through the kink, but Hanlon has managed to make it work. In terms of the 143, it is still stopped. Jordan Ross is jumping back into the car, and the number 7 ANZ machine also in the pits as well, as it has been for some time. I don't know if this is going to... Oh, Jordan Ross has stalled it. Oh, he's going to come out at the very back of this fight.
You know, I don't think his stop was that good even without that stall. I think he was out anyway.
It's not ideal, but what you can definitely say is that it has completely waylaid everything. There's the 13 machine that they have to fight with now, and that will be Hugh Barter's car that they will be looking at here. And when you've got cold tyres fresh out of the pit and immediately having to go defensive into a corner, lights flashing there from Hugh Barter, trying to do everything to get on through. And in terms of numbers, this is probably one of the youngest pairings that we have ever seen here, Hugh Barter and Luke Pink, a combined age of just 29 for them in the vehicle right now. So they know what they've got. They have got the future of Scops that they are driving with right now in 20th position here, Reese.
Yes, indeed. And there's an awful lot of young drivers in Scops at the moment, strutting their stuff out there, and Hugh Barter overstepping the limits just slightly there over the top of the mountain. And again at McPhillamy, that is not the best run over the top that I've seen, and losing a bit of ground then to Jordan Ross, who is now, his tyres will be coming up to temperature, and he'll be getting into the rhythm and hoping to get back by the likes of Justin Wallace, Liam Wilde, Daniel Misdale, Jet Bennett. He's got a long way to go before he gets up to Zach Hanlon and Ben Christensen up at the front of this pack. Ruben Goodall as well, still fighting hard in 15.
Is this the point where you start to point out that the 06 car is in 6th place, Ryan?
Yeah, probably.
Good idea.
But that's interesting. Oh, Sperry won't have known. Do you know what happened to this car at the start of the race?
No, I was sound asleep, tucked up in my bed with my nice cuddly toy.
The lights went out on the gantry and everyone got going except for him. Marchino went nowhere, stalled it off the line, fell from 10th all the way down to 26th for a moment, ended up 25th for a long time. Both he and Barber have been working away, chipping away, and well, now they've got themselves back up into a pretty decent spot. Still trying to recover though from that lost ground early on.
They certainly are, but I do want to also point out they are here, Lockie, and I want to come to you with this. The only car, I believe, at this stage who is yet to come down in and make a stop.
I think that might be a timing error, because I'm pretty sure they came down pit lane around the same time as everybody else. So that's 79. Their stop.
Oh, so they did. Sorry, my bad.
So you are to be forgiven there, Jake Sperry, because the timing is showing that it's actually been 31.5 laps since their last stop, which is not quite correct.
No, it certainly isn't. So it looks like it may have been a very, very short run down in the pits to get out and away again. Just looking at the way that they conducted their stop, it was a very short, I would say, run to get themselves back out to where they are. Because in terms of the cars they were fighting, the pursuit car, for example, right now here, Reese, well, they're now 7 seconds down the road from them. So the stop has certainly worked out in favour, but there are also another host of teams who have had stops work out in favour or not in favour here in this race. Kyle George and Dom Ferrara still going out there, and just behind them, of course, Thomas Hinds is now a lap down, but we're focusing on Forzan El Nabi for the time being here in this one. Lap 87 of 161. That gap still within 1 second. Forzan not falling off the back.
Nah, Brady Myers has put down some great times in this stint as car goes wide and Griffins. That's Benjamin Smith in the race on Oz 91. But Forzan El Nabi starting to reel him back in was 3/10 faster, almost 4/10 on the previous lap. A little bit of a clip of the wall at the cutting for Forzan El Nabi at the apex. You weren't able to see that, but I could on my end. So he is certainly pushing hard. And whoa, my goodness, have a look at the way he's working the wheel across the top. He's driving like a man possessed right now, but this is allowing Brady Myers to get away once more.
Exactly. This is a big battle. Go ahead.
Sperry, sorry. I'm watching Christensen and Goodall. Christensen got up the inside of the Chase, and Murray's, and Hell, and now at Griffin's Bend, and finally gets the move done after they banged doors down Mount Straight. Christensen went from driver's left to driver's right. Pushes Goodall out wide, and Jet Bennett's going to slip by as well.
Ruben Goodall's not happy. He flashed the lights there at Ben Christensen for that one. They will not be having too much. And Jet Bennett, well, will be very, very happy with that plate, because that is a cookies moment and picking up a freebie from the jar. Why don't you as you move on forward? So we still got third and fourth. El Nabi has brought the gap down to 4/10 on the brakes. And what you could say about that one there, Ryan, was 4th time's the charm.
Yeah, 4 times the charm. At least with 161 laps, you get plenty of time up your sleeve to finally get moves done, and you can afford to be a little bit patient here and there, and over the course of laps and over the course of different corners. Really impressed with the fight back from El Nabi here to claw back the advantage that Myers had pulled on him.
Exactly. Every single gap is important. There is Dom Ferraris right now looking to have a battle with Kyle George at this stage in terms of trying to get things all worked up, but we do have a driver here waiting for a little bit of conversation right now, and it's Sam Blacklock here from the Altus Esports team right now. And well, Sam, this has been a race which I think you could be quite happy with. Currently got the car in P3 right now in the 215, so things are going quite nicely here for you, but a little bit of concern maybe behind. You've got probably a very quick Forzan El Nabi that you're going to have to try and dispose of in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, hey guys. Yeah, it's been an awesome race so far. I sort of struggled all week with keeping up with Brady, but that last stint, I think the car just worked really well, and I was able to keep Forzan behind. So it sort of seems the car's gone the direction of sort of suiting me more than Brady in this sort of midsection of the race. So Brady's doing his best to keep Forzan behind, but yeah, he's struggling a little bit with few little bits, few little traits of the car, but hopefully later in the stint should hook up.
How difficult has it been in terms of preparation for this event? There was a lot of argy-bargy. Is it on, is it not on here with the week 14 build that we've got here in iRacing right now? There was a lot of conversation about what have they done to the car, how are we going to find all of the changes that have been done? Just how has preparation been on the Altus front?
James, Cooper and Brady have done a hell of a lot of laps, just trying to dial in the setup. I'm not sure what the end game was, but I think we all might be on slightly different sets. I think all 4 cars are actually running different setups. Yeah, the preparation was phenomenal from everyone. I probably didn't do enough laps of practice, but I sort of got stuck and couldn't find any time, so I sort of just tried to do what I did at Imola and just sort of switch on. And I think when I'm in race conditions and I know what's at stake, I can sort of drive the car a lot better, and I'm I think in practice I just rag the car too much, and you know, I guess I find practice boring.
Are you friends with the car behind his teammate right now?
Do you already know the answer to that question?
He didn't
I'm assuming the answer is not very, but I'm wondering if there's Christmas cards being exchanged this season.
Oh, you know, I mean, at the moment, you know, Forzan's always on my Christmas card list. That's for sure. I really like Forzan. He's a great bloke. We get along really well, and obviously being fellow Kiwis, that probably helps the cause. Yeah, I definitely think Haber crossed off. Although I can't remember if he was on there in the first place. So, yeah.
So what are your thoughts on that contact then down at the chase with Haber with the big lunge up the inside, Sam?
Yeah, well, I gave him room. What else could I do? I gave him room. I was on the edge of the track, and I got a push onto the grass. And as we know, grass, iRacing, V7 tyre model don't mix. And then I just tried to sort of straighten the car up, and then I got another hit and thought nothing of it. Thought Haber was still beside, and then I realised he actually wasn't. He'd spun, so I think race control had a look at that, and I'm not sure what the outcome was, but I don't know if we copped a penalty for it or what. But if we did, I'm not sure why. But yeah,
no, you didn't. You got off free.
On strategy, Sam, we've just done a bit of number crunching, and you've completed your minimum number of laps in the car. So you guys actually have a bit of flexibility at this stage, whether or not you get back in or if you leave Brady in there right through to the end. Any ideas how you're going to approach the back end of this race?
Yeah, I think we'll see what Brady's pace is like. Probably he wants to go to the end. I know that he wants to go from now to the end. But I'm keen to sort of get in to maybe break his stints up at some point, just so he can have a little breather. And you know, it is bloody physical around here. It's insane. You know, I got a direct drive in Husingveld, so that's probably the best workout I've had in a while. Brady's a bit luckier. He's got I can't remember what wheel he's got, but it's not direct drive, so he can probably do a lot more laps than me back to back. So I'd say he might stay in, but you may also see me jump back in.
Well, before we let you go, shout out sponsors, anyone you'd like to thank right now whilst you have the time.
Just Race Tech Seats for coming on board. Obviously Logitech G, Astro Gaming, Cube Controls, Motorsport Australia, Own 3D, and Hybrid Racing Simulations. I'm sure I've forgotten one in there, but yeah, I'm a bit drained at the moment.
Understandable.
It's very understandable, but Sam Blacklock having a really good run, third position overall at the moment. Now, I go over to my director right now and say, well, how much do you want to make sure that you've got a little bit of a, how do I put this, a beeper I think is going to be needed, because we're going to have a conversation here with one Mr. Mitch McLeod at this stage. And, well, Mitch, it's looking pretty good, I would say, up 5 places in the Talking 40.
We're going not too bad, eh? Where are we sitting at the moment? 26th, and yeah, up a few spots. The old man's in there at the moment, and yeah, couldn't be happier with him, to be honest.
Well, certainly that seems to be the case, and we don't often see father-son combinations here when it comes to sim racing. This is sometimes what is known as a young man's sport here, sim racing. It's newer, it's niche as things go on, but actually there's a lot of communities out there for older drivers who are getting back into the love of racing when they wouldn't necessarily have as much of a chance in the real world. So do you feel that maybe for people like your old man and your old father, that it's going to be a case where, you know, there can be a lot of enjoyment and you can see maybe a little bit more fun and excitement out of the simulator?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Like, the old man, when I first moved out of home, he said, how am I going to watch you in Monday night races? This is way back before V8 Online or SimSpeed or anything like that. So he signed up to iRacing purely to watch me. And I had an old Logitech lying around. I said, Dad, you may as well just jump in there and have a go, eh? And he's like, nah, I'm too old. And for his 60th birthday, we brought him a sim rig, and he hasn't looked back since. And that was 8 years ago now. So, yeah, no, he's doing a pretty good job, I reckon.
pretty impressive, actually, to see someone 68 years of age riding around here on track and doing mid-208s, and I'll say it's quicker than me at the moment here around this place right now, a 209.3 actually, just coming over the line. So in terms of now looking at fair share, getting enough of a drive in, is it your old man to the end, or is it going to be you just jumping back in, getting over towards the line and trying to get as much as you can out of it in the late stages, maybe hoping for a later safety car out of this event?
I'm hoping for a safety car within the next 10 laps, because otherwise the old man's not going to make enough laps. But I don't know if you've got Solomon's private number or anything that I can fling him some iRacing credits or something, but that'd be quite handy. But no, the old man is struggling with a broken left foot as well. So he's after a few laps, his foot gets a bit sore, so he can't do much more than a stint. So if we had a safety car anytime soon, that'd be working quite well as he touches the fence right there.
Hey, what's it feel to be the oldest combination on the grid and know that there's a combined driver lineup of Pink and Barter whose combined age is lower than yours?
Well, it doesn't really surprise me. I'd be interested to know what the second oldest person is in here, because old man asked me earlier, and sort of half had a joke at it's probably me, but I'm not too sure.
It'd be Jay.
No, well, driving, I mean.
Definitely won't be Jay.
I don't know.
It's definitely Jay's the second oldest here. It's just whether or not who's driving, I'm not too sure.
Of course, yeah. You have to remember that Jay actually needs to drive to actually be considered eligible for that one, Ryan. So nice try, but a swing and a miss. But before we let you go here, Mitch, any shout-outs, any spots, anything you'd like to plug? I know you're very big on Twitch.
I wouldn't say I'm big on Twitch. I abuse quite a lot of people in front of a few people on Twitch, but nah, just you guys. Thanks for putting this on. It's absolutely awesome. I do this over the official iRacing one every day of the week because it's just so much nicer run. People give a bit of room, and yeah, all you guys, you do an absolutely fantastic job. So yeah, cheers to you guys, and I've got to give a good shout out to me. Your brother-in-law, Jay Kennedy. What a top bloke he is.
No way.
I could hear him lying through his teeth
dripping
there.
off of that.
How much money do you pay you for that?
Wow. I thought he was going to say brothers and Jay Kennedy. Oh, fantastic. Mitch McLeod there, ever a lovable character around the paddock as we see a lot of battling going on. We have just had a change of position, actually, for 17th place, though, Reese. Hugh Barter has negotiated a way through on Ruben Goodall as a nice segue from the oldest pairing in the field to the youngest pairing in the field. They have managed to jump up now 8 places here in this race to 17th, and they've got focus on what is in front of them for the next few battles that are out there on track. We've also got Simone under pressure right now, and this one is for 5th place at this stage, and in fact it's actually been a change the other way around. So Simone has found a way through here against Jake Maloney, and that is now the 06 team up into 5th place.
That's an excellent job from Simone Maria Marchino and Bo Albert. Also from Hampstead and Maloney to keep the number 28 in the position that it's in. Both of these cars, I think, in the running for teams of the day in my book. And just a little update, and we missed it as we were talking to Sam and Mitch. Ruben Goodall in the number 93 machine. He hit the wall coming across the top of the mountain and through the S's and lost a couple of positions as a result of that. So that's part of what helped Barter to get through.
Battle for the top 20 then, and Sean Linsell now is having to deal with things, and we've got a little bit of Noah's Ark racing almost there, as that is Jared Muggleton trying to go down the inside of Liam Wild. The car looks very, very wild by the front of things at this stage, and the Zuba car has to fall behind then Jared Muggleton, which does a very nice job and picks up another place, going up to 22nd position here in this one, as well as this little fight. Sean Thompson, Michael Schreier having a good run of things. On the brakes they go into the left, and it's something that I have noted here that of course you can do many things with the headlights here on these vehicles, and a lot of people like putting stickers over, but blue stickers, I wonder how much actually there, Ryan, that affects the light density qualities or the lux levels that you see out of those headlamps.
I don't know. Don't
care. Oh. don't tell me you don't care about lux levels in a sim racing event, Ryan. What sort of commentator are you right now?
That means all I know is that this race is probably not going to finish under the dark, so it's not going to matter.
There's been a change for position, guys. Sorry, for 8th and 9th as we see these guys battle. Kyle George has been passed by Corey Shepherd into Forest Elbow, so that Premier Racing Team 017 now up into 8th.
If he was to start flashing his lights at the car in front, he probably wouldn't notice it.
That's very true, and the same could be said actually about the Harrop Trans-Tasman. Sorry, not the Harrop Trans-Tasman car. That's a little bit dated of me right now. It's the Harrop United car at the moment. As in comes Thomas Hinds, 1 lap down, making a stop into Zuva Racing 209. Right now, there's Kyle George behind the wheel. But I do want to give some credit actually here to Corey Shepherd, someone who has really quietly worked on the game right now, some would say. A student of the game, others would say here. And Reese, something that you can definitely say is someone who has benefited from the car changes that we saw in the back end of 2019 has really come alive here in terms of trying to pilot that Mustang.
That he has. Ever since these current cars came in, the Mustang and the Commodore, of course, there were some physics changes to them as well, because it is slightly different in terms of the chassis setup to the old cars. So Corey Shepherd, one of the drivers that really came on song thanks to those updates to the cars. And I got to give a shout out to Brian Borg as well. He and Corey Shepherd have been trading spots in the car at every stop so far, and working together as they have, they've managed to put together a great campaign, starting outside the top 10 in 12th position and now up into 8th. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all, and you can consider as well, just behind that one there is also a Michael Tatliancic wanting in, but Forza Elnabi, he's still there in 3rd place, but we haven't talked about for a very long time in this one, Ryan, the race lead, because Ethan Grigalt has done fantastically over the course of this stint. Look at the gap now, it's all of a sudden extended out to 8.3 seconds over Madison Down and the 77 machine. So ERT, well, they're looking like they're looking best poised to go back-to-back here in terms of getting Bathurst 1000s.
Don't catch your chickens yet. There's still 70 laps to go. But, yeah, they're looking very good at the moment. I'm just looking at the driver laps at the moment as well. So Grigalt's not yet met his minimum. Caruso's done 56. We expect Grigalt to be in there to the end. Now, with Madison Down and Dane Warren has only done 23 laps. So he's going to be back in the car without a doubt. And the question I raise is, well, does Warren hop in here and go to the end? I mean, I would say over the course of the race stint, Down and Warren are pretty damn close together in terms of pace.
Right, so they've got to chase as we've got this on screen right now as they head on through. This is Jared Muggleton right now. He still hasn't been able to shake off things. And actually, we catch a motion simulation replay for you, ladies and gentlemen. Right, it is a pass actually. So he actually lost the place and had to get it back all over again. So he goes down the inside. He picks that one up once more, and that is the change of position for Jared Muggleton. I think he may have just lost the place all over again. We'll try and catch this one as we go on through. So this is Liam Wilde here, who's decided, you know what, it's time to bite the bullet in a 208 car and come down to the pits race.
Yes, indeed. And also coming into the pits was Job Stewart in the 488 Pursuit car, and it looks like that car has been retired for good now. Job Stewart getting those laps in, but unfortunately not much help for them out there. We're right on board though with Forza Elnabi in 4th at the moment, chasing down Brady Myers. The gap has closed between these guys now. Myers having given up a few tenths here and there. 2:05.5 on the last lap for Myers. There's another 2:05.5 on this lap. Elnabi, on the other hand, doing a 2:05.582 as well. It actually looks like only 0.02 of a second between them in terms of lap times, so they are driving super hard. They've got a bit of traffic ahead of them as well. Dylan Rudd, who has taken over the 990 machine from David Kinman, just stays to the right down Mountain Straight and lets them go.
Certainly does, and well, why would you want to get involved in the fight for third and fourth right now? Every single vehicle will be okay. Next up, you've got X, you've got Y, and look at this from Michael Taliancic. He's wanting ninth place off of Kyle George, who's doing a good job actually in the 9-10. Down the inside goes Tally, and Team Boss finds the move that gets the car up into ninth position, and that's going to be crucial for them. They want to try and put Andrew Gilliam in as good a position as possible right now, Ryan. Championship implications and all, as Mark Scaife would love to say right now, because Andrew Gilliam has got everything that he needs and a bit more. And there's also this 4-car tray.
Yeah. So that's a good move from Taliancic to get by George there. He was quicker than him and didn't get stuck behind him at all. As soon as he caught him, he went by him down at turn 1. Thanks in part to Kyle George just making a little error coming out of the last corner. But don't count them out, because Jared Filsell still yet to jump back in that car. You can imagine the rest of the race, once he does hop back in, as Ruben Goodall is about to lose out down at turn 2. Although Justin Wallace is going to have to go the long way round.
Oh, no.
Contact, and he ends up out in the marbles, and he's trying to hang on to it as the car slides rear end, not finding any traction. That allows Jake Blackhall to go through, and then Sean Linsell just gets edged out of the way as Wallace fights his way back in line.
He certainly does. The race on Oscar at the moment, you could say here, Reese, it looks good with the Harvey Bay auto glass in the side of the car windows, but it seems like the bodywork's taking a little bit of beating and banging. Here's a little look here on the brakes. Ruben Goodall, that I'm not sure there's much in that, actually. You can see there that Ruben's taking a wider entry into the corner, trying to force Wallace out into the marbles slightly by just delaying that apex ever so slightly. You can't do it much there at turn 2, but it was enough to initiate contact.
And that's the thing about turn 2 at Griffins as well, and I've mentioned this in the fact file, I mentioned this before in the broadcast as well, the banking and the crown in the road through that corner. You have to be on the inside and get there early, so that is what the Race on Oz machine of Justin Wallace was trying to do. Just get that early turn in so that he can stay off the marbles somewhat through the corner. Unfortunately, Ruben Goodall was already up alongside him and trying to get slowed up as well. Almost coming together, Ruben Goodall and Jake Blackhall through the chase. A bit of side-by-side contact between the two of them. A failed move
Wallace
there for Ruben Goodall, and Justin Wallace, yes, sees an opportunity here at Murray's, but Goodall is going to protect the inside. Have a look at Linsell, just fires it in there and locks up. Big oversteer and loses a bit more time. So Ruben Goodall now could stand a chance of getting by at Hell Corner, but no, bit too far back. He's going to wait for Griffins.
That from Wallace around the outside of 2 90-degree left-hand corners and picks up the spot.
Lucky you got Pitters.
We do have some Pitters. I just want to come back to the situation around car number 910, which is the Kyle George and Jared Filsell entry. Point that Ryan made before, 100% correct. Jared Filsell is due to get back into that car, and we know that he's very quick based on the lap times that he was recording earlier. However, Kyle George has not been able to match his pace. They are now 54.4 seconds off the lead of the motor race at this point. And just to give a bit of strategic insight, Kyle George got into that car on lap number 49, so he has to go through to lap 103 to complete his minimum 54 laps before Jared Filsell can get back into the run to the flag. Because they've dumped so much time to the race leaders, they really need a safety car once Filsell gets back into that car to compress the margin that they've lost.
Well, there you can see Kyle George in 10th place at the moment, trying to make that progress. There's a little bit of a gap to Ross Rizzo behind, and that gap is 8 seconds to work with, so Kyle George can happily just sit behind and fuel save. Out of the pits comes Riley Blythe in the number 26 Evolution Racing Team car, just drops in behind the 91 without really too many dramas. Now here's 7th and 8th, Corey Shepherd, and eye to keep out on here. That red Mustang is going to be trying to make as much progress as possible, and there is Dominic Ferraris just in front, which would be a excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, a pretty nice overtake to have at this stage, going through, getting out of turn 2, and different contrasting lines there recently they went through. A lot more curb for Dom Ferraris.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's going to really benefit him. The curbs in that part of the track in particular can really unsettle you. And as you can see, Corey Shepherd now right on the back of him, coming up across the top of the mountain and gaining a bit on exit 2, but both of them just clipping the wall slightly. Don't want to do too much more of that. But you see Dominic Ferraris a little bit more controlled through these high-speed corners across the top of the racetrack.
So easily, Ryan, have a tendency to follow the driver in front of you around this place, and if they make a mistake, it's so easy just to fall into a Pavlov dog situation and just do the same thing.
Yeah, you've got to be so careful about that. But you have to, don't you? Because you can't see your own braking points, your turn markers when you're so close to the car in front. You have to trust them. And the great ability comes sometimes from being able to recognise when the guy in front has made a mistake, and then you can adjust and lift off earlier to avoid following them into the fence or into the grass. Here we go. Is Shepherd close enough to send one up the inside of the chase? He brakes late, but not quite late enough. And Dominic Ferraris will not be under threat that time around through the chase, but Shepherd finds a couple car lengths through the complex and then decides to come to pit road.
At the end of lap 98, the start of lap 99, Corey Shepherd decides it's time to get on in. We'll raise the bat in just a little bit to say we are 100 laps of the 161 through this event, and this is one of the first real pitters that we have seen here down on the lane, Lockie. So what's the question now? Is this going to be a case of they're just going to have to be driving aggressive now to try and make that time up through the stints?
Probably a bit of a shorter stint than we would have expected, but they're still within the window to be able to get to the finish of the race with 2 more pit stops. So probably a case of getting Brian Bourne back into that car and pressing on from there.
It's all about pressing on and trying to make sure everything works out. There is the 117 machine. There is a DPR car and a talking car just in front. Sam McLeod, the old man, is going to have to try and be very cautious about the way he battles here. Into the chase they go. Looking maybe at the inside, tries the DPR car, but not having any of it at the moment. And good on you, holding a place off for another, at least one corner at this stage, the talking machine. And well, the 233 will think about the inside on the brakes, and is it enough? Yes, it is.
And just coming up on the race leader as well, Ethan Griggault comes on through on Sam McLeod. So with that position change, Sam's going to have to hold back a bit, just give Ethan Griggault the space. Carrying a bit of damage as well is that number 40 on the front left. So they're going to have to drive around that for the time being. Paul Mansell, meanwhile, up in position 20. He's got Lee Ellis behind him. Not for position, though. Those guys are many laps apart.
They certainly are. Red 5, Paul Mansell. A lot of, I would say, resemblance to Nigel Mansell there going on forward. As here's Justin Wallace and Sean Linsdale separated by 0.4 of a second out here on track. Something I did want to point out, Ryan, I've just been noticing that gap come down and down and down. Brady Myers has brought the gap to about 5 seconds now to Madison Downers. That is a poor run from Justin Wallace, and Sean Linsdale, well, Exto Gaming gets themselves a place.
Yeah, hey, that race in Oscars not had a bad race. They're plus 20. Started this one from 38. Might be able to fight back at the chase here. Linsdale got by very early on and allowed Wallace to get some slipstream back, but in the end decides better not, as into the pit lane comes Simona Maria Machino, and Bo Albert hops in the car. Ross Rizzo also in the lane.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they are doing some wonders at this stage. They've got also the Exto Gaming car in on the pitch. That's Jacob Knight changing over then and getting back to going, as we see more happening here in this race at the moment. Everybody is searching for places here and hoping that they are going to be in the best possible position right now. But it seems, at least for the time being, Brady Myers and co. in second place, having a nice run of things right now, but started to fall backwards. Brady Myers has done so well, Reese, on this stint.
He has indeed, and we've seen it pretty much from the outset. He had that great pace on the fresh tyres, was able to gap Forza Elnabi, and crucially, managed to keep Elnabi behind him as well, keep the gap at about half a second to a second. In comes the number 40. Sam McLeod brings it in, and judging by what Mitchell McLeod was telling us before, we should expect Sam McLeod to jump back in that car at some point, but Mitch is taking over from his father.
He certainly is, and he'll be looking to try and get himself out and going again, racing with a broken left foot, of course, as we found out here today. So that is very, very well done to make sure he's getting all of this. This is Jordan Ross, though, in 11th position, and this has been a key stint for how he's been wanting to run this race, because there in front was the car that was just behind when it came to their pit stop. It's the ANZ number 9 car of Ben Christensen, currently in 10th position right now as we're in the pit stop cycle here at this stage. Dom Ferraris, it looks like, is diving down maybe into the lane here, it seems. But now, questions coming up. Who has the good strategy card? We are 60 laps to go almost now at this stage. They go through the final corner. These sorts of drivers, Ross and Christensen, remember Jordan Ross was one of the last drivers to come down in and make a stop. Best poised, Ryan, at this stage.
Yeah, look, I don't know. We've still got 2 more stints, haven't we? 3 more stints. And we also know that you can make it on 6 tanks, but there's a minimum of 7 stops. So there's still a picture that we haven't seen that's yet to be painted about that final stop. What do they do? Fuel-wise, tyre-wise, driver-wise. Some teams may have already taken the extra stop. Some teams may still have it yet to come.
And they know what they need to do. So now what? Now what are they going to do here in terms of this? We've still got these drivers on screen right now. Right now it's the 215 Logitech G Altus Esports car of Brady Myers. Just putting in the laps right now. Lap 102 of this event. He goes on to start and has been carrying the 21 alongside and behind. And that 21 car, Reese, has been saving the fuel all stint long.
It has indeed. I think Forzan probably backing off there to save a bit of fuel, save the tyres as well, so that he can attack a bit later on in the stint and possibly get a run in on Myers. An update on another 2 cars that we just saw in the pits. Andrew Gilliam has jumped back into the 201 machine, and Jake Burton has taken over from Dominic Ferraris in the number 33. Also, we're seeing Darren McKenzie here, having taken over from Dion Peters in the 02 machine. He has got quite the gaggle of cars behind him here for position, foremost of which is Jared Muggleton, Luke Pink and Griffin Gardner behind as well.
And so just to further expand on that as well, race, so in the case of Julian Talyancic car, it's Talyancic has now fulfilled his minimum laps requirement, so Julian can be on board that car through to the checkered flag. Bit of a question mark over the Ferraris Burton car though, because on my numbers, Dominic Ferraris got into that car on lap number 47. He got out of it on lap 100. That's only 53 laps by my maths. So my numbers could be wrong, but yeah, it could be that he's actually 1 lap short of his minimum requirement.
This P21 battle is a little bit dicey right now. In fact,
it is.
That was a very bad exit from Jared Muggleton out of Forest Elbow. I was holding my breath as I went down the Skyline because it looked like Luke Pink was dragging the brakes all the way through, locked up, and just about set off the back of Muggleton. As Griffin Gardner picks up one of those 2 and might pick up the other one, and Luke Pink down on the brake chase. He comes from a long way back, locks it up, overshoots, and is going to lose out.
Here's Jared Muggleton going around the outside as in comes your race leader, Ethan Gregolt, to make a stop, and Madison Down is following in the tracks in a Mustang, surprisingly, actually, going in for this one. That one's actually something we don't often see, Madison Down in a Mustang. But at this stage, there is Jared Muggleton And there is everything working out okay-ish for the moment as they go on by, and that will give Brady Myers the lead of the race for the Altus team for a little bit, but up the mountain they will come along here, and this might be a case where the 93 tries to steal this one back. Dane Warren in the car, Jordan Caruso back in the car now, actually for first and second, who are net on the road. Muggleton a little tyre dip in the grass, but lets the place go back once again at turn number 2. But lucky, Jordan Caruso in the car again. We weren't expecting that maybe potentially this early, but Dane Warren, that's going to be a really mouth-watering prospect.
Yeah, that's interesting because I think Nathan Grigol's probably been slightly the fastest of those two drivers, and Caruso had done his minimum number of laps, so the option was there to keep Nathan Grigol in the car through to the end of the race if that's what they wanted to do, but they've decided to put Caruso back in for another stint. Interesting call.
It's a very interesting call, and they will feel that they have made the best possible change here in this scenario. They don't have many worries, but here's all that was just a worry that we had going on, and that's the 117 car going a little bit wide. Jordan Caruso struggling here with the tyres ever so slightly. That's going to put them in an awkward place here because that is Kyle George, and he will have every reason to fight right now because that will help Forza Elnabi and Harley Haber out a little bit.
That 91 Racing Oz car was pointed towards the fence, and I don't know how it avoided it. Who was at the wheel, Justin Wallace or Benjamin Smith? It was Benjamin Smith, and in fact his co-driver is Andrew Mogridge.
Whoa! Whoa!
How about the reaction time there?
All the way on the lock stops. Thank goodness Benjamin was able to hold on to that one, because my goodness, he was headed straight for the wall.
He was nearly fence-bound, but he survives it for the time being with a bit of PK fire underneath the shoe there. You can see, full opposite lock. And, well, it says tyre power there over there on the next-hand side, and that is tyre power to the max there as we saw that one go on through. Staying in 33rd position, there's Darren McKenzie, and it's a battle of the walking wounded side by side with the Premier Racing Team car of Dylan Rudd. And there is Chris Coxhead in 26th position. He wants both of them for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner, and of course for after 8s as well. No room at the inn though here on the mountain straight. You're going to have to play patience, Sunshine, thinking about the outside on the hyperdrive car, having none of it.
Yes, indeed, but side by side on the run up to the cutting as we see Harley Haber take over the number 21 United car once more. El Nabi jumps out for what we think will be the final time in the race before he potentially jumps back in. Kyle George, it looks like, is staying in the 910 car. So Brady Myers remaining in the 215 as well. It looks like the number 21, the United car, has beat the Altus car. So Harley Haber then up into a great position for that car again.
He certainly is, and he's doing so well here in terms of gaining places, gaining everything as we focus on 25th and 26th for the time being here. And this one down the hill towards the forest elbow and looking to go through. And now there you can see Harley Haber ahead of Brady Myers, and this will have to be a good stint from young Harley to gain as much as possible here in this one, sliding it on through. That was well coordinated, but here comes the move from Chris Coxhead in the 208 Zuba racing car. Looking at this one on Darren McKenzie, it's going to be a no contest, Ryan, in terms of this little scrap, because that is how easy positions change with a wounded car on Conrad.
Yeah, McKenzie's got no rear bumper, or rear boot and rear spoilers, so he is struggling for straight line performance. As Coxhead goes by, Dylan Rudd went by as well, so did Muggleton. And these two of Pink and Gardner. Luke Pink right up behind that Pursuit Sim Racing number 93 car, so he might be in position to make a move. His car carrying a little bit of damage, whereas Gardner's does not have any visible damage. The front left of Pink's fender has been pushed in just a little bit, exposing the tyre.
But what's key is that it's not happening there at turn 2 up over the curb. Jordan Caruso, after that little wiggle that we saw earlier on, has just set the fastest lap of the race. This track is getting quicker and quicker. That's a 2:04.2 there, Reese. And so Jordan Caruso is feeling like he's got it all worked out. And Dane Warren has gone, you know what? you know what? I don't really want you having the fastest lap. I don't really want you having 10 seconds at the front of the field. I want to bring that down, so I'm going to set a fastest lap now with an idea to set fastest laps again and again and again.
All right then. Well, the VRS Trans-Tasman machine set a 2:03.3 for their qualifying time as Linsell brings the 5:54 in. But Down and Warren now knocking on the door of setting 2:03s in race conditions, and it just goes to show the pace that Dane Warren has in that car, especially now that the track has gotten cooler later on in the day. The track temperature is now 31 degrees as we're just coming up to 5:30 in the afternoon in sim time.
Remember, it was 57 degrees back in qualifying, so it has plummeted. It's only going to get cooler with still 60 laps to go and 5:30 almost in sim time. I mean, that's still, yeah.
Says all you need to know, it's going to get colder, colder and colder. There's the 923 of Simon Feigl coming out of the pit in the True Force Logitech Altus car right now and trying to move on just ahead of Robin Kirk. Captain will need to try and find a way through and get close to that rear of the Altus car as soon as possible. A top 15 on the horizon here at the mountain is going to be good, but of course positions will be gained from those who are still due to pit. And Lockie, what we have been seeing though is that every single stop has been all about those numbers, saving that tyre, saving that fuel, getting yourself in for that one stop and getting back out again and hoping that everything all nicely works out with a nice neat bow. And we have seen that for the time being, but it is a 4-horse race, you would say, at the moment at the front of this field. Everybody else behind is just fighting for scraps.
Yeah, I think unless there's a safety car that closes down the margins, at this stage you would have to say yes, the top 4 are probably the main contenders. The 5th and 6th place cars, Jordan Ross and Ben Christensen, a bit out of sequence because under the previous safety car, they kept coming in and topping up with fuel, which meant that they were able to run a bit longer than everybody else during the previous stint. Could work to their advantage a bit later on if they get a short pit stop.
And now, what can they do with things with not long to go in terms of this one? It seems weird to say not long to go in a race that is on lap 106 of 161, but in terms of where we've come from and where we get to, this is where, Reese, you start talking about crunch time. It's almost like you get the Indianapolis 500 feel at this moment, where you always get told it's all about counting down and counting down and counting down. And this is exactly the same thing. You count down on driver swap changes, you count down on laps that you've done, and you also have to go out there and count down in terms of how long's your stint and where are you going to be coming back home with, as Andrew Gilliam looks to harass the back of Brian Borg. In fact, nope, he's going to go down the inside at the cutting to get that one into the top 10.
Yep, good stuff there from the pursuit car, and Brian Borg just letting him go on the entry to that corner. But it is all about counting down. One thing that we're also going to count is the running of the field. So currently in first place, it is the Evolution Racing Team 117, Jordan Caruso at the wheel and Ethan Griggolt joining him. Running in second, Trans-Tasman Racing, the number 77 car. Of course, they joined in the wrong car. They are supposed to be driving a Commodore, but despite... No, it is not. Oh. But we discussed this at the start of the broadcast, but if they ran the wrong number, it would be a penalty, but there's no penalty associated with accidentally driving the wrong car model. But Down and Warren doing just fine there in second place for now, despite the form that's been shown by Evolution Racing Team in the last few laps. I reckon they've still got a chance of taking this. Harley Haber and the car of Brady Myers there. That's third and fourth on track at the moment and leading up to a potential move between them. In the fifth position is the 143 Synergy Sim Racing machine, Jordan Ross and Kyle Stokes at the wheel of that one. They've had a great run.
They're due to pit, and in fact, we've just seen a pitter right now. This is Richard Hampstead in 6th position in the number 28 Bianchi model cars Trans-Tasman Racing Machine. They are missing the boots, but they're still doing well. Bo Albert with Simone Maria Marcheno currently classified in 7th position right now, and they have themselves about 4 seconds here to Jake Burton and Dom Ferraris, who are back in the wheel of the VRS machine right now, having a pretty good run of things. But if the numbers are to be talked about, they are going to have to need to put in another stint of Dom Ferraris. There's Andrew Gilliam and Michael Taliancic, the first of the pursuit cars in 9th position. Recently, we just saw the change of places there with Brian Borg then rounding out the top 10 as you've got 11 through 15, Ryan.
Yeah, Jared Filsell in 11th at the moment. 1 minute and 3 off the race lead. Trying to recover some ground now after Carl George has hopped out of that United Sim Sports number 2 machine. Then you go back to Ross Rizzo driving with Scott Zyslowski. He is a long way behind Jared Filsell even in his Trick Esports Pro Sim Gear car. Then comes the ANZ Motorsports number 7. Sean Thompson at the wheel once again, driving with Henry King. And then the True Force Altus Esports car of Feigl and Hanlon up in 14th at the moment. They've seen him as high as 5th after starting 10th and immediately being 26 off the start. And then comes Robin Kirk with simrigs.com, DPR 073 with Daniel Misdale, and there is a bunch of cars right behind him.
Absolutely, and one of them is the car that's just come out of the pit. It's Ben Christensen with Kobe Jones alongside a teammate who would have looked more like a Joby Combs in terms of the way that he was driving out at Imola with the blown engine. But they're doing well. They're in 16th place just after the stop, which will mean that Ross & Co will be due in. There is Jacob Knight and Jet Bennett. Now, they have had a quietly brilliant race, actually, it has to be said, in that fantastic Exto Gaming car. They have to be very, very happy with the way that they've been running at the moment. Just behind that is Griffin Gardner along with Ruben Goodall in 18th position. Overall, they will be wanting to try and make a bit of progress, need a little bit of fun over the course of this race. And then you've got the ERT cars there behind as 19th and 20th position. Luke Pink and Hugh Barton, the youngest group in the field at the combined age of 29. There is Benjamin Smith and Jake Blackall working hard over things at the moment as they try and work together with their teammates to pull on forward. Now, then is Jordan Ross right now looking to gain those places. And Reese, that is the top 20 rundown that we have of things at the moment. We have had a number of retirements so far today in this event. This was a 50-car field, and we saw how many a team had tried to get themselves into the Great Sim Race. They've done well, but the other thing that they have to be maybe a little bit cautious about here is that they don't let the foot off the pedal at this moment in time, because you can be very happy with the way things are running now. The moment your concentration switches off, that's when this track strikes.
Absolutely. You've got to be 100% on it the whole time around this circuit, because even down the straights, there's places that you can make mistakes. There's a very prominent crown in the road down Conrod and down Mountain Straight as well. Brady Myers is taking good advantage of that at the moment. In terms of retirements, we have 13 cars in the pits at the moment. The last running car is the Trans-Tasman Racing number 47 car. They're currently in 36th position, 4 laps down.
They are, and that's not ideal for them, but they'll be trying to gain some points by making it to the end of this event. Sometimes that's one key. We're looking at 3rd and 4th, though. Brady Myers has got to find a way through on Harley Haber, who is there on the inside and having to defend here this position. Now, this is going to be an interesting one, because I think Harley wants to track position right now, definitely wants a podium, but let's also think about the big picture right now here at this stage when you're looking at this race, Ryan. We're on lap 109 of 161. There is at least another 2 stops remaining here in this race in terms of strategy, and what we're looking at from Harley Haber is if you do let Brady Myers go through, you've got 24 seconds to play with to the Hampstead Maloney Trans-Tasman Bianchi model cars machine that is in 5th place. So it's a case of maybe the 21's just defending here just because A, it's a podium and you can't see the light between the trees, and secondly, if there's a safety car, there's still track position.
Yeah, and these two can't seem to get away from each other, can they? All race long they've been together, they've had contact, they've had a spin when Haber lost it next to Blacklock, and, well, they're together again on the racetrack. This time it's Haber versus Myers. Lap times are almost identical as Myers is tucked right up behind the United Sims Sports rear wing. And, well, yeah, I can see the reasoning for defending with 50 laps to go. It really, at this stage, almost becomes a 50-lap sprint. It's a long way, yes, but drivers are now really starting to look towards that final few laps and putting themselves in the best spot for that run. And having track position is critical. You never know when a safety car may come out. When the safety car comes out and you're third rather than fourth, maybe you can get to the lead.
Maybe you can, but of course it does rely on that strategy when something does come out, when something does happen. Now, in terms of going over to Lockie right now, who do you think is best placed in terms of the strategy number right now, as there's a little thing to the inside, a thing to the outside, and a little look around the outside, trying to get this one done again, getting close to number 21 and not quite getting there. But the question is, Lockie, who's best placed?
If the race runs green from this point to the end, I think it's going to be a shootout between the lead Evolution Racing car and the lead Trans Tasman car. Those cars running in positions 1 and 2 at the moment. You'll notice that Harley Haver got back into the car at the last pit stop, relieving Forza Del Navi. That was because Harley Haver was, I believe, 7 laps short of completing his minimum driving distance in the car, so he had to get back in for another stint. I would fully expect Forza Del Navi to get back in for the completion of the race. If we get a safety car, though, then
what, like this one? Sorry, Lockie. 032 is stopped on the racetrack. That's Josh Morris.
Oh, it's another Team Hyperdrive car in trouble, and we'll get a little look at this. Where is it on track? It's at a very... well, the only way that one's not going to be a safety car is it's right next to a marshal's post there and can be wheeled away. So that would be the only reason why we wouldn't get a safety car in this one. Josh Morris, then at the Griffin's Mount, we'll get a replay, see exactly how this one has come about. You can see going up through towards turn number 2 at the moment goes the Hyperdrive car. And, well, Reese, this is where we're going to find out what has happened to a Team Hyperdrive car, which most, if not all of them, have hyper-died in this race.
Yeah, and it's
Safety
a big
car.
shame. And confirmed, the safety car is out thanks to this incident. So coming up to Griffin's Bend, there's a couple more turns to go until Josh Morris gets to the point where he was at a standstill. Oh,
wow.
The engine blew on the way
That's
up
odd.
the hill. Okay.
It's not often you see an engine go at that part of the circuit. You're really trying to just go nicely through turn 3 into turn 4, and normally you're not trying to upshift. Now, I want to have a little look at that dash and go through. He's not going 298 miles an hour, ladies and gentlemen, I can assure you of that much, but you can definitely see the gears. Let's see what happens here. So, looking at this, second, third, bang!
Wow, that's weird.
Yeah, right. Okay, so,
So
it went in the
existing
middle of
damage
third gear.
would have been from existing damage. Eventually, engine gets too hot and bang, it goes. Now, for realism's argument here, obviously you say they could wheel him into the escape road, and they're the sorts of things that race control decide on when deciding, okay, would this be a safety car in real life? Well, in real life, in order to get to that car, marshals are going onto the racetrack, so safety car comes out, and in a minute he will be allowed to tow back in. And this makes things very interesting. Say goodbye to the nice, comfy lead that Evolution Racing Team had.
Well, everyone's looking at this going, okay, what do you do? Who's going to get what? Those gaps that we saw from Jordan Caruso, they have been completely eradicated. And it was almost like it was on cue at that point, Lockie. We were talking about if this race goes green, then who's best placed? Well, forget about if this goes green, who's best placed. Now it's who's best placed.
And we've got 50 laps to go, so divide that into two, 25, a pair of 25 lap stints to get you to the checkered flag. And it looks like we're going to see a mixture of strategies here, because the Trans-Tasman car doesn't hit, but the later Evolution car does. So different teams are going to have different philosophies about whether or not they can stop now and then make it to the end of the race on just one more stop.
No, they both pitted.
Oh, they
did.
both stopped. Okay, yep. Sorry, that was one of the other Evolution cars, I think, that didn't stop.
There's many of them. They do look the same. The only way you can distinguish, Lockie, is if you look at the wing mirrors. They're slightly different painted colours. There's just a bit of a reference for you for next time. Either way, though, you can see everybody diving in, and why wouldn't they at this stage, Reese? 2 25-lap stints on fuel to get themselves to the end. If they're saving a little bit underneath the safety car period as well, this is going to be a fuel saver from now to the end for absolutely everybody.
Yeah, looking like it. And in terms of the cars that have completed 7 mandatory stops so far, there is the 28 of Maloney and Hampstead. There's the ANZ Motorsports number 9, the EXG Motorsports number 24, and a few other cars down the grid, like the car of Kenneth Latter, the 554, and the True Force Altus Esports car of Simon Feigl. We're hearing something about this Altus car.
Has the 06 stayed out? Or is... Brady's jumped Harley Haber in the stop. That much we can see right now. But what's also key here in terms of this, that 06 car has not dived down into the lane. They're on something a little bit different, Lockie.
That's interesting.
So they've gone track position, but of course they're now going to have to do 2 more pit stops to get to the end of this race. So that is a very interesting call.
Yeah, so we know they're going to have to pit again. No one can make it from here. That'll just be ridiculous. But with the laps under the safety car here and a bit of fuel saving, they should make it 1 more stop. If you've done 6 stops now, that's good. You hit your 7 mandatory with that last one.
But they've only done 5.
Like Bo Albert has, this seems like an odd choice to sell on the racetrack.
Yeah, so they still have to do... They've only done 5 stops, so they have to do 2 more compulsory pit stops because there is that minimum 7 pit stops that you have to make compulsorily during this race.
Well, here's the question. Are they going to stay out then and maybe just try and pit in this lap? That would be another thing that they're trying to do, making sure that they are absolutely fantastic on the fuel and they don't have to play a fuel save number. They will give up all of the track position that they've gained up at this stage right now, Ryan. But what they would do, though, is they would absolutely be dragging themselves back into contention later on when they can be aggressive when other cars can't. Oh, no!
Hello!
543?
And Smith.
Oh.
How has that happened?
That's blocking
we were
half
the
the
safety
track.
car.
I'm going to rewind and have a look. That car's been stopped for some time.
So I wonder if he was pushing to get... Yeah, it's been there for a long time. I can't find it.
Wow. There you can see.
All right, here we go. I've got it.
Wall.
Oh, the 543 blew the engine earlier on in the lap.
Wow. Was this on the same lap the safety car came out for Josh Morris?
I think yes, it was.
That's crazy. How do you blow 2 different engines on the same lap in different places?
Quite easily, apparently.
Well, it looks to me like the 543 blew its engine right at the top of the hill as they were coming over the rise at McPhillamy Park. So Benjamin Smith continued down the hill, and unfortunately, the lack of speed due to no acceleration resulted in Kenneth Latter rear-ending him hard and putting him into the wall.
Oh, that wouldn't have been good for the Exto Gaming team. They wouldn't have liked that one. So this is shuffled up the order quite a bit. So now let's get a look at where we are. So ERT 117 in control of this one. Dane Warren Madsen down in second for the 77s. Then you got the 06 Bo Albert, Simone and Maria Marcheno. They are third as the leading Altus car. You've got the 215 Altus car in fourth. And then Harley Haber, the first United cars, in 5th place. Sam McLeod will dive down in to the pits in the number 40 car. Oh, sorry, no, that'll be Mitchell McLeod diving down into the pits right now as they are behind the safety car for the moment. Then you got Hampstead Maloney in the Bianchi model cars. Trans Tasman 1 in 6th. Gilliam and Taliancic for pursuit in 7th. Burton and Ferraris 8th. Phil Sell and George in 9th. And Christensen and Jones have jumped inside the top 10 here for this one. So this is a really interesting battle. The top 10 all looking good, and that is one of the DPR cars I saw out of the corner of my eye diving down into the lane. So I think there is still so much more that this race can offer here. We've seen a number of things happen so far, but Reese, really what we're seeing right now is, okay, what on earth is next? It now brings the 910 back into this race. The 33 is in this race, depending on driver swaps. You got Andrew Gilliam and the 201. They are very much in this race right now. It's game on again.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And think about the number 28 as well. Hampstead and Maloney, they are currently up into position 6 now after all of this. And the United Simsports car of Harley Haber and Forza El Nabi still in contention in 5th too. So this race could potentially go either way.
And Ryan, you know, we talk about 2 years ago as arguably one of the greatest moments that sim racing definitely had to offer, when you had the likes of Ross Rizzo and Forza El Nabi pick up a Bathurst 1000, but that came off the back of a safety car around this sort of time, which then led to arguably the moment that you see on every single opening with a Kiwi that is very hard to understand going, "This is it, this is over."
Yeah. Something about Bathurst, it turns it on. You are never certain what's going to happen. We've got a safety car that has brought us perfectly into what's going to be a sprint to the end now. These drivers are... I don't think any of these drivers are going to roll over now, because why would you? There's only one more stop. You can't afford to be on the back foot heading into that last stint. And of course, there is a potential for the good old safety car breed safety cars to come into play. There could be more incidents. We still don't know. There could be another random safety car for all we know. I mean...
Well, this would have been another random safety car that would have been chalked off, and they've got the ability to have between 1 and 5 here when it comes to this racing. So they're going to have one more lap apparently under the safety car before they get themselves going, unless the 53 safety car is pulling away. But ultimately, what's key here is that they're running out of what could be random safety cars. I think we could be more likely than not green to the end from here, unless somebody has a huge moment up near the front of these battles, Reese. Well, Reese has just stepped away. So, Ryan, it's looking like that we could be in a position where we're not really going to be seeing many safety cars left, and I think it's only going to come down to, does anybody have an incident or not?
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, none of us know about the random safety car. The only one who does is race control. But I would theorize that it doesn't matter when the actual safety car comes out, unless it was when the random safety car was originally going to come out. So the time it comes out, and the number of times it comes out are both random. So if this one fell when there was supposed to be one, then it would be crossed off. But if this one fell and there was another one and it wasn't for 30 minutes, then we still get it, if you know what I mean. Obviously, I don't know. But
you certainly do.
That's the way I
see everything going through. Ryan, for the first time in about 3 years, is correct. So just listen to him for a little bit for a moment, and yes, you can have a little cheer about that one. But Lockie, I'm just looking at this one now from everyone who's gone through, and there have been a number of drivers who have negotiated themselves into positions through their strategy. Who's been the real big gainers over strategy today to get themselves into a really nice place?
I think probably at this stage you'd have to say the car 06, but they're a bit out of sequence. Who else have we got?
What about that Ben Christensen car, Lockie?
Yeah, they're an interesting one, because their last pit stop came a couple of laps before the safety car was deployed, so again, they should be able to get to the end of the race on just one pit stop, so that safety car probably helps them out a little bit with track position.
Hey, we've just seen Griffin Gardner come into pit lane here from 12th position.
Oh, that's interesting. That's so interesting. Our director has just stepped away a little bit, ever so slightly, but Griffin Gardner coming in, falling to the back of the line, and will now have the biggest advantage of anybody else. Now, this is one of the things that really do keep you in this race, because from where they were about 14th position on the road coming into the pit stop here, Ryan, but when they come out, they're going to be in position 25 with the ability to go out there and attack. So what they know is that they're dropping 10 positions, yes, but they're dropping 10 positions to gain the tyres and the track position.
Szalowski and Riley Blythe also coming in. Now, Evolution Racing Team number 26 we haven't spoken about at all today, really. Riley Blythe at the wheel now, and also driven at times by Brendan O'Brien. That's when we also picked it up. Suddenly, in a really good spot, at the back of the lead lap cars, but now with extra fuel, just like Griffin Gardner, and I think Kurt Stenberg was also in pit lane, so that was Andrew Mulbridge, but they're both a lap down. So, very interesting. And there's a few drivers slightly out of cycle now. It's going to be a wild restart. And again, what on earth is happening with Racetech Altus Esports? They've got 2 stops to put in somehow.
They certainly do, and this is going to look very, very awkward trying to get those stops. One of the keys that we're seeing right now here with Jordan Caruso is that he has a gap of about a couple of cars that he has to work with, because that is Jared Muggleton behind, not Dane Warren. There's a 2-car group that is just a buffer at this stage for the 117, and that will be just keeping things a little bit toasty in terms of this restart. They will have a little bit of room to work with right now, and they will be trying to negotiate themselves to the place that they need to. They need to work on, what do I need to do? Well, they've got a little bit of a gap. It's not the 10 seconds they had earlier on, but they will have themselves probably about a second and a bit. The one thing they won't be liking is the fact that it will be easy for Dane Warren to get past the Muggleton entry of Muggleton and Muggleton, but ultimately there is that Zuva car that will be in there trying to get out of the way very, very quickly here, Ryan.
Yeah, those laps cars can't get out of the way until they cross the start-finish line. So, really, if I was Jordan Caruso, I might consider going really early. But I think Josh Muggleton, who's the one in the car at the moment, has enough pace to stick with Caruso until at least turn 1. Liam Wilde, I don't know. They won't get in the way of the leaders. They'll pull out as soon as they can, but it's definitely not helpful for Dane Warren. Right now, he is on the bumper of Wilde because he wants him to go and be as close to the 2 in front of him as possible.
Well,
a couple other lap cars in there as well, just behind them.
We are coming up towards that restart. Of course, there are lap cars. It's dotted throughout the field, but the 2 main ones are in the front. So Jordan Caruso for the Evolution Racing team, they started 5th position on the grid. They'll be looking for a good run, and there is the jump and the getaway. Then just after the bridge you get it, and on the brakes trying to get going quickly here to break away. We are back green at the Great Sim Race here at Mount Panorama Bathurst. Your Scops 1000 is here, and immediately one dispatched off by Dane Warren. He's got to do it quickly, and look at that immediately. Contacts they go through, the 21 and the 215 going at it immediately. That's Brady Myers and Harley Haber. Harley loves restarts, remember, right now here when you go through, Ryan.
Yeah, that was a optimistic move. Got up the inside of Myers, pushed him a little bit wide, and that has cost Myers down Mountain Straight, as well as a couple more people looking for moves potentially at Griffin's Bend. Dane Warren dispatched off Liam Wilde pretty quickly, but Josh Muggleton is still sat behind Jordan Caruso in front of Warren and the rest of the chasing pack. Albert's got by Wild, and now Haber looking to get by him as well. There he is right in front.
Not a good place to catch traffic, though, here on the mountain, so you've got to be careful, you've got to be patient right now, and you know that it's all about now trying to find a way through. Oh, he's looking at the inside here, is Harley. He knows he's got to go out there and catch the Bo Albert car, but no, on the brakes, he is not being let through. You're going to have to wait. The Muggleton car gets out of the way then, going straight on at Skyline then, and taking a slowdown penalty to boot as well, going down through. But crucially, not many places changed off of that restart. Myers still in position, Hampstead still in position. There goes Haber at the elbow, getting through one car that's needed. And now everybody starts to bottleneck up here, Reese.
Yeah, they are. The 215 was massively compromised by Liam Wilde going wide through Forest Elbow, and they've lost the position now to the Trans-Tasman 28, and Liam Wilde lifting off to let them go. That was a bit late. And look at Andrew Gilliam in the 201. He's been caught up in all this as well. Jake Burton behind, and also Jared Philsell. So all of these guys are in a line now thanks to that one incident there with Harley Haber getting by the car of Liam Wilde.
Borgie goes off, Knight goes off then as they all worry. There go 6s and 7s, bang! There goes 2 cars. That's Guy Leach's car. That's Jordan Ross who's gone around as well with big damage. I wonder if we'll get a safety car for that one, but it all depends on if Guy Leach can go or not, because Jordan Ross has continued. Caruso's got the fastest lap. That surely could be a case of Guy Leach getting away again. Yes, he does. He can bring it back into the pits. We stay green. The number 46, chain reaction caused by Borg versus Christensen.
That was exactly like 2016 Supercars, that. One off the road, rejoins, and they all go scattering. Like the pins against the bowling range. And there you go. Off the road. Went one.
Oh,
wait, did Borg? No way.
Borg got on the brakes. I think clearing a slowdown, I think.
Hang on.
Out of the
bring
chase.
It back.
Let's
bring it back.
2016 Supercars.
Wow. That's what happened. So let's go on board with Brian Borg here, see how this one all plays off. So this is going to be the move, trying to get it done on Ben Christensen here, trying to make this move. Looking at the inside, that's not going to work. So now he finally gets the nose. He runs it in deep. He goes a little too deep through this section. And look how he has to rejoin. He actually gets popped up on 2 wheels. Has to get avoiding action there for Jacob Knight. And surely there's a slowdown. And it's going to be unsighted. You've got 5, 6, 7 cars in a train there. And if someone hits the brakes, everyone's got to hit them. And nobody's expecting to brake halfway down the straight. Brian should have been pulling over to the inside of the track, serving that slowdown penalty. And the stewards will probably have a dim view of that.
Yeah, I've got to say, the redress has caused that.
There we go. There we go. Oh my goodness.
Of all times, you would say that, wouldn't you? I wouldn't say that's a redress at the slowdown. Here comes Brady. Here comes Brady. He was looking down the inside, and he's now got to go and get this one done. He has. Back to 5th goes the Altus car.
Indeed he does, and now Richard Hampstead back into 6th spot. So Brady Myers had to work very hard to get that one back over the last couple of laps. Caruso fastest lap, and then Dane fastest lap, smashes it by 3/10 immediately. Have a look at that. We're into the 3s on race pace, guys.
We're not just into the 3s, we're into the 3s by some distance. Right now is Dane Warren, the gap is 1.2 to Jordan Caruso at the front. They have pulled out to a 2.5 second gap over Bo Albert and Simone Maria Marcheno's 06 in 3rd place. So this is now a case of these two might still be the only ones fighting for this one. There's Jake Burton in 7th, Jared Filsell, former teammates there in 8th position. They do like to race close with each other, but it can very easily turn sour if Burton decides he wants to play the defensive pact that he very much did a couple of years ago at Watkins Glen. But now Jared's got to run the gauntlet. Remember, he's won this event last time. He's one of only a handful of drivers to win it on multiple occasions and would so very much love to do so again, Ryan.
Indeed, he would. Winning Bathurst once is amazing. Winning it twice is a spectacular feat. And with the damage on the back of that car as well, Richard Hampstead could be in with a chance. Jordan Ross on pit road, big damage. That car will not be winning this race. I think I can say they're out of the car as well.
That's a big shame for the 143. Of course, they were caught up in that incident with Brian Borg trying to clear the slowdown on the edge of the chase. They were right in the middle of that whole melee. Got smashed from both ends. Big shame for the 143. But Jared Filsell continues his relentless pursuit of Jake Burton. And it looks like Richard Hampstead starting to come back a bit at Brady Myers down Conrod too.
Certainly is, as we are on for the lead. Look at Dane Warren. He has done so well over this lap. He's brought it down to half a second here as they go into the final corner there of Murray's and start to think about this. The VRS Trans-Tasman car have the Coanda man behind the wheel, and when you talk about drivers who could make big impacts, you can see the corrections going through turn number 1, just slightly running opposite lock through turn 1. That will scrub the tyres a little bit. But Dane Warren is probably someone who, for the future of sim racing, is a major player in the game. Now you start looking at, say, Jordan Caruso, who is someone for the future, someone who has time and again proved he can be equal to pace with some of the fastest out there, now has to go and prove it against that Mustang that is behind.
And I tell you what, Dane Warren, the amount of pace that he's brought out in these last couple of laps, I think it's only a matter of time before there is a move for the lead. But if Caruso can keep the margin ahead of Warren across the top of the mountain, he can buy himself a little bit of extra time. But remember, guys, we still have about 43 laps to go, or thereabouts. So there's still an awful lot of time for this to play out.
Absolutely there is, and everybody will be thinking about how do we gain, how do we get exactly what we want. It's closing as well for third and fourth as Harley Haber is getting to the back of Bo Albert, but this leading battle, they go through the forest elbow, and now you attack here at this section. We look back, there is that little battle 7th, 8th, and now 9th as well, because Andrew Gilliam's on the back of this one too, don't you know, as they go on down the Conrod Straight once more. Every place matters, and it's so tough when you're in a draft train to go and make the move. It looks like it could be on for the race lead. Here comes Dane Warren down the inside, and new leader, chalk it in the books, because Dane is not going to want to relinquish this one, nor is the 117 tucked up underneath, looking to Murray's here, Reese.
Yeah, but a little bit of a look for Jordan Caruso, but no sense going for the move down there at this stage. They've got a couple more straights to go after that, where Dane Warren could very easily take him back. But now, Jordan Caruso and Ethan Griggold are going to have to change their tack a little bit. They were focusing on defending for the time being, but now they have a chance to get a bit of draft, maybe save a bit of fuel, and make sure that their final pit stop is shorter. Michael Schreier, though, some problems for him on the exit of the chase. We're going to get a little modem simulation replay of that one. Synergy Sim Racing, our director, saying, have had absolutely no luck today, and I'd be inclined to agree.
I believe that every bad omen that you could possibly do, that each one of their drivers has done at some point, at some time over the course of this day to give them this sort of luck. There's the contact there with the race on Oscar, and simply sideways. You will go through there into the grass and saving it. That's Griffin Gardner actually in the Pursuit Sim Racing car as well that was close to that, but we're looking at the Autoglass car as well. So this is the view that you've got coming down into this section. There's the car, there's the car, there's the pursuit car. Uh-oh indeed. Griffin Gardner with the contact, and there might just be a penalty to have a little look at that.
Potentially, but you could see from the on-board from Griffin, Schreier was not going flat out through that section of the chase, and likely due to the damage that he was already carrying at that time. So, be interesting to see what race control thinks of that one. Meanwhile, though,
it's Ryan with looking at this train at this stage, and look at this. Oh, that was deep from the Autoglass car, the race on Oz that we wrongly, or I wrongly identified a little bit earlier on. But now look at that. They've got the likes of Sean Thompson behind the wheel trying to find a way through. A Sean Thompson that in the back end of the old supercars that we were looking at, or the old Australian touring cars, was right up there in terms of numbers. But look at this now. Brady Myers has not got everything his own way. Richard Hampstead wants in. Remember, he's fighting to keep the lead of the Endurance Cup right now away from Dane Warren. So he's got work to do to try and go back to back, but he's stuck right now in 6th place.
And this train also includes Jake Burton, Jared Vilsell, and Andrew Gilliam just off the back of them as well. Harley Haber and Bo Albert just in front. And both Ulster's cars under a lot of pressure right now. Myers from Hampstead, Albert from Haber. But Albert, remember, they're off sequence. They're doing an interesting strategy. The 40 laps left, they've got to squeeze 2 more stops into that car. As Drew Griffin spent no one close enough on this lap to make a move there. Gap at the front, 0.3 of a second. Caruso cannot afford to let Warren get away. We saw in the first stint, Warren checked out. Can't let that happen now, especially if there's no more stoppages to this race.
Exactly. They're all hoping that they've got exactly what they want out of this, and it's all about that strategy card that they'll be playing as they final up the hill. It's really close between they're just in front of them, Bo Albert and Harley Haber, as they go on through. Bo Albert's recently got himself World Rallycross status with iRacing. He's got himself a fantastic Rallycross license, as at the moment down the hill they'll go. Harley has been S-T-U-C and K in this one, and if you can spell, that is stuck at this stage, and he has been unable to find a way through on the 06 Altus car, going down the hill, looking to to attack off the exit here. We know that they've got to pit momentarily 2 more times, but now Harley can finally start focusing here, give Forzan the best possible chance to the end, looking to the left-hand side, looking to try and get this run up over the hill, and it's door to door almost as they go on through, and look how close they get. On the brakes they go. Has Bo Albert got anything to fight with on the outside? He's trying to, but no.
Harley Haber was squeezing Albert all the way over to the right-hand side of the track. Albert lifts off and lets his sister car go, protects or attempts to from the 28. A bit of contact between them. That set Hampstead all the way to the back of the pack.
Wow.
So that Burton, Philsell and Gilliam all gaining positions on him.
He will be so annoyed by that. Obviously, the team game played by Albert, but then the little hip check loses Hampstead a handful of spots, and he will remember that, Ferry.
It was awkward there from Bo Albert. He almost sort of let off the brakes a little bit, saying, okay, I'll let one car through. Wasn't expecting Hampstead to be so aggressive with it, and then all of a sudden, it's trouble. There's Jake Burton having a look, and remember, Bo Albert doesn't necessarily drive this one. He's got one goal in mind. Do not spin at that corner that they just went through. And now Jake Burton will be going, oh, I'm racing you? I'm not used to racing you. And this is where miscommunication happens from the top guys who race only top guys.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Bo Albert, of course, out of the seat for a very long time in these touring cars. Jake Burton has been out for a bit too, but for nowhere near as long. So across the top, he's not going to have much to work with here. Bo Albert just trying to keep it together, and notice that he ran wide in a couple of corners on the previous lap as well, so Albert may be struggling for a bit of consistency here, but as long as he can get back on the pace, he'll be fine. Jake Burton, though, looking for a move at the chase potentially, and we'll see if Jared Philsell can follow him through.
Everybody taking the big narrow line. They feel it's quicker down there as they start to attack the Conrod straight once more. There's 40 laps to go when they come over towards the start-finish line, and that's going to be worth keeping in mind here with that front two breaking away from everything else. It's third on backwards that the looks are at the moment. Bo Albert playing really good as rear gunner here, but Jared Philsell wants in. Jake Burton having to both attack and defend. He's in Schrodinger's overtake down the inside. Philsell looking all over the place, trying to find a way through, and now he'll start to get really, really aggressive here. If he wants it down the inside, he decides, you know what? Better than trying to attack it this time by, I've got more chances. I've got 40 chances, and there's a little slide from Bo Albert, which could open the door.
Potentially, but it looks like Jake Burton going to slide up the inside there into Hell Corner, and he is through. Philsell's probably going to get by at Griffin's as well if they don't make too much contact between himself and Albert. All three cars line astern down Mountain Straight. This is what we love.
He's going to fight back here to the outside. Outside, turn 2, Bo Albert. Oh no. Oh, they touched on entry. Wheel to wheel. And they just about get away with it as Albert slides on the outside, and that allows Philsell through.
How? There's also Gilliam and Hampstead, but that's trivial at this point in terms of... Oh! Whoa. That's a slide from Burton, and that's going to check everyone up. Philsell's called himself, painted himself into a corner, some would say, and Albert's now on the outside, and they're too wide. Hampstead's down the inside of the Griffin's Mount. This is not looking good, and wisely backing out is Bo Albert there. That got hairy fast, and that is the mountain, and this is what happens when you toy with its liberties there, Ryan.
Yeah, you've got to be really careful, but that's the sort of racing we expect at this stage of the races. Wow, Jared Philsell threw it over the grass on the inside, through the S's, as we look now at Brady Myers on the back of Harley Haber, trying not to let him get away, but Haber is ever so slightly stretching out that gap. 0.5 of a second up Conrod Straight.
0.5, but it's just that 0.5. Harley Haber can make 0.5, 5 light years. That's the way that he drives. He makes it tough. But look at the race lead. Jordan Caruso expected Dane Warren maybe to pull away. That's not happened, but there is Jared Philsell. He is through on Jake Burton without too many worries at all. 2 United cars now inside the top 5, and that will be news to the ears of those back there as they start to keep on looking. Andrew Gilliam's thinking about the inside. He's not going to be best place for this one as they go on through. And again, looking to attack the one car that didn't come down and make a stop. Thinking of the inside here, has to be done quickly by Andrew Gilliam, and not going to get it done at Hell's Corner. So this is now going to be costing a little bit of time.
That it is. I mean, Andrew Gilliam stuck behind Bo Albert now for pretty much a whole lap. Wasn't quite able to take advantage of the melee on the previous lap, but down at Griffin's, he is going to have a chance. Up the inside for Gilliam. Oh, Albert brakes very late, but Gilliam throws it in over the banking and gets the move done. There goes Griffin Gardner through the pits. That is a drive-through for the earlier incident at the chase with Michael Schreier. Now, thinking about the race lead, meanwhile, our top two up at the front, have a look at Caruso. He's kept Dane Warren in range.
Yes, absolutely he has, and that's beaten key as they dive down the hill. A couple of tenths drop there up there, and look at this, Sean Thompson robbing Kirk side by side into the cutting, and almost into the wall there from the ANZ Motorsports team. There is Scott Kozlowski in the middle of all of this. Now this is a really crucial moment here for those sorts of drivers, because remember, they are the ones here, and I'm going to bring Lockie into this, they are the ones that pitted under the safety car right at the end, looking to gain as much time as possible.
Correct, and also looking to go a bit deeper into the race before they make their final pit stop. And on the subject of final pit stops, we are expecting the critical lap numbers to be around 136 or 137. That's the lap that you want to get to before you make your final pit stop to ensure that you can get to the end of the race.
And there you can see, maybe this is all about strategy and how do you deal with every little bit here. And when you've got fuel numbers which are close as they are right now, maybe the best place is to be behind another driver. Maybe that is something that drivers are thinking about at this moment. Jared Filsell there in 5th, Jake Burton in 6th, and they've got to lead the train back to that fight for 4th and 3rd. Harley Haber and Brady Myers going at it at the moment, and it is worth noting as well, there aren't many rounds to go in this championship. The second driver's choice of Spa-Francorchamps is preceded by Belle Isle, and then you've got Road America. This championship does drop off very quickly, Reese.
It does indeed. You know, we are in September. Can't forget that we have a round at Interlagos as well coming up. It was rescheduled from earlier on in the season. Of course, there were a couple of scheduling conflicts with the with various racing series rearranging their weekends due to the course of the big global event that has happened this year. Harley Haber and, well, that's probably one of them. Harley Haber and Brady Myers, though, continuing to fight away for 3rd and 4th. Myers really keeping Haber honest here. He is on an absolute charge right now. His last lap time was in the mid-205s. Haber a tenth slower.
I thought the big global event in 2020 was the Tiddlywinks Championship, but that's just me. But there is Brady Myers. He's trying to really chase down Harley Haber, who is a thorn in anybody's side when he starts to get defensive, because he will defend and defend and defend, and he's almost, sometimes when he defends, Ryan, he's like the man from Monty Python, in the sense that he, the Life of Brian, I would say. He's like the soldier from Life of Brian, where he's basically got no arms, no legs, and he says, come on, I've still got life.
'Tis but a flesh wound.
It is but a flesh wound, and I wonder if it's a little bit too old and niche of a reference for one Mr. Ryan at this stage. But we do have a guest here who is here to talk to us, and what a guest it may be. It wouldn't be a Bathurst 1000 without him. Sandman, how are you?
G'day, boys. How are you?
Oh, we're doing
We're
very
doing
well up
absolutely
here.
fantastic, and our presence has been ever gloriously lifted because you are here. How are you doing, my friend?
Having some mic issues, apparently.
Whoa, Sean Thompson.
Right as that happened, we've got a traffic jam at the skyline in towards the next section. That's Sean Thompson around along with someone else. Bo Albert has just dived into the pit as we get a replay of this one going on. We'll try and get Sandman back in just a moment's time as we get a huge accident here up at the top of the mountain and onwards. So this is Sean Thompson. He's trying to go through, and well, he catches the grass. He bangs into the wall, Soslovsky into the back, and there's the chain reaction that goes down the mountain. And you know it's tough because, well, let's go back to Aussie car, Ryan. You saw me. Oh, it continued. 360 no scope.
Goodness me. That was, I think that might have been Linsell or Latter there in the 5.54 involved in that too. But Sean Thompson stopped on the circuit at the Dipper. Our race leaders coming up to him. He's managed to actually get going again, so we're staying green for the time being. But still, for Thompson, for Soslovsky, for everyone in that section of the race that that pitted under the last safety car, that's basically negated all the hard work they just did.
Everybody almost in, and they're going to have to work with damage. Sandman, you come in at a very important time. In terms of now enjoying this race, it's those sorts of things that for the mid-pack, for the late-pack, you see really do run into trouble. So in terms of how these drivers will be managing the final stages of this race, what's the thought process they'll be having to go through?
Mate, no doubt that everyone has had it drilled into them at some stage that you've got to buy a ticket to the end. That's what this race is all about. It's the biggest and best race we have in the series, and you know, if you're not there at the end and you don't have a good race car, then there's no point even showing up.
That's certainly true, and of course, you've been keeping yourself very, very busy over the time. I know you love your slot cars, and you've been racing those about quite a bit, but now it's all about, okay, maybe this sometimes does feel like slot car racing, especially when you get the best of the best like we do here in this series. There is no series like it when you race around like this and you see all of these drivers at the very best. But now, what's the thought process here? You've got drivers who are looking around and everybody on track's thinking, well, if someone doesn't buy their ticket to the end, are they going to be in a position here where they are going to be maybe a little bit more in trouble? Are they thinking about maybe one more safety car?
It's always something that plays in the back of everyone's minds, is that safety car, random safety car where there's an accident on top of the mountain. You know, we know that this track is one of the toughest to tame, and it's easy to come unstuck. So everyone will have different strategies playing out. No doubt they've got their notebooks there, and they've got different scenarios where it'll play out with 10, 20, 30 laps to go. Everyone will have, you know, certain fuel mileage numbers that they're trying to meet, but everyone will be sort of there or thereabouts. I know there was a couple of people that did take that little bit of extra fuel after that safety car, so it's going to be interesting to see how we come into these last round of stops.
And Sandman, before we let you go, I know that you are absolutely loving this at the moment, but who's your pick? Who do you think is going to bring it home, as we are about 35 laps away from the end of this race?
Oh, mate, look, as much as old mate is driving the Mustang out front, I've got to go for my boss, don't I? Madison Down, and I'm always cheering for TTR in the background, so, but like we say, you know, it doesn't matter whether you're out front or down the back. You just never know how it's going to play out. But definitely got a soft spot for the old TTR cars.
And there we see Sandman there joining us. It's always a pleasure to have him along with us for the ride. And Reese, you know, when you talk legacy, sometimes you have to talk legacy of those who have come before. And Sandman is a pillar of the sim racing community and will always be remembered as such.
Absolutely. Stephen Sandman Clark, he's a legend here at SimSpeed TV. He was lead commentator, and he and I worked together on V8SCOPS quite a few times, so it's always a pleasure to hear Sandman's voice back in the box again, and great to have a chat to him once more. Of course, he doesn't have as much time as he used to for sim racing, but he always tries to make it for the 1000. There's Simon Feigl making a pass on a lapped car. No, actually getting into 10th place, passing Luke Pink in the number 13. So despite the slight issues that those guys were having just before in the 932, they've certainly put themselves in a good spot for the rest of this race as well.
They certainly have, as we see time and time again how every single race becomes a case of attrition, and that was an easy move there to make sure that there is no attrition factor in terms of that one. Now, Brady Myers is still stuck in all, clips the wall through the metal grate, and you can see just how much scraping there is on the side of that car at the moment. And Lockie, I'm going to bring you into the conversation. We are not a million miles away from the final pit stop.
No, I reckon we're probably 9, 10 laps away from the final pit stop. Just been looking at the lap times that these drivers have been punching out, Jake, and one of the interesting things is that while Haber and Myers have been battling away for positions 3 and 4, Jared Filsell is slowly cruising up to the back of them. He's now in a second of Brady Myers, so very shortly we're going to have a 3-way contest for the final podium position.
We certainly are, and also into the mix will be Jake Burton and Richard Hamstead, and of course Andrew Gilliam as well. They're all fighting effectively. You've got 6 cars wanting 1 space at the moment, and no matter how you do the math, 6 into 1 does not go. Do want to point though out at this time, look how easily that lead has suddenly come out here. Caruso's mid to late race pace has just evaporated. That's not the car behind, that's the McLeod's machine there of talking. That's the gap behind. It's 5.5 seconds all of a sudden, Ryan, and Dane Warren is cantering away.
He pulled 1.1 seconds on him that last time around, and it's not a case of Warren getting faster, because he's been doing these lap times, 4.8s, 4.9s, since we restarted almost. Caruso's just fallen off. He was 5.0, 4.9, 4.8, 5.0, and then suddenly 5.2, 5.9, 5.8, and he's struggling.
Consistency's gone. He's just got to hold on to it right now. And you have to say here, Reese, it's a case of hold on to the car for Jordan Caruso and get Ethan Grigg-Galton as soon as possible. Try and salvage a 1,000.
Yeah, exactly, and they do have that last pit stop coming up, so that'll be the chance to potentially get Ethan into the car, but it's going to be a tough job with the pace that Dane Warren has been showing, but I do think that really does show that Evolution Racing Team's setup that they've got on the car, once the tyres get past their optimum point, the pace just falls off. There's something about Madison Down and Dane Warren. They're able to extract the pace out of the car while looking after the tyres to make sure the times are consistent across the stint.
Well, Caruso's going to end up doing more laps in this race than Grigol.
He is, and that's very, very telling here in terms of how they go on and try and attack this one at the 117 Evolution Racing Team right now, but it's where the 21 is right now where the focus is, because of course that 21 team needs damage limitation, not for Harley's sake but for Forzan's. Of course the championship is worth keeping in mind at this point as well. You don't often talk about it. They say that the Great Sim Race is there, and is that a mistake from Brady Myers? It is. Side by side they go. Jared Filsell then unlocks the inside line, and this is where the 910 shines best, and this is why he is the reigning 3-time champion of this series. He's got it with a bit of slide to boot. He pushed everywhere there, Reese, for that one.
Yeah, a little bit of contact there that Brady Myers made with him on the exit. Filsell just slotted in right away, and Brady Myers instantly starting to save a bit of fuel as well. So that's a bit telling for what the 215 team is going to be doing in the last couple of stops. But he is right in the viewpoint of Jake Burton here. A car gets let by. That's Henry King, as we see the number 9 in the pits, but Jake Burton now right up behind Brady Myers. Have a look at how hard he is pushing, oversteer everywhere. You're right, that is an early stop there for the 9.
Lockie, what's going on with the number 9? They were one of the earlier cars to pit. Is this just a case of their strategy? It's just come at the wrong time for them.
Exactly right. So they were always going to have to make 2 more pit stops. They've completed 22 laps in this stint, not able to get deep enough on their current fuel load to get to the critical lap number.
That's a shame for them. They would have thought they were really well placed in 10th position, so they're going to have to work hard and get one more little gap in. If they are going to start gaining those places, this is going to have to be a very hard-fought final stop from them as this race continues on at the greatest street circuit, some would say, in all of the world right now. As we go on through, as right now it's all about who is going to be where and who's looking where. This is where drivers are trying to attack, as it looks like we've had a little bit of a moment there with our graphics there on the left hand side. I have no idea what all of that means. Everyone's try and get themselves through, but that's going to be something that we're just going to put to one side for a moment, try and work out where that's all gone. But 9-10 looking absolutely fantastic in 4th, and now here's the next question: do you stay behind for the championship for Forzan, or are you gunning for glory yourself?
Glory.
Glory. Go for glory.
Glory, hallelujah, then, I think is the right answer. And I think we have two very, very individualistic styles of drivers here in terms of Reese Gardner and Ryan Jones, and that's why I am not teammates with either of them. Continuing on, though, with this at the moment, though, this 6-car train, well, Reese, we have to talk about this right now. One small mistake, and the whole domino effect comes crashing down.
That's exactly right. You see trains like this, as we've seen earlier in the race, if the driver up front makes a mistake or there is a move, the way this track works, there's only really one line around a lot of the corners, and many of them lead straight into the next one. So it's all about flow, especially up at this top part of the circuit. So you make one mistake, you're probably going all the way to the end of the train, getting passed by at least one car every corner.
And that's the key, and we've already seen a demonstration of this once in this event. We saw it, of course, with Bo Albert earlier on in this one, Ryan. So I think these drivers will be thinking about, okay, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Let's not get bogged down with who's trying to overtake who and who's doing what where. This is the battle 13th, 14th. Remember, Scott Kozlowski's got all the damage in the world on that front right fender. He's trying to keep it going here with Tyler Blackburn there behind in the race on Oscar.
What a drive from this car so far. In fact, there's a couple cars in line here that have gained plenty. So that Trick Esports machine that Scott Kozlowski is driving, they're up 21. And then Tyler Blackburn for Race North 947 is up 24. And then behind them, Dylan Rudd on the Premier Racing Team 990 car is 35.
Wow. Yeah, remember, that's the car that started plumb last at the back of the grid, and there is the move. Forza Harley Haber yielding there to Jared Filsell, so it's still the United car on the podium, but different number this time.
Well, if they're going to have any chance, well, why not have the 3-time champion try and attack and recover this one up? This is how the move happens then. He goes to the inside, or his outside turns inside, and it's very well coordinated by Harley Haber. He has a lot of respect for Jared Filsell, and he decides, you know what? It's not worth fighting for that one. You're my teammate, and we want the best result for the team. So we will see how that one goes. 14 seconds off the race lead this group is, and that's a Luke Pink. That could be a safety car. That is right down on Conrad. What on earth has happened to the ERT machine?
Oh no. Here either. They're like 6 laps short. So here's the motor simulation replay. Why is Luke Pink slowed to a crawl down, was it Mountain Straight or Conrod Straight?
Conrod. It was Conrod. You can see we're going over the mountain. There's already heavy damage on the front of it, so it looks like trying to survive with the car.
It was at Griffin's.
It's at Griffin's, though, where the incident happens initially, but we want to see the point where it all falls apart here for Luke Pink, and it's a case of, well, does it happen, does it not happen? So going down the mountain and going on through, is there going to be a case where we are looking maybe at the safety car coming out? So here's the next left, and now down the Conrad we come along. Is there a moment where it all goes wrong, or are we just seeing this one all run into troubles? There's Luke Pink trying to get going. Bang goes the engine. It's another engine that pops, and that surely will have to be the safety car coming out.
No, he's already gone back into the pits, and I don't think he asked race control for a tow either, so he is going to come under fire from race control for that. This is what caused the whole shebang in the first place. Just got on the throttle a little too hard out of Griffin's and spun into the wall, taking off the entire front end of the car.
That's so dumb. There's no other words for it. That's so dumb by Luke Pink, and I know he's young and he'll need to learn, but if he thinks about the bigger picture for Evolution Racing Team, he stays there, he asks for a tow, a safety car comes out, Caruso's got a much better chance of winning this 1,000.
Yeah, he does. I think that's a little bit harsh there, Sperry. Especially given we know how young Luke is, and it's easy for anyone. You're fast at the moment, and I'm out of the race, I'm on the racing line, I'm on Conrad Straight. I better get out of the way quickly before anyone hits me. And yeah, you can forget about that rule. So yeah, it's disappointing, and I'm sure his team will be disappointed as well. But you know,
I wouldn't call it dumb.
Yeah.
But let's just say that.
Well, we still have ourselves 29 laps, 30 laps to go here, and the pit stop window is in 3 laps' time, and it is a pretty chocker train here for third position on backwards as they run up the hill looking for the mount as they go on through the right and the left as they go through. And look at this, a snaking car of 6 as they all go on through without too many worries at all. There is the Altus car saving fuel in 5th place. They're looking to try and jump back up. All of these drivers are thinking of one thing and one thing only: podium.
Yep, that's it. Brady Myers pushing hard, and now with Jared Filsell up ahead of Harley Haber, that means that there is one less car between Myers and Haber, but he's still got to think about Jake Burton and Richard Hamstead up behind him. The number 30 Synergy car in the pits, and they've seen an awful lot of that pit lane. But up front, looks like Dane Warren has nothing to worry about at the moment. He currently enjoys a lead of just over 10 seconds over Jordan Caruso. And I think it would have been a bit of a blessing in disguise for a couple of these teams that Luke Pink did not request a tow before he went back to the pits, because that means if the safety car had come out, as we said, they would have been 6 laps short and they would have had to stop again. This way, a lot of the teams just have one stop till the end.
A lot of teams do, and look at this, there's traffic, and it's the McLeod Torque Inc. car that they all have to try and work a way through. And well, it's not often that you get Mitchell McLeod at the front of a train of these drivers. I have to go back to 2011 to see a caliber of Mitchell McLeod being ahead of all of these drivers, but he can live the fallacy for a little bit longer here, Ryan. He's a lap down, and he'll have to let all of them go.
Yeah, that's not a great situation for Mitchell McLeod. And he is now at the very back of that train.
Oh, have a look at Blackburn.
Yeah, look at this. Up the inside, one of the Zuba machines, which is carrying a fair chunk of damage. Might be Loxton, might be Hins, might be car as well. It's Loxton.
It is Loxton. Of course, Brett Loxton's had issues at this great track many a time before. He managed at one stage to blow his engine 2 times in the space of 6 laps. So that is something that he doesn't really like to talk about too much. But Scott Zaslowski here in 12th position. Tyler Blackburn in 13th. I do want to point out something, though, and it's something we haven't really talked about. Fastest car on track, well, it's the 06 Altus car.
Well, there we go. That car has jumped back into the pits. Simone Maria Marchino back at the wheel of that one. They pitted on lap 125. So they've certainly shown that they have the pace to be working up at the front, and they're probably hoping for one more safety car just to close up the field again before the finish, because if they stay like this, probably the best they'd be looking at is probably on the verge of the top 10.
Well, he's not the fastest car on the racetrack. He's actually about a second off that.
At one point he was the fastest, but now he's not, because information travels slowly sometimes to us at the end, as we've got a little bit of battling going on as well up and down the order. But Simone Maria Marchino, 18th place right now. I don't think 10th place is out of the realms of possibility here for this team. They got to look at who's in 10th right now, and it's the Kirk Misdale DPR team at the moment, the 073. But it is pits times, because we got Benjamin Smith down in on the lane trying to get out and away. And I think, Lockie, we are looking at this stage where we are getting incredibly close now to everybody can come in. Everyone can start thinking about making that stop.
We are, and interesting to see who's saved fuel and who's been pressing on flat out. Dane Warren, who's been setting scorching times at the front of this race, but the question that you have to ask is how much fuel has he been using, because not only has he been very fast, but he's also not had the advantage of being able to slipstream other cars. So it'll be interesting to see if he maybe has to pit a lap or 2 earlier than everybody else.
We'll see. It's going to come down to how Dane Warren takes and tackles this one right now, knowing that this is pretty much a case of if back-to-back wins come into it for the 77 team, they take the Endurance Cup. Madison Down goes one step closer to picking up an overall title, and this one all plays out into their factors right now. This is 14th and 15th though. Dylan Rudd has Riley Blythe behind. Remember, Riley is one of those drivers who has that advantage, being pitting later than other drivers around, and has more of a leniency factor from now to the end of this race. Work to be done, but Dylan Rudd, from where they started to where they are now, I'm pretty sure here, Ryan, they do not want to let this one slip.
Yeah, this is the high pressure moment of the race, and it is the point at which everyone turns it up and can't afford a mistake, can't afford a brain fart or a little mishap, and you have to defend your position if you're fighting towards the front. Back here, maybe you consolidate some points and a good finish, make sure you actually make it to the finish, but some of these cars are looking so beat up at this point in the race.
They are certainly not factory spec when they go through, and I think you can only sell them for a little bit of scrap come the end of this race. But Reese, now we start thinking about this here. Look at those gaps. Look at actually how much Caruso's losing. That gap's down to 4.5 seconds here to Jared Filsell. It's almost like what happened with Madison Down earlier on in this event.
Yeah, Caruso's times have been sliding further and further out of the optimum range. 2:05.8, 2:05.8, and then a 2:06.0 last time he crossed the line. That car is just about done. And I think Caruso is going to be counting down the laps until he can finally get that in there, get some fresh rubber on.
Caruso is just so off at the moment. It is so much that he's losing. It's almost like seeing a Mercedes Formula 1 car racing against a Ferrari Formula 1 car sometimes. The amount of pace that Dane Warren is starting to extract and pull away here from Jordan Caruso, and there's nothing really that Caruso's done wrong so far with this drive, Ryan. It's just the fact that the tyres haven't been there, and he was forced to be aggressive to try and build a gap early on in terms of this, and the long stint of the tyre, simply put, he's used more of the wall than his opponents have.
Yeah, and we know in these races that sometimes, yeah, you might feel like, hey, this car's driving pretty nicely, but you've got damage in all four corners, and in actual fact, you could be half a second quicker a lap.
Certainly could, and you could also be using the wall of the tyre and trying to get as much as possible out of it, though. We are looking really close to this end of the race, and there is Jared Filsell looming large, a factor he has been in a lot of Bathurst 1000s here with SimSpeed TV. He's got 2 wins to his name. He's got one, of course, with Jordan Ross. He's got one with Kane Kugamia, and he will be looking at trying to find a third, but it might just be a bridge too far with Kyle George this time by in terms of this year. It may be a look to next year. There may be a lot of people thinking about it, but we still have to hit the button and say, hold on, it's not everything just yet. And we are on lap 136 right now. Next lap by, we hit the magic number, Reese. 137 is you can go home.
Absolutely. As we've said from the very start, fuel stints, they range anywhere from 23 laps all the way out to 26. Some drivers have managed to stretch the tanks out to, thanks to safety cars and fuel saving. But 137, that is the critical lap, as Lockie has said, and that's when people can get home on one more stop. So now, Dane Warren and Madison Down will be thinking about when they come in. They're enjoying a great gap up at the lead, so they can pretty much afford to do whatever they want.
They certainly can, and you can see, just using all of the road and a bit more, is Dane Warren. He is in full control of that Mustang. They signed up with the wrong car, and they have still come up with everything. Now, Brian Borg is the first real taker then on the lane at this time. They are going to have to save a lap of fuel around this place, and that's going to be a tall order, Lockie.
We might just be close enough to the end of the race that you could make it. What are we up to? Lap 136, 25 laps. Not impossible to achieve.
In comes Dane Warren, and I'm not surprised. He's been out at the front. hasn't had the opportunity really to save much fuel over the course of this stint, but now it's a case of who else is coming in. Caruso does follow. No, that's not Caruso, sorry. That is Guy Leach, as Caruso in fact stays out and will continue another lap here in this one. But in come both of the United cars. Now they're on strategy point number 1 here, Ryan, right now. They know what they need.
Yep, this is it. Critical lap. You can come in, you can get to the end. So they've done exactly that. And they'll be hoping that this undercut's going to work. And they can extend their gap over Grigol and Caruso. Interesting that they haven't gone for the undercut, but, well, see how this works out for Dane Warren. Ethan Caruso. Sorry, Jordan Caruso and Ethan Grigol.
Ethan Caruso.
Desperately hoping for something to unfold that can get them back in the mix.
Well, it's key as well. Let's notice the 21 right now here, Reese, because it's Forzan back in the car to the end.
Yes, indeed, and Forzan has shown that that he can put in those consistent and fast laps. Off the jacks comes the Trans-Tasman car. What's going to happen here for the United ones? Jared Filsell is going to stay in the 910. Simon Feigl remains in the Altus Mustang. Filsell now off the jacks. What about Haber and El Nabi? It looks like Forzan has just squeezed out ahead of Filsell.
Wow, what a start from United's 21. They've got the track position back again. So now Forzan's left in the catch-22. Is Jared Filsell quicker than me? That's the first question that they'll ask. And secondly, am I able to close down things? And are we going to get caught up in battles? Remember, we are now firmly in a pit stop cycle. Don't expect drivers to go too far. Expect the likes of Caruso, Myers, Burton, Hampstead, Gilliam, and of course Kirk to all come down in and make their stops, because this is the final scheduled stop of the race that we have here at the mountain, at the Great Sim Race, at the place where memories are made. Forget about I'm going to Disney World. Forzan's pushing absolutely hard. And talk about it here, Lockie. What was the big key there for getting ahead for number 21?
Question, I think possibly slightly less fuel needed to go into that car, because El Nabi had stopped a lap later for the previous stop, and I think that might have been enough just to make the difference there.
Certainly does look like it, as at the moment it's a pit party. Everyone except Caruso? What? You're the driver whose tyres are going away the most. Why are you still out there?
He's been saving fuel so that Ethan does not have to save fuel in his final stint. So they're getting, they're getting the hard yards out of the way right away.
Wow, well that's going to be brave, that's going to be bold, and they're going to be trying to do as much as they can with it. They are playing to numbers here at 117, and you could say here, Ryan, oh how evolution of them.
I hate you. Yeah, that was
mutual, Ryan.
Thanks. And we all hate Jay. So, flashing lights down on pit road as they all wait for their car to be serviced. Brady Myers gonna roll off pit road now and back onto the racetrack. Where does Myers emerge?
Just behind the two United cars.
Yeah. But wow, he's right there. It's gonna be one heck of a fight.
Remember, he was fuel saving at the moment that the two United cars went by. So this is all about how do you fight. Now, Key, Burton has stayed in the car. So, Lockie, now here's the big question. Are the stewards going to pick up here that the number or the first driver use here has not been met?
Yeah, good question, because according to my calculations, they were on that short with Dominic Ferraris. My numbers could have been wrong, of course, but yeah, I had Dominic Ferraris only completing
53. You're right.
53 laps in that car.
Right.
Well, that might be something where the stewards go, if you're not coming in on the final lap, we're going to give you that black flag and say you've not met the requirement, therefore you are disqualified from the race. And it would be a shame for them. They're in 8th place right now. It would promote a lot of drivers up. Caruso, Gilliam, and Riley Blythe have yet to come down in and make their stops of those who are in the top 10. And also keep in mind that 06 car, Simone Maria Marcheno, is out there in 10th, and Kobe Jones is there in 11th position, both of whom will need to stop again, but crucially, they will have a very short final stop, and they're trying to build a gap here. They may only lose maybe one position, maybe only a couple here at the moment, Reese.
Yeah, potentially. We'll see what goes on. The 117 has now gone into the pits and Ethan Griggolt back in the car. Andrew Gilliam remains in the pursuit 201. So these two together in the pits. There goes Dane Warren, and the ERT car is still at a standstill in the pits.
No surprises there. The gap was 12 seconds when Dane Warren came into the pits. With fresh tyres, that gap could be up to 13, 14, 15 seconds or so right now. And now look at this. They're going to come out here, and they're going to come out behind both of the United cars, it seems. Ethan Griggolt there with the fuel saving. That one has not played out because that's Jared Philsell right now on the podium. And Ethan, he's going to want to get one over on his former teammate here. He wants to try and find a way through. Maybe even Myers is going to think about it. Thinking 3 wide as we go down to turn 2. And it's all on the marbles. And that's going to be Burton slipping one through almost here as they ride up to the cutting. This is the worst case scenario for Evolution Racing Team. And oh my goodness right now here, Ryan, are they wishing that Luke Pink decided to wait and take a tow when it was safe to do so by the stewards?
Yeah, probably. But they can't change that fact now. Jake Burton, Brady Myers, Jared Philsell, Forza Nalnavi. What a horrendous exchange there for Ethan Griggolt, what was the leading Evolution Racing Team car. And they are all chasing that lead car of Dane Warren, and he is gone right now. And you've got to imagine that there's no way he could...
Wow.
Yeah.
Just wow. There's not much you can say about it. They've done well. There's Jet Bennett leaving the pits in 20th position in the Expo Gaming car. Here's some side-by-side, though. That's Zlowski losing the place then to the 93 machine of Griffin Gardner in the Pursuit Sim Racing car. They've had a drive-through penalty, and look at that, immediately trying to dive past the 062 of Reese Keane. And, well, you can't be much keener than that one, Reese.
No, certainly not. Great move around the outside at that section of the circuit, but now Keane has got the squad coming up behind him. This squad, meanwhile, the two United cars, they're heading up this pack here, and Jared Philsell playing rear gunner for Forzan El Nabi. And we're hearing that both El Nabi and Philsell are saving a bit of fuel. They have to save about a lap in order to get to the finish. So this is not over by any means, Sperry.
Well, you have to remember as well, Forzan's at the front of this pack. He can sit and wait, and the team will want a 2 and a 3. Jared Philsell will be very content to sit behind. He will have to play rear gunner here to someone saving for an entire lap. There's championship implications on this one, Ryan, and so with Forzan in second, that limits the damage done by Madison Down, who's clear by 20 seconds here with Dane Warren currently behind the car.
You're right. What about the Enduro Cup? Haven't spoken much about that specific championship battle.
That's Dane Warren's hand over fist.
Yeah, okay. But, I mean, that gap that they've somehow pulled is phenomenal. They will be praying to the gods that it stays green for the rest of this race. Because if it doesn't, they're going to have some of the hungriest and most aggressive drivers right behind them. And Jared Philsell has got Brady Myers right behind him. Burton, Griggolt will be livid, trying to get some time back. And what about Richard Hampstead? What a race they've had to get back into this position after the early drama.
They're saving for the lap, though, and they know they need to, but you have to remember as well here, Reese, in this situation, if there is going to be a safety car, you look at where the trains are out on track, most likely it's coming from these lot having a bust-up.
Yeah, looks like this is the biggest train out on track for second place on back, so drivers are going to have to be careful during this final stint. In terms of fuel, the 117 with Ethan Griggolt behind the wheel and the 201 of Andrew Gilliam do not have to save any fuel at all. But if a safety car comes out, then that basically means that everything is equalized and everyone's just going to be fighting straight up for position.
Exactly. Remember that Burton will still have to come down in and give one lap to Dom Ferraris if they want to be classified in this race. They do not have enough driver share in them to get them over to the end. But look at this, up the mountain they come along once again. We were talking about, is it going to be glory that we're seeing here? And that is very, very telling. Middle of the road driving from Jared Filsell forces Myers to have to go to the inside. There's the brakes, not going to make a move up into turn 2. And if you're not going to get it done at 3, you are mountain waiting. The worst thing, Ryan, that you could ever have is to try and get past two drivers of the same team, because you have to deal with a coordinated defence.
2 versus 1 is never good, and it's spoken about so often as well, being able to use the second car as a pick to try and work yourself into a better spot. Well, United Sim Sports can do that right now. Brady Myers is going to have to work hard to get by. Now, if he sets himself up from about here, all the way down the hill, or the mountain rather, to Forest Elbow, then he can angle for the big exit out of Forest Elbow. And with Slipstream, there should be no way Filsell can defend.
Yeah, but you notice what's happening here across the top of the mountain. Filsell is hanging back from El Nabi and backing himself into the pack behind. And as they get onto Conrod, that means that El Nabi is in no danger of being overtaken in the slipstream. So yet more coordinated driving from the United boys. A car just slow on Conrod. That is Darren McKenzie in the Team Hyperdrive 02 machine. But our leader crosses the line to start lap 142 up ahead, and the fight continues for second on back. I get the feeling that it's going to have to be a banzai move by Brady Myers if he wants that position. Jake Burton has a little bit of a look into Murray's corner, but no dice for now.
So, under 20 laps to go. There's a move, potentially, from Burton. Now he decides against it, and it's going to hurt him on the exit as Ethan Grigault looks to get one of the spots back that he lost with a terrible pit stop phase. A drag race up Mountain Straight, running wheel to wheel, and they do touch just before they go over the crest. Going to have to go the long way around, Grigault, and he says, you know what? I don't want to be on the outside of turn 2 on this late in the race. There are way too many marbles out there.
There certainly are, and that's not an easy overtake either from the 117. Lock up there from the Altus car. So easy to do at turn 3. You can't afford to scrub the tyres. You need as much life in them as possible here from now towards the end of this race, and they're all trying to get themselves home and dry. They're all trying to get themselves that top 3 finish. They want everything possible out of this one as they try and push through. We also know there are drivers who need to make stops, and we know that the 201 has dropped back over the course of those stops to now be behind that 8th place machine. So these drivers, they all know what they need to do, and Reese, it's now a case of, well, it's battle time. They know that it's all about waiting and knowing that you need a clear-cut opportunity.
Yeah, not many clear-cut opportunities are being offered for Brady Myers and Jake Burton, despite the fact that they've managed to get past Ethan Grigault after the pit stop. Certainly going to be a tight fight between them and Marchino. Also back out on track and not that far behind, but remember they do have to come in one more time before the end. But have a look at this. It's super close between Burton and Myers on the exit of the chase. Burton might have another little look into Murray's corner. No, just decides to stay on line, maybe on the verge of making contact with Myers' rear bumper. But it looks like the 2 United cars have done enough to keep Altus behind for now.
Only for now, though. There's still a lot of time remaining in this race, and they would have done thousands upon hundreds of thousands of laps around this place in preparation. Not just this time, but many times. Oh, bust up! Big bust up! Big bust up there at the cutting. And it's with Jet Bennett, and it's with one of the Race on Oz cars, and they both get going. It was Benjamin Smith's Race on Oz car. Somehow, we still keep going. We still stay green right now, Ryan.
Very fortunate. That was right in front of Tate Warren as he was coming through as well. He's fortunate none of them bounced back out into his path as we take a look now at the replay. It's Jet Bennett. Did he do it by himself?
No,
he was helped.
There you go. tap around and around he goes. And unfortunately, that wasn't for position either, because Benjamin Smith on his lap 140, Jet Bennett 2 laps ahead of him. So here's the rear view. And you see that Benjamin Smith, I think, was pretty keen to try and get the track position back, but misjudged the braking into the cutting somewhat.
I seriously do not understand that as lap traffic. You know you're 2 laps behind someone. What is the need to get that close to someone and cause an incident? I would never know. But it still keeps the race going at this stage. And now you feel like everybody is starting to get a little bit antsy here in this train. They've been patiently waiting. They're hoping to stay in line. Brady Myers has got a gap to close down, though. He's now 6 tenths back here of this train. And Forzan's doing enough just to keep this one going. He's saving a little morsel every single lap, and he's doing just enough. But we do not know that until the very end. We don't have an eye on their fuel gauges. We can't see what they're running with right now, but everybody is just snaking away, looking to try and get to exactly what they want out of this one. They're fighting for podium places, and they're fighting for points. But Ryan, now you start thinking, now you start wondering, okay, what happens if I can't make a clean and decisive move? If I start to be aggressive, if I'm the one that puts my car out there and says I want to make a move and can't make it happen, what happens? You lose all of the time in the world. That's why it's so tough to race in trains like this.
Yeah, and you can't just use the bumper moving out of the way. Phil Sell, that was so telling. He had to lift off. That's allowed Brady Myers to have a big look. He moves him out of the way with the left rear. Phil Sell out on the marbles. Jake Burton and Ethan Grigault pick up the pieces as well.
Talk about opportunistic.
Just like that. It has to be just like that. And Phil Sell's trying to come straight back at Ethan Grigault here. He's wanting none of it. He's immediately trying to get on the offensive. He's not finding it. I want a replay of that one. See how did that one all come about. It was the one small lift that was there that caused absolutely all of that. And Jared knew he needed to be defensive. He had to play rear gunner. And at the moment he was starting to break away, he lifts out of it ever so slightly. And you do not say no to a half chance against Jared Philsell right now, Reese.
Nah, and Brady Myers just slipping on through there. A little bit of contact through Griffin's as well, but the United car largely clean all the same, but losing 3 positions out of that was Jared Philsell. So now Forzan has no one to help him up the front. Myers is going to be pushing flat out. Burton's going to be pushing flat out. Grigault's going to be pushing flat out. So I think Forzan might be in trouble here.
He's got 1 second, though, at the moment. That will give him some respite for a couple of laps at least to play with, to modulate with at this stage. And if he's going to matriculate his way through the laps, he's just got to count them off one at a time. He's been to the top step of the podium before, host Forzan El Nabi. He may just be a bridge too far today, but still second place. He is definitely wanting to get another strong result out of all of this. And every driver has been doing for so long. They are knocking on towards hour 6 of their race here at this stage, as they have been working tirelessly through this one. In fact, they're hour 5.5 that they're looking at in terms of sessions work, including qualifying and all the rest of it. This has been going upwards of around 6 hours worth of work here right now, Ryan, to get themselves exactly where they need to. And they know they don't want it to all come apart so close to the end.
And with all the pace we think Myers has got, Jake Burton's got a little bit more. He is sticking right with the back of that Logitech G-Altus Esports car, and Myers not quite closing up to the back of Forzan El Nabi just yet. So, I mean, if Myers can't get there, then maybe Burton has to have a look. But we know Burton should be coming in to give Ferraris a lap, unless they believe they don't need to.
Well, there's no further action between Myers and Philsell. They wanted to look at it because there was a little bit of contact there as they went through the corner. I'm not surprised when you're dealing with margins this fine that you want the stewards to have a little look at things. A racing incident it is. It's all fair game. Come on, let's play ball at this stage. And sometimes a lot of stewards have a tendency to penalise there for incidents like that, saying, come on, redress the position back in that situation. I think that's fair ball. I think that's fair game. I think that's a great stewarding call.
Yeah, well, it was pretty obvious what was going on there. Phil Sell lifting off to stay behind Forzan, and Myers had the overspeed and was able to get alongside in the braking zone. And I think the stewards would have looked at it a bit differently if Myers had made rear-end contact with Phil Sell and spun him around, but as it stands, it was just a little tap as he went by, and there wasn't much chance that Phil Sell could defend that.
Can't get much closer to buzzing the tower as you drive around this place, so that was really well done there by Brady Myers to gain that place. Now, onto the back of Forzan El Nabi. Now, here's the next worry that Forzan has. He's got no rear gunner, he's got nobody who's going to back off for him, so now he is going to be forced to run at the pace of all the other drivers behind, and that is the worst feeling in the world, Ryan.
It is. What I'm about to do is I'm about to go find Dane Warren on the racetrack. I'm going to sit on board with him and see whether he's saving fuel, because he's got to be close, surely.
He certainly has to. He's got to save a lap of fuel. But you have to remember as well, though, Reese, in this situation, he's got 23 seconds to play with right now. Even if he does run out of fuel, say he's halfway down Conrod, he still makes it home.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what Trans-Tasman have been building up to this entire race ever since they stretched out that gap over Jordan Caruso some laps back. Looks like he is definitely not saving fuel, is Dane Warren. He's just pushing as hard as he always has. But this pack, Forzan El Nabi remaining ahead of everyone across the top of the mountain and regaining a little bit of that gap that he had over Brady Myers. But he's still probably going to have to lift and coast a bit, which is going to bring Myers, Burton and Greg Galt right into play once again. Conrod straight then. Let's see what happens.
Well, down they go once again on one of the fastest straights that Australia has to offer, towards the fastest corner of Australian sim racing and towards the chase. And now Forzan, half a second to play with, keeps that gap nicely there and will not have to worry this lap by on lap 146 about anything happening right now. Towards lap 147, he'll be looking for a break, a maximum of attacks and a maximum of fuel savers possible at this stage as they go on through on the brakes into the next left, the final left on track, and that train will have to start figuring some things out if they want to gain positions. Those maybe towards the back are going to have to start thinking about being aggressive. You can't stay line astern forever in this sort of race, Ryan, because old Father Time will knock on the door and say, time's up, you've got no more race left, son. And they go by a little bit of lap traffic as well, which would have been more help to El Nabi.
This is just Bathurst, isn't it? There's always drama at the end of Bathurst, without fail. Today, it's going to be the field game. And Forzan El Nabi punching the hole in the air for all those cars behind. Myers getting about as close as he's ever got to him. But he had a big wiggle out of the cutting. And Jake Burton had to give him a bit of a hurry along because he was slow out of there. And all the ground he hadn't made up just went back down the drain.
Exactly, that's all that we are looking at right now, and it's all key, it's all about this. Who is doing exactly what they need to right now to get themselves through? We know that Jake Burton's one lap short in terms of fair share, and we know we got a little bit of almost side-by-side coming through Skyline there as Ethan Grigol got himself out of the way ever so slightly, going down the hill and looking to try and attack once more. And there's a car stopped. There's a car stopped. It's Reese Keane. Is this the moment where there's a safety car and all that work that Dane Warren had, the lock and key, is gone?
Reese Keane staying on the track as well. There's no way. This has to be a safety car. It's going to bring them all together, and it's going to be a straight-up sprint.
It's going to be a 10-lap sprint for the end of this one here. The safety car comes out. Motum simulation replay brought to you on screen. And, well, I'm sure it's another one of those engine moments. DPR have not had the best of days either here. Safety car is deployed. Safety car is deployed. And this is now how the 062 here, Reese, ran itself into trouble. So probably throw the last caution, the last random throw of the dice in this event.
Yep, and it happened on the exit of Forest Elbow. Poop, away it goes in just a couple of seconds. There we go. Bang goes the engine, and poor Reese Keane, well, he's got an entire uphill climb to go. So probably for the best to pull over to the side of the circuit and request a tow from race control. But there we go. The field has been reset, and we're going to have a proper shootout for the finish.
The fuel game, the fuel numbers, throw out the window.
Yep, don't matter
They're
anymore.
all safe. They're all safe. We know that the likes of Simone will come in, Kobe Jones will come in, so they will get their final pit stop out of the way. If now Jake Burton's clever and realises, okay, we're a lap short now on driver swap, now you put Dom Ferraris in the car.
Oh, that's
Look at
interesting.
this gamble from Gilliam.
Tyres, I reckon, guys. Tyres.
Yeah.
So he had enough of a gap that he was able to come into the pits, take on a fresh set of tyres without losing any position. So given that he was able to get a pit stop done basically for free, why not take it?
Oh, you know who else? You know who else? The 06 Race Tech Altus Esports car just got handed their 7th pit stop.
Wow.
Yep, there we go. And they haven't lost out much from that at all, have they?
No, absolutely not. So Simone in 11th will be looking to try and attack. A top 10 is certainly there. How far up do you go? Now, this becomes a case of who's got what. And Andrew Gilliam here, look at how much he will actually gain in terms of tyre life. He will have 10 laps fresher tyres, at least here, Lockie, compared to all his nearest competitors ahead.
Yep, and that could be a big advantage in terms of pace for him in the closing sprint to the checkered flag. So, like we say, all of the margins evaporate, and now the strategy's done, and it's a simple question of who's got the most speed and who's got the driver in the best condition for this final fight to the finish.
In comes Dane. Now, this is crucial because this is going to throw everybody into the pits now for a fresh set of tyres to get themselves in. Dane Warren's got the margin. He can put a fresh set of tyres on and get out and away. Can anybody else come in? No, they can't. So now Dane Warren's got a free stop. He's worked hard under that safety car. He did not stop pushing at all under that safety car to make sure he had a gap to make the stop.
Well, what this means now is once we go green again, because the rest of these guys behind them, if they pit on the next lap, then they stand to lose out quite a bit, don't they?
If they all pit,
yeah,
they could all work together and all pit, but that won't happen, will it? Someone will stay out.
That'll put Gilliam in second.
It will. This is golden for the 77. In theory, they should be able to gallop away, but you know, the tyres are going to come up to temperature. It is imperative that El Nabi gets by him on the first lap. Otherwise, I think he's going to check out.
Well, everybody, I think, has just been absolutely given the hammer blow here in terms of this one. The fact that Dane Warren really did not slow down over that safety car period, really tried to put down a gap and decided to get that one all working. I think it's going to be very, very nice. So we will see how this one is all working out. So now this is key. You feel here for Dane Warren in the 77 that they have just pulled a rabbit out of the hat here, Reese, and they have done the one thing that has absolutely just left everybody dumbstruck behind in terms of this fight for the race win.
Yeah, everyone behind them really caught out as Dylan Rudd maintains the excellent run that the Premier 990 has. Yeah, all of these guys behind Dane Warren were caught out by that. Now the lead car has a fresh set of tyres, and they had an opportunity to come into the pits, did all of these drivers, but they did not choose to take it. They'll be on old tyres. The fuel game doesn't matter anymore. Now it's a question of who has the freshest rubber. So we got to look out for the 77. We got to look out for the 201 as well. Pursuit, Gilliam and Taliancic. They're on a fresh set of rubber too.
They certainly are as they come down the hill, and I heard a little crunch actually there out there on track. Someone's run into someone else, I think, out there on track. So that would have been... Oh my goodness, someone's engine went. I think Brett's engine went. Brett Loxton's engine's just gone. No, it's not Brett.
No.
Sorry, no, it's Darren McKenzie Team Hyperdrive. So that's every Hyperdrive car running into trouble today.
Yeah, that's huge there. Darren, looks like, yeah, just went on the exit of the dipper. Fortunately, he's still able to keep it moving so they can bring that thing back into the pits and then get a couple of repairs done, get out and be classified. There's a little bit of controversy going on between the drivers and race control. When the safety car was called, it's being argued that Jake Burton had just made his way past the 21 when the safety car was called, but it looks like only just a little gap
I
between
love
the two of them.
The word that Jake Burton used, I was almost past the 21 when it was called. And Harley Haber comes back. Keyword there is almost.
Well,
Yes.
Haber has a point.
And the point
does,
is,
yeah.
it doesn't matter if you're ahead by an inch or ahead by a mile. If you're ahead, you're keeping the position. They're trying to work it out. They were going to go to green flag running next time by, but unfortunately, that's now been waylaid in terms of plans because Mackenzie's engine blew coming down the mountain at next to no speed. That's going to keep the safety car out there, whilst they have to get another flatbed tow truck to put another car up on and take it back to pits again.
Hey,
well, Mackenzie might make it back. He's still rolling through the chase.
Yeah, he might. You know, there has been occasionally a little bit of an argument. Oh, the Mustang feels different to the Holden Commodore when the new cars came out. This would well and truly put that argument to bed if Dane Warren and Madison Down accidentally register in the Mustang as opposed to the Commodore and then still win the race.
Well, you all have your conspiracy theories out there. You all know what you need to do if you feel about it that way. You need to try and test things out for yourself and see what car feels more comfortable for you in terms of the way that you drive here on the service. There is, as far as I know, no difference between those two.
No, there's not.
No parity at all. So thanks for fueling the fires there, Ryan. You're going to be doing everyone a lot of job on the iRacing forums over the next 3 months or so after this event. So for the time being anyway, car number 77 in control, but there is a crucial fact about this one. Look at Ethan Grigg Gold and look at the car in front. It's not Jared Filsell's car. It is Jet Bennett's, and that is traffic, and that will make life tougher. And you look back to where Andrew Gilliam is, look at how much traffic he will have to try and get through to use those tyres, which you'll have less laps to get to because of Mackenzie.
Other cars on fresh tyres as well. So many cars between Gilliam. He lost a lot of track position by doing that. No actual positions, just track position. Also a bunch of lapped cars between the next guys. Feigl and Marchino also on fresh rubber for Altus.
Richard Hampstead also took fresh tyres.
Where is
Last
he?
pitting.
Oh, yes, there you go, he's 7th.
So he's in a much better position right now than a lot of other drivers would be. He's saving that fuel still a little bit, but the key is he'll be behind Ethan Grigg Gold, and he will then have to negotiate a Jet Bennett as well to get through here with this one. This is going to be all about who's got what, who needs what, who has what. And now you start to wonder, now you start to think, okay, is this race going to go down the way we think it is, or is something going to happen? If you're car number 21, you've got to be right on the back of Dane Warren into turn 1 and harassing for turn 2 to dive down the inside. You are relying on those tyres being good because they've gone through a heat cycle already and going forward. Reese, this is the bit where you say El Nabi has no choice but to throw everything at Dane Warren now.
It's going to be maximum attack from Forza and El Nabi in the 21, but Dane Warren will realise that as well, and he'll be wanting to try and extend the lead as much as he can. He's going to have clear air in front of him. He can pick his braking points. He can pick his lines. I reckon he's still going to have the very clear advantage when we restart.
He certainly will. When he's got fresh tyres, when he had a free pit stop compared to everybody else, I don't think anybody thought about, let's put some fresh boots on the car, let's get themselves going. Those tyres will be cold, but crucially they have to be brought up to temperature at the same time. Everyone's tyres will. The grip levels won't matter too much if the tyres need temperature first. That's the only saving grace for car 21, 215, 33 and 910. Remember that 33 still thinks they're good when it comes to their numbers on fair share and driver share. I think they may be disqualified here on the final lap of this race, but we'll have 11 laps worth of racing, maybe even 10 as we get ourselves ready. So the safety car hasn't been given the call to go away. They will go next lap then, it seems, in terms of trying to get themselves going, as they were dealing with a lot of issues with race control. They're making sure it's absolutely perfect before they get themselves going. And now, where is the safety car? It's still there, it's still there, it's still there,
Yeah,
and they'll go for one more lap then as they go on through, Ryan.
They're still arguing this
They are.
point.
Jake Burton and Dominic Ferraris. saying that that the 21 was in front when Michael Korolev's microphone engaged, but not when he started speaking to call the safety car. So I guess the question there is, from their perspective, is the safety car called when the microphone is activated or when race control actually says it?
When he says because I believe also the text chat comes up at a slightly different point, but they can't go back and check that. So yeah, they have to go off audio. But yeah, you would say it would have to be based off the when he says it, because when his microphone lights up, it could be issuing a penalty or anything, you know.
But you also have to remember what the stewards say is final, and therefore, if what they say is final, that is that. They don't have really any real grounds to really argue against it. It's one place at the end, but you have to remember that Burton's fighting for one place when he realises, or he doesn't realise, he still needs one lap, Lockie.
Like that, but if he's arguing about being in front of the 21 car, well, that would mean, wouldn't it, that he would have to be 2 positions further up, because there's a car in between him and the 21 car. It doesn't actually make that much sense to me.
Maybe it was a typo. Maybe he meant the 215, because that's the car that they are behind at the moment. Either way, this is a bit of a confusing situation, and I'm sure we're going to be getting some news about it after the checkered flag falls.
Dane Warren won't mind, though. He'll take laps, and every lap he spends behind the safety car is one less lap that he can be overtaken at the front of the field, so he won't mind. He'll love this. He'll sit back in his seat. He'll drive very casually around the circuit, saving fuel, saving the tyre life, going, yeah, go on. Please keep arguing, but I think we may be going green this time by here, Reese.
Yeah, looks like it, and it's going to be 10 laps to the finish. An actual proper 10-lap dash to finish off the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. There's always something that happens late on in the race to throw the mega spanner into the mega works, and this was it. So now our thoughts will turn to Dane Warren versus Forzan El Nabi up at the front, and can Brady Myers hold on for a podium finish? Because I know that Jake Burton, they do have the driver fair share thing hanging over their heads, but I reckon Burton is going to go for glory and try and snatch a podium position away.
Well, Jared Filsell needs to close up to the drivers in front right now. He's left a pretty big gap at this point in time, so he's trying to do everything to close this one up. So everyone's trying to sort everything out right now. They all close themselves back up again. We're going to be going to green this time by, and the pace will be with Nick Parker at the moment, but it will soon transfer over to car number 77, Trans Tasman Racing, Dane Warren and Madison Down. There is Jared Filsell. There is the safety car right now, and there will be the chance for it to pull away, and it gets the cue to pull away right about now, and there goes Nick Parker. He'll be leading the front of this field. This is the 5th time he's had that ability to do so behind the safety car. He will look for the pits, and they can go at any time after the bridge. Dane Warren has to go quickly. Someone like Forzan El Nabi knows he's got to attack hard now if he's got any chance of victory right now. They wait, they wait, they wait. When's the go call coming from the 77? How long are you going to wait for it? Because you have to have lightning reactions here to get on forward here. Car 21, holding, waiting. Here's the chance. Here's the moment. This is where money is made. The great race comes down to just 10 more laps. Dane Warren goes. He left it very, very late on the very, very dirty Trans-Tasman Mustang just in front. On the brakes they go immediately. 117 negotiates the traffic of Jet Bennett. Gets out of the way nicely. Well done. Now you start attacking. Hampstead's got tyres. You've got everyone with tyres, but crucially, you've got gap with your car 77, Reese. This is exactly the scenario that you want. In front with tyres and everyone behind chasing as they all go on through to turn 2.
Yep, and now they've got the mountain section, which is where the tyres really count. So look for Dane Warren to extend the gap over McPhillamy and down through the S's. But Forzan El Nabi has been staying with him over that initial section of the circuit. Down the straights, the United car can certainly keep up, but Have a look as they come over the top. Dane Warren, you can tell he is pushing as harder than he ever has at any point in this race, and already starting to leave El Nabi in the dust. Look at Brady Myers behind as well. He's going to be pushing hard as well.
Everyone's going to be trying to search for times. Gilliam's 2 seconds back off of Richard Hampstead, and it looks like everyone's doing okay. We thought we lost maybe Kirk there from 9th place. We're okay as they go on through. Look at the train that Robin Kirk's got behind him. He is holding back the tides and everything else, hoping that he's still there in 9th place. He's got Feigl, he's got Marchena, Gardner, Jones, Wallace, Rudd.
Whoa,
Shepherd,
Hampstead
all
went
there,
around.
all wanting. And oh my goodness me.
Hampstead's gone around, and Andrew Gilliam, 4 tyres in the grass trying to get by him. Oh, that's not going to work, my friend. And now his momentum is killed. He's side by side with Jet Bennett. Up Conrod straight, and look behind. Here comes Brett Loxton, but he's a lap down. He is racing Jet Bennett, though. They'll go side by side into the braking zone, and Brett Loxton will take that spot away.
Look at this. Look at this.
This is
Burton
close.
nose to tail. He's trying to get through. Everybody, switch your lanes. Why don't you cross the beams? Trying to find some room. And Burton down the inside. There's contact leaning on from Jared Filsell. He wants the podium. Dane Warren, 2:03.4. Fastest lap of the day so far. But here looks down the inside at Hell Corner. They make contact again as they go through. But again, Burton holds on. But remember, he's still got that 1 lap to serve for Don Ferraris.
Yeah, Robin Kirk has fallen back now as well, having to let a couple of guys go, but they do still have that driver fair share thing hanging over their head in that number 33 car. And, oh, this is big news. Jared Filsell has been given a black flag by race control.
Wow. Oh,
what is that for?
wow. 147. That would have been under the safety car or just before it for contact. So that is not ideal at all. So Jared Filsell will take some big issues, and he'll have to try and have a drive-through penalty. Any shot he had at getting back-to-back Bathurst have just been evaporated late in the day. But the gap, 1.5 seconds now at the front for Dane Warren. Just keep it on the island. That's all he needs to do. There is Simone in 10th, and now the fights for the top 10. They continue because you've got Gardner there, you've got Jones there, and you've got Feigl who will be there in 9th position trying to hold on to everything as well.
Yeah, huge battles going on here in the top 10, and the DPR 073 has managed to eke out a gap over the 2 Altus cars just behind, but no, actually, my timing has gone weird, and I've made a mistake once again. But Brady Myers for 2nd place. He's right in the draft of Forza El Nabi now. And this is going to happen again and again over the next few laps, because have a look at how much pace that Altus car has. Right on the throttle, out of the chase. El Nabi going preemptively defensive into Murray's corner, moves back over onto the racing line. This is not over.
You can tell that Forza El Nabi's fighting for 2nd and not for 1st right now. We crossed the line. We're on lap 154 of 161. And now you can see Filsell stays out. He's got a penalty administered by the iRacing system. He has to come in and serve that one late in this race. He has no choice, otherwise the car will be disqualified. But crucially, he's holding up the likes of Ethan Grigg-Galt and Richard Hampstead and Andrew Gilliam, who are not close enough, who can't do enough. Look at this. Round the outside tries Brady Myers.
No.
Tyre to tyre as they go on through. El Nabi holds onto it for the moment. Burton tries to unlock a podium here, but he knows he's short on fair share. Surely, as he goes around the outside, has to lift.
Only just, though, and this pack now for 2nd has evolved into something truly special. Myers losing out a bit to El Nabi on the run up the mountain, but you can tell when they get down to Conrod Straight, he's going to have another go at El Nabi. The key is trying to get close enough to him through this section.
Ryan, you need the widest car in Australia right now if you're Forza El Nabi, don't you?
Oh, you do. Brady Myers is going to be all over it, looking and hunting for a way by it. Round 2 between Filsell and Grigg-Galt through Skyline, through the S's. How on earth have they got away with it?
iRacing top 10, you've got your number 1. You never make a pass at Skyline, and Ethan Grigg-Galt has just proven how to do it. Motum simulation replay.
So the penalty
Whoa,
that
and he
Filsell
spun
got was
down at
warranted.
Forest elbow.
Oh,
Filsell
no.
around.
Okay, so that just adds insult to injury. We're going to stay on the replay then. Ethan Grigol forcing his way up the inside through the run up to McPhillamy Park, and they were side by side through McPhillamy. You don't see that except on the last lap. And Phil Sell banging wheels with Grigol down the hill. Now remember, the penalty for Phil Sell was for an incident with Greg Gold. Brady Myers has gone through on the United Sim Sports #1 car, but we're about to see what happened to Phil Sell down at Forest Elbow, and it looks like he just did it all on his own as the dip in the road came through, and fair play to Hampstead as well.
You can see this right now. This is where it all happens. This is the move for second place in the race right now. You can see here, Brady Myers got a mega drive down the straight and had to do it the long way. There was contact between them almost, it seemed, and Forzan had to keep the car straight and then block Burton behind, and did just about enough to maintain that podium position. And there was another bust up down there at the chicane there as we went on through. We looked from Phil Sell's perspective at this, and there was a car off, and I think it was the car there of Zuva Racing that had run into a few troubles. Brett Loxton, in now came Jared Phil Sell then for that penalty. But now you start thinking, let's go back to live now, see what we've got. Oh, he spun it on the lane as well. This is a disaster for Phil Sell, and pretty much sums up his race now after all of that work.
That it does, but that's the big change right there. El Nabi having lost out to Brady Myers with just a few laps left in this race. The Altus Esports car finally through into second place, but as you say, Sperry, certainly not over, because El Nabi can still come back at him. We're seeing people start to really fall off the wagon now.
And we're looking at people starting to gain. Look, Ryan, look at Ethan Grigol, who's only 1 second behind Burton.
He is. It's all the battle for the podium right now, isn't it? Grigol trying to run down Burton. Last lap, he was 0.8 of a second quicker, or 0.7 quicker than Jake Burton, who was 1/10 quicker than El Nabi, who's still right up behind Brady Myers. Dane Warren, don't worry about him. He's absolutely checked out. 4.7 second advantage. Those fresh tyres are working an absolute treat as we go through the chase. No game there. Ford's and El Nabi not close enough at the moment.
Definitely not, but he has to be aggressive. He's got to try and fight this back. There are championship points on the line here. He must stop Dane Warren and Madison Down from winning. He can't do that, so he has to do the next best thing, and that is mitigate the damage, finishing in second. If it's third, then he loses more points, and he can't afford to do that with 4 rounds to go, especially with how consistent number 77 Madison Down consistently has been over the course of this season. He is epitome of consistency. But now Forzan, what do you do? How do you get back this second place, knowing that there is not long to go here in this one, knowing that there is a really, really feisty chasing pack behind, with Greg Galt, who is on rails, and Andrew Gilliam on fresh tyres?
That's the big question, and they're only going to have 4 laps to go. 5 laps to go, sorry, when they come across the line next. So the time rapidly running out for these guys to get themselves in those positions that they need. Ethan Grigol hanging back a bit across the top of the mountain, and Jake Burton just trying his best to keep the car straight, really. He's driving so hard through these S's sections.
Grigol was again 4/10 quicker than Burton, 3/10 quicker than El Nabi, 4/10 quicker than Myers on that last lap. And look at the 2 Altus cars behind them as well. We saw for a moment Simon Feigl and Simone Maria Marcheno. They're battling for 8th. Any team orders here between Truth Force Altus Esports and Race Tech Altus Esports?
They can't afford to battle too much here, these two. The top 10 could fall away for any one of them if they run into contact. There's Reese Gardner, 1.2. Not Reese Gardner, no, there's Griffin Gardner, 1.2. There's Reese Gardner right there alongside me right now in the commentary box. How are you driving and commentating at the same time? Anyway, you've still got that as well. Kobe Jones is there as well, 11th place for the ANZ. And that is the team game by Simon Feigl, just making sure that Simone gets the place and quietly runs off away in 8th position. Feigl there in 9th, 3 Altus cars in the top 10. This is another great showing by them once more here today, right now here. Reese.
Yes, indeed, and have a look at El Nabi on the back of Myers coming into turn 1. The gap has closed right up once more, and oh, Myers slow on the straight. What's going on here? This is not what we expected. Side by side.
Did he miss a shift?
What's going on there?
Oh. Well, he's been asked to redress the position, so he redressed the place. It wasn't a clean pass on Forza El Nabi. He redressed the position. He's got to do it all over again. But this time, you can't have any bumping and banging. The stewards, well, they've got a Sherlock Holmes-style magnifying glass over you. You can't afford to have yourself into troubles right now. You have to feel for Brady Myers. This has got to be an aggressive overtake, but one that does not involve contact.
Damn, 3 laps to give him that redress. That's a really long time. That's a lot of wasted time for Brady Myers that he could have spent trying to get the move back done. He'd be disappointed with how long that's taken, and now he's got just 5 laps left to try and figure out another way by Forza and El Nabi, all while Jake Burton ranges up on the back of both of them, and Ethan Grigault comes charging from afar.
Remember, Burton still has that 1 lap to give to Dom Ferraris. If not, the stewards are going to have to disqualify him either on the start of the final lap or post-race. Here when it comes to this one. Still, though, down Conrad. They come along again. Forza El Nabi holding second. He's back in position to hold on and make sure that he's playing the damage limitation game here, as they'll have 4 at the line. And now Brady immediately wants to be on the aggressive factor. He's tucked underneath. It's a defensive line into the chase then from one Mr. Forza El Nabi, and it's time to back up the train because Grigault and Gilliam 2-2 all aboard, Reese.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to these last couple of laps. 4 to go now for our race leader, and 4 to go for these guys across the line. El Nabi getting the power down nicely out of Murray's. Brady Myers a little compromised and under more pressure now from Jake Burton, who, regardless of a driver fair share infringement, wants to try and get onto this podium. There's the 017 of Brian Borg coming back out onto the racetrack. I feel like that might be a bit of an unscheduled stop for that car, but have a look at the draft that El Nabi is having to deal with from Myers. That Altus car is so powerful in a straight line when it's up behind a car.
Oh, it absolutely is. They've worked so good on the setup over the course of this week. This has been a tumultuous week for everybody. There were questions about whether this would be delayed 1 week to the start of the new season. But here in a week 14, an unprecedented thing for iRacing. They have done fantastically to get this event all put together. And look at how they attack then up over the mountain once again. Here with 3.5 laps left in this one. The race win out of sight unless something truly unforeseen happens. But for the time being, it's all calmness at the moment. You don't have to worry just yet. But it is starting to get a little bit dicey, and people like Ethan Grigault, who had been leading the race for a long time in the mid-stage of the race, who had dropped back to second and then back to the back of the pack after the final scheduled stop. And now it's about where's the one move right now, Ryan?
And Gilliam's come right with him as well. He was the second fastest car on the racetrack last time, so only then Dane Warren out front. He is flying behind Ethan Grigault. So this could be an absolutely monumental battle for the final 2 laps. El Nabi's moving across the racetrack, trying to shake that draft. But Myers is coming, and he's coming some more around the outside on the brakes. El Nabi trying to squeeze a little bit of contact, and Myers struggles to pull it up.
It's not
now
over.
they'll be able to wheel on the exit. And here comes
we go.
Burton.
Here we go. Burton's looking as well. There's 2 tires over the pit line. A bump given. Bump given. Oh, they both got off. Burton's bumper's caused it. Burton's bumper's caused it. They both go off. Here comes Grigault down the inside. There's contact again from Jake Burton. And into Hell's Corner. It is Ethan's. Finally, back into second again. But do not count out Andrew Gilliam. Oh, my word. The stewards will be all over it.
They absolutely will, and my goodness, Jake Burton already had a cloud hanging over him, but now, side by side with Grigault coming into Griffin's Bend. Grigault has the inside. Can Gilliam sneak through on Burton? It looks like he can. Oh, Burton caught out in the marbles and has to yield the position, so then Gilliam now onto the podium. It is Trans-Tasman, Evolution, and Pursuit.
It is, it's massive, and Gilliam still has a chance of second place. You never know what happens here at the Great Sim Race. Anything is possible, and it just happened here as we get on going. Now you start to wonder, is this a chance? Myers is back in 6th, Marcheno in 7th, Feigl in 8th, and now positions changing more and more here as they go on through and they try and attack and get themselves moving forward. And something happened to the number 9 car on screen, potentially. They're dropping back down. They've dropped a whole heap of time. They're back down to 15th place. Here in this one, they might have had a moment. But still, though, there is still that little bit left here in this race. Andrew Gilliam with a chance. 2 and a bit laps to go. And that's a huge slide coming out to the corner. Reese, here's the chance.
It absolutely is the chance, and Gilliam in the draft. Ethan Griggold starts weaving, puts his car right in the middle of the racetrack, forces Gilliam to pick a side. But Andrew Gilliam has the run, and he is well and truly past Ethan Griggold before they even get to the turn-in point. Can he fight back? Jake Burton looking for a gap here. The lights come on as the sun dips below the horizon. My goodness, just avoiding contact. Andrew Gilliam completes the move, but can Jake Burton try and get 3rd place on track here, still fighting with Ethan Griggold?
What a decision from Andrew
Drive-through penalty, car 33 for contact. They will have to come down in, and that is that for Jake Burton's podium challenge. But do not count out car 28 just behind. Remember, they're on fresh tyres as well. It's Richard Hampstead and Jake Maloney. They could be one of the few teams that could find themselves on a podium in every single event here when it has come to the endurance season right now here, Ryan.
Yeah, what a decision from Andrew Gilliam and Michael Talianchich. Just chucked those fresh tyres on when that safety car came out. Look how it has worked out for them. And now they're in 2nd place, and they are surely going to try and run away. Grigol on the older rubber, and as you say, Richard Hampstead, fresh tyres as well, and under that safety car period. Can they latch onto the podium? They've got to get by Jake Burton, and then they've got to get by Ethan Grigol. But we know Burton's got a penalty. He's going to have to take it this lap as well, because it's the penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, he's got to take the penalty, and he's got to drive some... Oh, he's into the wall. He's into the wall up at the metal grate. That will not be helpful for the Pianti Model Cars machine. They're just behind the Trans-Tasman of Richard Hampstead in 5th, going to be promoted up to 4th position here with this one. And now you start to wonder here, has Andrew Gilliam got enough to run away with it? I think he does. Hampstead's really sliding around the track, and he's not close enough, nowhere near close enough at this stage race.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be a move for the podium from the 28, but certainly looking like a potential on-track pass here versus Jake Burton, or maybe Richard knows that Burton's got to come into the pits and is just hanging back a little bit until Burton gets out of the way and he can resume the fight. But it doesn't look like it's going to be a podium for them unless the 117 and the 201 come together, because Ethan Griggold starting to come back at Andrew Gilliam down the straights.
Certainly is, and Ethan Griggold knows he's only got one more opportunity to get this one. The final lap starts for one Mr. Dane Warren, and with his teammate Madison Down in the number 77 Trans-Tasman Racing Machine, sponsored by the Virtual Racing School. It's on for 2nd, 3rd and 4th position right now between Andrew Gilliam, Ethan Griggold and Richard Hampstead. Burton drops miles down the order with that penalty and will now look to go on forward. El Nabi jumps up into 9th place after all of that. That's damage limitation for you. They'll take something but not everything as we look at Dane Warren right now going through this section. There is Gilliam. The gap is 3 to 4 tenths of a second. Now that's enough for Ethan Griggold to attack, but he needs a good mountain section right now. This is the key. The mountain is where it has to be won and has to be lost here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Hampstead's not giving up. That gap's down to 7 tenths to both of these drivers right now, but Andrew Gilliam's got the tyre advantage. That's the crucial fact. But how much has he scrubbed them, all 4 tyres off the road, trying to deal with everything that has come up forward, through the John Hicksman Vista, through here the big the big left of McPhillamy, and now Brock Skyline for the final time down the hill. The gap extending to half a second for Andrew Gilliam in the fight for the podium, and down the hill again they start to charge, they start to work, they start to find, and it seems that for now, and if not ad eternitum, they are looking good. Here is your 77 car for all of the legendary status that Madison Down has never had had one of these. For Dane Warren, he's arguably the quickest man in all of Australian sim racing right now. He's had nothing compared to one of these. And now you go through the final couple of corners, the chase, and now one final corner remains to write your name in a very, very select book, because Dane Warren and Madison Down for Trans-Tasman Racing have won the Great Sim Race.
And they take the Endurance Cup crown with it. Great points haul for them. And Andrew Gilliam has held off Ethan Griggold across the line. Richard Hampstead pushes very hard into Murray's, but worth a try. Still comes across the line in fourth. What an intense final 10 laps that was.
All caused by the safety car. There is your winner, back to back. Here they take the Endurance Cup, as well as we see more drivers as well. They'll be coming over the line as well. Every position mattered, and they can see there's someone backwards over the line. Trying to go through.
Couldn't get the crossover. He and I think it was Riley Blythe was side by side all the way out of the chase.
Amazing, just amazing stuff then as they all race over and they all find their finish as the lights come on here, and it was a spotlight showcase here at the Great Sim Race. It was Josh Muggleton who was around for the JJM Trans-Tasman team, but you can be so excited if you're Dane Warren and Madison Down. For both of them, it marks here, Lockie, their first ever Bathurst 1000 here with Scops.
Hard to believe, isn't it, when you think of everything that they've achieved throughout their respective sim racing careers, that they've not conquered the mountain? Well, they have now, and they'll be lifting the virtual Peter Brock trophy in style.
They certainly will. Let's get official or unofficial at this stage classified results up on screen for you. There could be changes coming up, but for 161 laps, this one there will be no doubt about. They take their first conquering of the mountain together. Dane Warren and Madison Down have done it by 9.7 seconds over Andrew Gilliam and Michael Taliancic, who did it with absolute style, with the call to go onto fresh tyres 10 laps from the end. Ethan Griggold and Jordan Caruso, they come home with third, and it is a case of what maybe could have been for them here today. Richard Hampstead and Jake Maloney just couldn't get there in the end. They come home with fourth place and were very lucky not to lose it on the final corner to Brady Myers and Sam Blacklock, who with controversy got involved with Jake Burton and Forzan El Nabi towards the end of this race. Simone Maria Marcheno, they made a bold call. They had to make two stops. The safety car saved them, and as such, it is sixth place for the Race Tech team, with Simon Feigl and Zach Hanley making it 3 Altus cars in a row, a 5, 6, 7 at the mountain for them. That is very, very good. Griffin Gardner gets 8th position for pursuit with Ruben Goodall, and that was with a couple of drive-through penalties as well to boot, so they really worked hard to get back there. Forzan El Nabi and Harley Haber, 9th place. Big points loss for Forzan in the championship after that, and he will be absolutely livid. Top 10 will be rounded out by DPR with Robin Kirk and Daniel Misdale, the first of the Simrigs.com team cars. 073, that is a well-deserved top 10, Reese.
It absolutely is. And over the page, well, there is a bit of a question mark over that 11th place finish for Jake Burton and Dominic Ferraris. We're fairly sure that they weren't able to get Dominic Ferraris up to the minimum amount of laps, but we'll have to wait and see what Race Control's decision is on that. Unofficially, they are 11th. Behind them, Scott Soslovsky and Ross Rizzo bring it home in 12th place, which is a fantastic finish for them after starting from 34th. ANZ Motorsports number 9 as well. Jones and Christensen started outside the top 30 and come home in lucky 13th. The Race on Oars 947, another one of those strong competitors throughout the race. Both Justin Wallace and Tyler Blackburn putting in some great laps to get that car home. Riley Blythe and Brenton O'Brien in his final SCOPS start, they get a top 15 for their troubles. Dylan Rudd and David Ginman, though, I think for me, one of the stars of the field. They started on the very back row, 50th, dead last, and they come home in 16th place. That just shows commitment. Josh Muggleton and Jared Muggleton, the first cars a lap down in 17th, with Brett Loxton and Thomas Hins coming home behind them. Jet Bennett and Jacob Knight had plenty of issues throughout the afternoon. They came home with a lot of damage, but they managed to make the top 20, as do the father-son duo of Mitchell and Sam McLeod, 2 laps down.
21st.
The page. Sorry, I was going to introduce you there for that one.
That's okay. Paul Mansell, Guy Leach bring their Injectors Online Racing machine home in 21st, 2 laps down. Second of the cars, 2 laps down. Then Zuba Racing's 208. Chris Cox had Liam Wilde, 3 adrift. Lee Ellis and Kurt Stenberg. All these cars, we saw them at many points during the race, having their issues of their own, and getting to the finish is a great result for all of them. Kenneth Ladder and Sean Lindsell for XG Motorsports in 24th. Bailey Frid and Bradley Vaughan in 25th for Mark 1 Esports. Then Brian Borg and Corey Shepard for Premier Racing Team. Benjamin Smith and Andrew Mogridge for Race and Oz 91. Henry King and Sean Thompson for ANZ number 7. Jared Filsell home in the end, 29th, after opting not to finish the race following a late penalty. Michael Schreier and Daniel Ackland finish in 30th for SSR JK Science Racing.
And now we hit retirement central. Reese Key, Neil Pearson, they were the cause, the catalyst of the final safety car there as they blew up their engine. Dan McKenzie ran out with a blown engine. Luke Pink-Ubata, ERT, blown engine. It's almost a blown engine list. Jordan Ross, Kyle Stokes ran into trouble. Benjamin Smith, Jake Blackhall in trouble. Josh Morris, Joel Kenton, they were part of a safety car in trouble. Darren Lobb, Philip Worley, they run themselves into trouble, as did Vincent Skilbeck and Jason Bent. Sean Kelly and Emily Jones do not find at the end of the race for Trans-Tasman, nor do Glenn Postlethwaite and Brenton Hobson on a day where Synergy Sim Racing did not have any luck at all. And over the page for one more time, Corey Preston and Brad Ratu there for Exto Gaming Motorsports. Glenn Morris there, another hyperdrive car that ran itself into all sorts of troubles here today. Then you got Job Stewart and Blake Purdy, Ian Bird and Aaron Dodd for Mark 1, the likes of Nick Cummings and Jamie McKnight for United. The KRF Eye Candy car wasn't eye candy for very long, with the Simrigs.com DPR car of Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson. Tom Freer and Jamie Stovold, that is a race for them to forget. They would have wanted more. They were hoping to fuel save an entire stint compared to everyone else. They did not able to do so. They hardly made it. James Scott and Cooper Webster, that's a hammer blow for James Scott's title ambitions. He'll be using this one as one of his drop rounds, as is Jordi Sinai and Michael Cracknell, who make it over the line. But here at this moment in time, we have ourselves so much fun to get with. We're going to be back just one moment's time, ladies and gentlemen, because post-race interviews are coming along after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. The race is over, the race is finished, and it's smiles aplenty back at Trans-Tasman Racing. You cannot have had a better result than this, and we're going to bring them in. One Mr. Dane Warren and one Mr. Madison Down joins us right now here in the commentary box. And, well, Dane, let's talk about the decisions then towards the end of the race. A late safety car comes out and you have to build a gap, enough of a gap that gives you that chance to have a free pit stop, get the tyres on. Were you surprised that many of the drivers behind maybe didn't make that decision?
Yeah, I suppose once the safety car had been around for a couple laps, it was kind of weird not seeing some of the others pit for even tyres or fuel like we did. It was caught us quite off guard, and obviously we just had to do enough of a gap to cover the said fuel and tyres. But yeah, I actually can't believe what happened. We got incredibly lucky in that stage of the race.
Well, lucky in that stage of the race. Madison, you had the earlier stints, which of course I wasn't privy to the knowledge of seeing due to sleep, but you found yourself with a pretty good battle all the way through here in that one. It's just about that mid-stage of the race where it just started to swing the pendulum in your direction. Was that a case for you of just making sure to keep the car within a position to then allow arguably one of the fastest drivers in one of these Australian touring cars to go out there and do his thing?
Basically, yeah, we knew that Dane was an absolute freak this week. He pretty much had half a second on the field in quali or race trim, so his pace was unbelievable. So really, I had the job of the co-driver today to try and do the best job I could. Unfortunately, I don't know whether it made the broadcast or not, but unfortunately, I did make the fence over the top. Put a little bit of a mark on the car. It didn't affect us too much, but it just created a little bit of drama for us towards the end. But in the end, it all worked out. Luck swayed our way and got the win, so absolutely awesome, and massive thanks to Dane too. He drove incredibly well.
Question for both of you. It's your first 1,000 each that you've managed to get after all this time. It's a surprise for some that you two drivers who have been so successful when it's come to this style of vehicle, who have done so much in fact to find that pace and continue and be pillars of this community. It's a surprise to see it's taken so long coming. Just how much does this race mean to both of you?
Oh, it's huge for me. It's something that I don't think I've actually ever won a supercar race at Bathurst. Not even just talking about 1000s, even the sprint races we've done here in official and whatnot over the years, I've never actually won here. So big monkey off the back for me, and I know Dane definitely had that same mindset. For us, Enduro Cup was obviously a big goal coming into it when I first got in contact with Dane, but for us, it was really all about Bathurst trying to get the win. So absolutely awesome to get it done.
And yeah. Dane, sorry, I'll let you have your space.
I was just going to plus one what Matt said. You know, obviously Bathurst, the big goal for all of us in the V8 supercar scene. So to have this is pretty much just one of the biggest accomplishments. I mean, it's quite a bit. Just really cool.
Well, it certainly is a huge achievement. Not only that, but the Endurance Cup is firmly yours with 2 victories back-to-back as well. The form is great, and of course you've got 4 rounds left in the championship for the end of the season. So how much does it mean to get the Endurance Cup with Trans-Tasman for a second consecutive year? And how important is it for you, Madison, especially with the championship lead, to know that mistakes today from other drivers have given you a much bigger margin than you were expecting?
Yeah, absolutely. Enduro Cup has traditionally not been a strong point for us, but to have it 2 years in a row now is bloody awesome. And also Maloney and Hammer did a really good job this season as well. Luck didn't go their way today, but I believe they're second in the Enduro Cup. So 1-2 for the team in the Enduro Cup's just outstanding. Championship points-wise, I haven't really thought about it too much. We've just been so focused on Enduros and making sure we're fast enough and trying to put ourselves in the best spot. But easiest way to win a championship is win races. So recently we've been doing a fair bit of that. So if we can keep that trend going, we'll be laughing at the end of the year.
Well, before we let you two go, shout out sponsors, anyone you'd like to thank. It's your first opportunity to do so here with a SCOPS Bathurst 1000 victory.
Yeah, from my end, firstly, big thanks to Dane. He came on from outside the team and he's driven unbelievably well. He's done a huge amount of work for the team. No one's asked any of it. He's done all of it voluntarily. So big thanks to Dane, and he drove exceptionally well. big thanks to everybody at the team as well. Everyone's worked so hard behind the scenes practicing. Virtual Racing School obviously is a big supporter of us, and now Dane as well with VRSCO and SimSport. So awesome to do this with them on the car. And on that note, a big thanks to whoever actually painted the Mustang for us, because that was part of our troubles today. Yeah, big thank you to Henry then, because we did see that on the broadcast, and that was the first mess up of the day that didn't go our way. So yeah, big thanks to Henry for getting that done on the broadcast and allowing us to represent our sponsors.
Well, there you go. Some brilliant work done by the Trans-Tasman team. The VRS Trans-Tasman car has picked up the win here today. First place for them. Second place went to Andrew Gilliam and Michael Taliancic. We'll have the opportunity to bring them in right now. Stood by with Reese Gardner.
Yes, indeed. Pursuit 201 with us here, and we'll go to Mike first. G'day, Tally. It was certainly a great result for you and Andrew in the car, but I do notice that round about the first quarter of the race, Andrew Gilliam put in only about a 10 or 11 lap stint. So obviously you guys had to rejig the strategy and the driver share a bit with all the safety cars that happened today.
Yeah, we just made the call. Like, Andrew's got a lot of pace over me, there's no denying it, and the goal was to get my laps out of the way and our extra stop done, as there was mandatory stops involved, so we just got my laps out of the way earlier and just bit the bullet with the longer stop with the driver swap.
Well, it ended up working out very well for you guys. Going to Andrew, taking that pit stop under or just before the final safety car for fresh tyres. Andrew, that's ultimately what allowed you guys to elevate yourselves into that battle for the podium.
It was just the best call I reckon I've ever seen in an iRace ever. Like, it was just perfect, quick look. We shouldn't lose any spots, just go for it. And we'll deal with the lap traffic that gets between us. And then most of the lap traffic sort of went down the pit lane because there were more than 2 laps down, and it was just an all-out war for the next 10 laps.
Yeah, coming away very well, especially due to incidents a bit further up the road. Racing Ethan Griggold, Andrew, that 117 was one of the prime movers in this race, so it must have felt good to be able to put a move on Ethan.
Yeah, we were just like, there was just so much pace, and we were just getting such good runs off the corners. Like, I was just, yeah, I got through after that incident at Murray's. A few laps to go. I think we were up into 4th, and then they were side by side through Griffins on the next lap, and I wanted to be greedy. I just wanted to take every spot I could.
Well, Mike, it was an up and down race for Pursuit Sim Racing, your team, but you managed to get 2 cars in the top 10 at the end of it and 1 car on the podium. So from the team manager's perspective, you must have come away with a great result here.
I'm very happy. It was a little disappointing to see a couple of cars not finish, but that's Bathurst. It bites, and it bites hard, but very happy with the results we've had today. Hopefully we'll come back stronger next year as well, take the win.
Yeah, well, hopefully we do catch you guys in the interview booth at an Enduro next year, but we've still got a few more rounds to go in the championship, Andrew. With this result and with your double win back at Mosport a couple of rounds back, it's looking like a great close to the season for you in the 201 car.
Yeah, and since James Scott's car had that unfortunate incident towards the start of the race as well, I think we've got a really good shot at being right up there fighting for the podium in this championship. Might be hard to close in on Madison though. He's just had such a strong campaign since he joined the series late, so yeah, I think it'll be, if anything, a really good duke out to 2nd and 3rd in the championship at the end of this.
Yeah, good call there. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Well, we will leave it to Mike to thank the sponsors, give any shout-outs. Who gets it done for you guys?
I'd like to have a big shout out to Track Racer. They've been supporting us for a while, as well as MX TV and 6 Gear Imagery. And thank you guys as well for putting on a great broadcast.
That's Andrew Gilliam and Michael Taliancic. Second place finishes in the 2:01 machine, Sperry. It was quite the fantastic race from those guys. But we're going to be moving on to third place now. Third place finishes Ethan Griggolt and Jordan Caruso. And I believe Ryan Jones has stood by to have a chat to them.
Yeah, good job, Ethan Griggolt, Jordan Caruso, P3 in the great race in Australian sim racing. It looked at times like you might be able to challenge for the win, but a podium after 1,000 kilometers is still a fantastic result.
Yeah, to be honest, it's yet another bittersweet podium that I've had at Bathurst, to be honest. It looked like we were challenging for the win there for quite a long time. We had awesome pace in the mid stages. Jordan did such a ridiculous job with the car for his first time at Bathurst. Yeah, we decided to fuel save in that last stint. We probably saved a bit too much and come out in the train, knowing that Dana Head actually had to pit again. So we thought we were on the box seat for the win, but with the safety car and how we come out of the pits, the cars just didn't fall our way.
Caruso, you were being sat there watching late on, watching as, Ethan's out there on the track. Safety car's called. Dane Warren's able to come in and get a fresh set of tyres. There must have been some sort of deliberation as to whether, do we come and take tyres as well? But ultimately you decided you couldn't because of where you were?
I'd say so. I wasn't really too sure, to be honest. I was just... because so much happened going into the chase. We got a hit and we were turned around and then the safety car came out, so I don't really think we had much time to think about it. So we just sort of kept going. But yeah, it was just sort of a pretty unfortunate sequence of events. But yeah, still stoked with the podium. Ethan did awesome.
Hey, what about that stint, Ethan? I think it was the penultimate stint of the race. You were right with Dane for a long time, and then suddenly just fell off, and the gap ballooned from that point, and then you pitted, and then it was 20 seconds. What was the story there? Was it just a case of your mid to late run setup wasn't as good as his, or he was just able to save the tyres more?
I believe Jordan was in the car at that point, and
yeah, okay.
No, we definitely had the pace to keep up with him in the draft, but we come with a strategy decision to try and do one stop to the end. So we were driving to a fuel number, and that was it. And so Jordan was doing some pretty heavy saving into 1, 2, and the chase and everything to try and get us that extra lap over everybody else, which he did in the end, but unfortunately it just brought us out in the train. And if there was no safety car, it would have been the perfect strategy for us. But unfortunately, racing doesn't go that way, and yeah, it just didn't work.
Yeah, best laid plans sometimes come crashing down for the simplest things, like safety cars. Look, third place though, overall, 6 hours, 5 minutes and 7 seconds was the race time. You've walked away with the podium after starting this one from 5th. A lot of work goes into this, not only for you, but the entire Evolution Racing team effort. Ethan, I'll leave it to you to shout out all the sponsors and people that helped you get it done today.
I'd just like to thank all the boys over at ERT again for putting a massive job in this weekend, and a massive shout out to Jordan for doing such an awesome job. Like, he was profound in getting our car set up, and his speed through the race just put the car in one of the best possible positions towards the end of the race to actually be able to fight. So. And of course, all of our sponsors are Panther Race Fuels, MIR Raceline, and Logitech G for their continued support.
Thank you very much. Ethan Griggolt, Jordan Caruso, P3 in the end for their Evolution Racing team number 117 car here at Mount Panorama, the Bathurst 1000. Next up, wow, there's a lot of people in this comms box right now. Lockie Mansell standing by with Richard Hampstead and Jake Miley.
Just missing out on the podium in the second of the Trans-Tasman Racing entries, but wins the unofficial award for best fight back of the day. No question about that. You guys were knocked all the way down to 43rd position when you got drilled from behind, having just come out of the pits under safety car conditions. And you had to make an extra pit stop to repair damage, but you still managed to fight your way back up into 4th position. Talk us through your race.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot to talk through, really. We had quite an eventful race. Yeah, mine obviously started out coming out of the pits and being rear-ended pretty heavily. somehow we were very, very, very lucky, and we only had 25 seconds of optional repairs from that. I don't know how that happened, but we were very fortunate. I think we had a tiny bit of a hit to our top speed as well, but it was pretty marginal. Then for me, obviously a lot of passing. I think we were 43rd. You mentioned, and I think can't remember where we ended that stint, but I just remember having to slowly pick my way through the field. And then obviously Maloney did a great job to get us up more or less where we should have been anyway. And then I think we made the right call the last stint there, going on to fresh tyres. Bit of a disappointing end there. I think we probably should have had second. Probably a bit of an over-ambitious move from me on Ethan Griggle with a couple of laps to go, and then Phil Sell lost the plot or something also there, which was pretty disappointing. But happy to finish fourth after what was a pretty crazy race.
Jake, for you started the race when you got back into the car on lap number 50. It had no rear wing and a fair bit of damage to the back of it, but you were still punching out some pretty decent lap times. Did the car feel any different in the mid stages of the race?
The car felt very good, to be honest. The setup we had was awesome across the top. It was just we struggled a little bit in the straights. We just lacked that bit, particularly when we were the car in front, to keep up the pace. But when we were behind people and that, we had awesome pace, and the team did a very good job in putting the car together this round. And awesome enduro campaign for the whole team to win every enduro.
Indeed, and you guys might have missed out on back-to-back Endurance Cup titles, but still finished second overall in the Enduro Cup to make it a 1-2 finish for the Trans-Tasman team. Finally, overall thoughts on the race and people who you'd like to thank.
So, obviously, it was a good race. Very, very interesting at points with some of the driving standards. Some people probably didn't treat it enough of a 1000k race at points, but all in all, we got to the end, and just a big thanks to Beyonce Model Cars, Virtual Racing School, everyone on the team at TTR. Just an incredible job these enduro campaigns, and just a big thanks to Lee Ellis. His last race for a while, and be sad to see him out of the seat for a period.
Good stuff, guys. Congratulations. We'll throw it back to the other guys in the commentary box. I think we might have a couple more drivers standing by to be interviewed, Jake.
Yes, we do. We got one more. We had a little chat earlier on with Sam Blacklock, but 5th place for him and Brady Myers. So, Brady, I'll come to you then in terms of how that final stint went on. It was a battle for that podium. You were looking at maybe it could be 3rd, it could be 2nd, but ultimately a very, very contentious moment from a driver behind you that ultimately ends with you having to eat wall, essentially, and try and survive as long as possible for the end.
Yeah, bit unfortunate at the end there, but that's racing, so just got to cop it on the chin. But we're looking really good there. Thought we were almost a shot for the win, but I'm not sure if there was debris on the track or something when this last safety car came out. But yeah, it was a good race overall, and I'm despite being coming 5th and having a shot at 2nd, I'm still pretty chuffed for 5th.
Oh, you definitely be chuffed for 5th. I'm chuffed with your Fabian Coulthard reference as well. Sam, we're looking at this from an Alters perspective, and despite the fact that it's not a podium, it wasn't quite the way that you wanted it to end. It's still a 5-6-7 for the team. How excited is that Alters team, knowing that the strength is in depth?
Yeah, I think it's good. Obviously having James and Cooper out early is a bit of a bummer. But to have the other 2 cars as well as us in the 10 is pretty mega. It's a long trek around that track, 161 laps, and just to have the 3 cars that's still running sitting in the 10, they're all pretty happy when we all got into our chat together after the race. So it's a bit of a shame what could have been.
well, what could have been, but you still have 4 more races to think about here in terms of the season. Of course, you've got Interlagos, you've got Belle Isle, you've got Spa-Francorchamps, and you've got Road America as well to look forward to in terms of the season. Just how important is it going to be just to get a little bit of consistency going in for the end of the season, and then maybe with focus to a new push for the new year? Is this maybe a case where Altus just tries to find a little bit of form now as sort of a scrap to sort of work with for the new season?
Yeah, I think, you always want to finish the year on a high. It's painful if you have a really bad last round of the year and you've got to wait a few months to go back out. And, so I think we're, as a team, we're going to try and have a really strong end to the season. Obviously, James and Cooper and Brady are all really quick at the moment. They're racing lots, so they're very race fit, I guess you could say. So I'll probably start getting a bit more involved now with other races, not just SCOPS. I want to try to have a really sort of clean sailing 2021 season because, I think my first season in SCOPS was quite clean. And I think I ended up P10 or P8 in the championship, somewhere around there. I'd just love to have another year, either a bit further up or just to be in the 10, really. You've got to have consistent results to do that. And with the amount of races I missed earlier in the year and crashes that I got involved in, most of them due to no fault of my own. So, it's probably for me, just work on quali pace and try to qualify out of the mid-pack just to avoid all the drama and, see where we go from there.
Well, before we let the pair of you get on going, shout out sponsors, anyone you'd like to thank.
You can have a dip, Brady, because I already did it earlier.
No worries. Just like to thank Sam for his massive effort this week. He always seems to turn it on when it comes to enduro time. He always finds another gear. To our partners, Logitech G, Astro Gaming, Cube Controls, iLiveries, Motorsport Australia, Own TV, and our new partnership with Racetech Seats. So if you fancy a new seat for your sim or race car, then there you guys. Also, big thanks to our team at Altus Esports. A lot of work has been going on this week with setup and trying to get the car to a point where we're satisfied and where we can race hard. And I think we're starting to get there. So big thanks to those guys. And to you guys to the broadcast as well.
Just before we go, I just want to say also a big shout out to Brady, and he's done a mega job this week, like I said earlier. So we wouldn't be where we were without him. So a big thanks to him, and look out for him on the SimSpeed or iRacing Esports Network tomorrow night.
Well, so much more to come on, and of course the networked races are so very, very good. Brady Myers then and Sam Blacklock getting themselves 5th position overall then in this race. But Reese, the great sim race has come to a close for another year. Our final thoughts as we now shift our focus away from endurance back to sprints.
Yes, indeed. We're about to get back into the regular season for the final 4 rounds, but coming out of this, man, there's always this big lull after Bathurst. There's so much build up to it, and then the day actually happens. People have their dramas, their heartbreaks, and their glory hunting days. And now there's just the silence that falls over the racetrack as everyone goes home and regroups. But I have to say, look out for Madison Down in particular in these final few rounds. He's going to be massively invigorated thanks to this first Bathurst 1000 win of his. Also keep a lookout for Forzen El Nabi and Harley Haber after getting robbed of a potential good result earlier on. They're going to want to consolidate United's campaign in the final rounds.
They certainly are, and of course there is a huge team who have helped to get this all sorted out together. A massive thanks to Oceanic Sim Racing, who have put together this event not just over the course of this day but many other previous days with the likes of pre-qualifying and all of the rest of it. On top of that, a massive thanks has to go to 2 Easy Finance and the Virtual Racing School, who have been sponsoring the events and sponsoring the rounds here over the course of the racing that we have had available. Motum simulations have been on the replays, and of course we are SimSpeed TV on the iRacing Racing Esports Network for you. A massive thanks to everyone who has been in the booth before me and, of course, with me during this time. Jay Kennedy has been on the cameras like an absolute champ. We've had the likes of Lockie Mansell down on pit road, just strategizing everything out. We've had Ryan Jones step in for this one today, as well as, of course, Reese Gardner, the trusty Southpaw racer, alongside me and out of a time loop, if you have seen any super serious track guides around Marrakesh. My name's been Jake Sperry, and sometimes the great race is not exactly what you want it to be. It sometimes doesn't give you the right result. Sometimes it can be fickle and it can be cruel. For many teams, they will feel that today was a missed opportunity for them. But for other teams, for other drivers, this has been a great relief, a great showcase, and a great smile across their faces. Welcome to the Drivers Club. Welcome to the top of the top, Madison Down and Dane Warren, because Trans-Tasman have proven now that 2020 is their year once again. We will see you for the next round of V8SCOPS in the not too distant future, but until then, stay safe and make sure that you are racing really well.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's going the outside, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson! Anderson's up to him!
Oh my god!
Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys I want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go! Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god! God, what?